He might not be from Krypton, but he's heads above the rest. His knowledge can't be questioned. You can put it to the test. So if you want to hear the truth and have nowhere else to go, I'll give you the solution. Just tune into his show and just kneel before Zod. Kneel before Zod. Kneel before Zod. Kneel before Zod.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Phantom Zone. It is the most earth-breaking, ground-shaking, but never media show money-taking, the man, the myth, the legend, the most scary and electrifying villain in all of Hallows Eve. General Zod, the dictator, and oftentimes the spookster, gathering ghouls and goblins. I'm not going to keep on with the Halloween puns. How are you guys doing today? Today is a ridiculous thing. I woke up and I said to myself, mainly because of PB's badgering, I was like, you know what? I'm going to do something I haven't done, and I'm just going to do it. I'm going to do something crazy. I'm going to do, for my love of Halloween, a 12-hour stream for everything Halloween. So I'm going to have a bunch of reviews, rankings, shit talk, just a bunch of different things going on. I may have guests pop in and out of here. Who knows? It's going to be fantastic. I can't wait. Let's see who we got. We got Rebecca. What's up, Rebecca? We got Kreml. What's up? Laura B. How are you, Laura B? We have Rebecca. How you doing, Rebecca? I haven't seen you in a bit. And we have Cement Shoes. How you doing? Good to see you. Killy Chow. Lovely to see you. Jay. How are you? Good to see you. So, today I am doing a special kind of stream. Okay, I actually have a list of things I'm going to be doing as far as it goes. Different things I want to talk about, and there will be some drinking later. Not right now. I'm gonna start in a little bit, but I wanted, seeing as too, I woke up at like noon. I want to wait a little bit before I start drinking juice, because you can't imply any uh, content. So as far as that goes, YouTube gets sketchy about that. But anyways, I'm going to do a couple of reviews, some fun stuff. There'll be some announcements later of my list for my top 10 horror. I'm not going to do it now because there is movies coming out in November I actually want to put on my list. So I might do my top 10 movies of 2023 and my top horror in the same thing, so that I can get the November and December horror movies. It would have been cool to do it October themed kind of a deal, but the issue is that there are like 3 other horror movies coming out that could possibly make my list, and I don't want to shortchange them because I'm cutting it off at October. So I will announce my movies that are running though for contention tonight. So all of that is coming up. I also got some special reviews that I didn't do and decided to do today, because I didn't want to do them because it would have taken way more time than they actually deserve. So I mean, there's a lot of cool stuff that I'm going to be doing. A lot of fun things, and yeah, and of course, maybe, possibly, I don't know. Put out the links. There might be a few people coming in to pop in for the stream, so we shall see. Uh, Anyways, how's everybody doing? Just to let everybody know, there is snow here, so definitely a sucky day for this guy. Hey! The Ark of the Ash, how are you? Retro Roman Doomsday Simulation? Hello? Uh, uh, Jody Rodden, how are you doing? Thank you for the love, by the way. I appreciate it. Welcome to my Halloween spooktacular 12-hour stream. Yes, you heard me right, 12 hours. I haven't done one of these since I followed the JD case and I did a stream with Rob Rules following the court case all night. So this is going to be really awesome. Super excited. But I'm just going to dive right into my first subject because honestly, I don't know how long this is going to take. I know my topics and everything that I have coming up. I actually wrote a list. The bitchy one said I should write a list down. So I got all my thoughts organized and I said, "Dear, I don't ever do that." And she said, "You should." And I said, "Cool." So here we go. Our first topic of the night. And if you guys want to see my topics, check the links in the description. I have everything and what I'm going to be covering all listed. And also, I've got the channel streams. Go check out Amazon as well. And go check out our friend. She is in the chat here. Miss J, she has a book that's out. Maybe if she comes on, she can show you guys the link because I'm fucking terrible at getting stuff. But it's on Amazon. You can go check it out. It's Megra, I believe. Don't kill me, Jay, if I mispronounce that. But it's a short story on Hercules. Some great stuff. I have ordered a hard copy actually. So, um, and when it comes in, I will promote it here on this channel. So, go support our friend Jay. I normally do a shameless plug for myself, but today I got Mega's Discord. I believe I got that right though. So go check it out on Amazon. You can get the Kindle edition or the soft paperback. Go support Jay. She's a great writer and a good friend of the channel. And we love her here. So, um, anyways, let's get to the first subject because I want to get this show on the road. I'm super excited. There's one thing people have been asking me to review. So we are starting with Master of Puppets. Uh, this is the uh, this is the first thing I will be talking about, and this is going to include my review of Five Nights at Freddy's, a review of Chucky, the season 3, which is the newest one, and then the other seasons, and ranking them and all 8 films. And then I'm going to go and uh, give you my thoughts on which ones I think was uh, more fulfilling this year: Five Nights at Freddy's or the new season of Chucky. So let's start with a non-spoiler review because it's still there's still people who haven't seen it, so I don't want to spoil it. But a non-spoiler review of Five Nights at Freddy's. What did I think? I have heard a lot. Thank you, Cromwell. I have heard a lot of reviews. Um, I've heard a lot of people, the high end critics who I think are just, I think that they're pompous assholes. Honestly, of course they do what they do. They gave it a 30%, and I tell you right now, uh, it's not a 30% movie. Hello, lemon pie, my favorite pie. Welcome. Hopefully you stay for my full 12-hour extravaganza. Um, But some people will say that Five Nights at Freddy's is 30%. I do not agree with that. Now, I am a person who critiques movies, but I am also a fan of the Five Nights at Freddy's franchise. I know all of the lore and whatnot. My daughter's crazy about it. Uh, as somebody who is also a huge fan of Matthew Lillard, which I'll get to him when I get to horror icons because he was in the first Scream movie. I think he did an excellent uh, a job, and Josh Hutcherson, I thought, did a very good job as well. So as far as it goes, I think if you are a fan of Five Nights at Freddy's, it is very fan based, but it's not 100% reliant on the lore. There's a lot of things, a lot of things they change in the lore. But if you're also a moviegoer, I took my mom or Mama Zod to see it, and she actually liked it, which my mom is a difficult person to get to like horror movies. She had no clue about the concept. She did not even know what Five Nights at Freddy's was, and she actually liked the movie. So I'm coming from both a person who casually watches it and, of course, the bitchy one who's been waiting for this movie for like 13 years also liked it. And I'll say this, I fall somewhere in the middle. I think it is an acceptable movie. I don't think it's anything that'll blow your socks off. But I don't think it's like the worst movie either. I think that it sits in the middle. And I think that it's okay to be in the middle. Like, there's been this thing, and I'm going to show you what my picks of horror movies today. That's why I went, like, honestly, my favorite franchise is not Halloween. I have the Halloween shirt and everything else like that, but I'm a Jason fan. I've always been a Jason fan. That was my first slasher franchise I ever got into. Jason has stupid, ridiculous plots that make no fucking sense whatsoever. But I watch them every year, and that's okay. And I think that this movie falls into that weird middle ground. It's it's got a it's got a different type of it's got a different type of feel to it. And I'll get into my thoughts. Yes, Mama Zod. That is the person who raised me on Krypton. Um, Jamie, hello, welcome, and happy Halloween. Um, they said our children have a PG-13 horror film. Okay, Drag Me to Hell was better. I mean, Drag Me to Hell was good, but I gotta say, uh, I probably, and to be honest with you, Retro, I would actually say Drag Me to Hell. I would put above this, which is why this is definitely not going to make my top 10 horror list. Just spoilers, but it wasn't bad, is what I'm saying. It's not a bad movie. It's not a great movie. It's good. It's watchable. I know some people who love the lore and is all into that had a blast. Some people call it absolute shit. I disagree. I think Jeepers Creepers Reborn was absolute shit. That's a shit movie. Um, I think every Exorcist besides the first Exorcist and maybe Exorcist 3, I think that movie just gets a bad rap, but I think those are shit. I think every Hellraiser beyond 3 and the new Hulu one are shit. Uh, this movie is not shit. It's got actually decent drama. I think it's got a very intriguing premise, and I think it's got something that most movies struggle with, especially in that genre. But it's got the original creator of the game working on it, but also setting stuff up, and it's keeping itself in its own universe, which I can respect. Just as far as I go, I prefer a rated R. Um, to be honest, I prefer a rated R kind of film. Yeah, Billy helped me finally push to watch Friday the 13th. Yeah, it's great. I like that. Um, Hellraiser 6, Hellseeker, my favorite since Hellraiser 2. I hear that a lot. I'm gonna give you my thoughts on Hellraiser one day. I didn't put it in here because maybe next Halloween. I feel like that series deserves its own kind of discussion. But I do agree, Hellseeker wasn't the worst. It's just the Hellraisers beyond 3 don't feel like Hellraisers. They feel like scripts that were lying around that they just threw Pinhead in, called it Hellraiser, called it a day. That's my issue with those. Hey, what's up? He's get join me at 7. All right, I appreciate it. If you guys don't know, check out PurpMinded, also a horror aficionado and one of my favorite people to chill with here in the fandom zone. We go back and forth. So Who knows where I'll be at in my list as far as horror stuff goes. But yeah, I'm giving you my honest opinion. Um, Honestly, if I'm rating, so just to cap off Five Nights at Freddy's, in case you guys don't know, the premise is Josh Hutcherson plays a traumatized dude. He had something in his past happen to him. His brother was kidnapped. Family dies. He has to take care of his sister. Gets a security guard job at the mall. Beats the shit out of someone. Gets fired. Gets hired at Freddy's Fazbear's. And you guys can pretty much guess if you've seen the game or haven't. You probably know where it goes from there. There were some cool cameos and stuff like that. Like I said, Matthew Lillard has uh, this presence about him that really elevates it, and Josh Hutchins is a very underrated performer, and he has to carry not only the emotional core of this movie, but also being the lead character. And that chick from You, I never forget. I always forget her name. She's got a very forgettable presence, but I only remember her as Beck because you know how he says that exaggerated. Uh, so you know what? I'm just gonna say Beck because I'll be damned if I can remember the actress's actual name. um, no, I mean, come on. Anyone who's watched that show, I don't know if anyone else has watched You. Um, but if you've never watched um, if you've ever watched You, I don't know. She did such, don't get me wrong, she does a really good job in that show, but she did too good of a job. So I always just think of her as Beck. Zod froze. Did I freeze? Let me check. I No, I did not. As far as I'm watching my own stream. Hey, what's up, Eric Cooper? Good to see you. Uh, but yeah, I'm not a huge fan of this actress. I think her name is Lily something. I gotta make sure. Uh, I got that. Where's the cast? I hate how they never put the cast in a coherent order in these things because they don't always put everybody who should be in the cast. Why don't they have her in here? That's really weird. The one actress I'm actually trying to find. Yeah, there's Matthew Lillard. Oh wow, I didn't know Jess Weiss was in this. She plays. Okay, interesting. I'm not gonna say who she plays because, to be quite honest, I don't want to ruin it for anyone if you haven't seen it. But let me see. Yeah, I don't know who should. Oh, hold on. Lucas Grant. Wow, they really did not put her in the title, and she's actually the security guard in this. Weird. I could have sworn her name was in the title, anyways. Um, but anyways, yeah. So overall, what did I think of Five Nights at Freddy's? Just to underline everything and kind of move it along here. I thought if I was rating this as a person who's not a fan of the game, completely unbiased, just as a movie reviewer, I'd give it about a 5 or a 6. It'd be around there. Probably more towards a 6 than a 5, to be perfectly honest. I'd have to watch it again. But there's the other thing. I'd watch it again. I thought it was good. I just think as a movie, certain ideas don't really work with each other. Um, Other than that, it's not that bad. I don't think it's a terrible movie. I don't think it's super bad or boring or anything like that. I just think it's average. So here's my little ticker. If you guys don't know, Master of Puppets is my first category. We are finishing up with the non-spoiler Five Nights at Freddy's review. But yeah, I'd say this much: if you have kids, you can go and take them to see it. It's a good entryway. There is surprisingly like 2 gory scenes, I'd say, uh, in the movie, which surprised me, especially one of them. They at least stretched, I felt, the PG-13 as far as they could. But all in all, it wasn't that bad. I've seen worse PG-13 movies. Still, I'd say the best I ever seen is Drag Me to Hell. I think Sam Raimi knows how to stretch that better, but I think Five Nights at Freddy's has potential to be darker, grittier. So we'll see. We'll see. But as a first outing, surprisingly not bad. This movie has been being made 13 years. 13 years it's been canceled like 3 times. Normally a movie like this would never see the light of day. So I like the little guy to win. So, speaking of little guys and dolls, I'm going to talk about a series that is one of my favorites. This series was probably this movie was probably the first movie to ever scare the living shit out of me. Um, when I was a kid. Um, and also for me is the definitive doll movie of all time. I will fight people on that. I'll bring up another oldie but goodie, but the 1988 classic Child's Play. Yes, we're going to talk about my boy Chucky. Chucky, to me, I don't think, besides the next one, which franchise I bring up, which I think a lot of people are not going to be familiar with, there's been very few dolls that have been convincing as far as horror goes. And quite possibly, I think the reigning king and champion, just because honestly there's no competition for him, would be Chucky. That was the first movie. I remember seeing the movie as a kid. The first movie I ever saw that scared the shit out of me actually was The Blob. But when I started getting into horror, Chucky was one of those movies that I thought was going to be stupid. But Brad Dourif, who's a legend in the horror community, uh, just the way Chucky, especially in the first three movies, has this kind of dark humor. And I think it makes it even more scary. But just the way they use the doll to maneuver in these situations that makes most of the kills believable. Some of them did get ridiculous, but for the most part, a lot of the stuff is pretty believable because it's scary. Oh, lie to me. Love that. Love that icon. He did and scared the vapor out of everyone. Um, yeah. Now first I'm going to talk about the television show because that's the newest one. Then I'm going to kind of go into the movies, give you guys my rankings, a brief history of the film, and why I rank it the way I do, and kind of go from there. So let's start with the television show. Um, I absolutely love the show. I think the second season kind of got a little bit crazy. Don't get me wrong, I liked the buff Chucky. I don't understand the reasoning for it, but the show, I think Don Mancini, who does these things, I think with the show, he sort of hit this stride of a decent balance between the funny and the terrifying. And Chucky has had a problem, and we'll get to this when I get past some of the movies, where it's gone too over one side and too over to the other side. I think Chucky works the best because even the first film, as iconic as it is, I don't hold it in as much esteemed as everyone else does, and you'll see in my rankings. Um, Actually, I always like the second movie, to be honest, over the first movie because I think the balance is at its peak perfect in that second movie. Now, I'm not saying the show always gets this right. It's a television show. Television in general is hard to do, but television for a killer doll, even just 8 episodes, it's fucking tough to do. So as far as, let me talk about the newer season and get my thoughts out, and then I'll go into to ranking them and my thoughts of the show overall, and then we'll rank the movies. But uh oh, on a coffee break, huh? Yep, I'm on a monster break. I am here for 12 hours, so I'm gonna have to go on a bathroom break, fucking eating food because I don't want to die. Hopefully, most of you people say. Uh, Rebecca says, I'm so thankful I never watched Chucky as a child, nor have I watched it to this day. But it would have sure traumatized me, your dolls. Let me tell you, um, Chucky is one of those things that um it scared me at first, and then I just thought he was fucking cool. I think Chucky, especially with Brad Dourif, the way he portrays the role is fantastic. Um, and his daughter Fiona Dorff is actually super fucking good as the um, she plays actually paraplegic Nina in the show. Not so much anymore since Tiffany cut off her limbs. That's a story for another day. But anyways, and then of course there's the beautiful and talented Jennifer Tilly. I look, if you grew up in the '90s, I'm not even gonna beat around the bush here. Jennifer Tilly, uh, fucking hot. Watch that movie with Jim Carrey, Liar Liar. Um, Now, the only thing that's ever thrown me off about Jennifer Tilly is her voice in certain roles does tend to annoy the shit out of me. But yeah, I'm not gonna lie or beat around the bush here, guys. She's hot. She's drop dead gorgeous. I'm a '90s kid. All right, so there you go. And I can't decide too because I think as a doll, she's. You know what? I'm not gonna go any further. I'm not gonna go further because somebody will come like in the middle of this stream and I'll be like, "Oh yeah, as a doll, she's hot," and I'll be like, "Oh my god, they're talking about sex dolls on this channel." Whatever. No, I think especially because if you see Bride of Chucky, which I'll get to, um, when she has the black painted nail paint with the she's got the leather jacket and the bridesmaid thing, but it's all doll accessory. I don't know. I think it's probably the most clever place they could have taken Chucky, especially with the puns and shit that's in that movie. Some people really hate that movie. I don't particularly mind it. Seed of Chucky, I think we can all agree, was a giant mistake. That's probably my least favorite. Then Cult was pretty good, and I forgot the other one. There's Cult of Chucky, and the other. There's one more when she's in the insane asylum. But anyways, I'll get that when I pull up the movies. But that's not the point. The point being, I love Chucky. Oh yes. Oh. I did not forget Elvira. I'm not gonna lie. To this day, I still think Elvira is hot. Oh, Bitchy knows. Bitchy knows. Ask her. Okay, look. So here's me and Bitchy's thing. Love Bitchy to death. You all know she loves me for some strange reason. But if Joaquin Phoenix or Nick Cage came through that door, folks, I'm done. And to be honest with you, I would probably leave her for Joaquin Phoenix or Nick Cage. I'm just saying. Anyways, that's not the point. You guys know how I feel about Nick Cage. Look, we'd have to battle to the death for who would be with Nick Cage. Um, but yeah, Jennifer Tilly, I've definitely been on my list. Very good pun, he says. Jennifer Tilly has some Chuckies for sure. Yeah, that was a great pun. But yeah, it's definitely one of those things where I feel like um, there's been a lot of different. How do I put it? As far as the show goes, from season, it's been kind of an up and a down thing for me. So I'll get to my thoughts on the first two seasons, but season 3 so far has been consistent. is what I gotta say. So the premise of this season is Chucky is in the White House. He's trying to get with the president's son, doing his Chucky shenanigans. There is starting to become a view of what his plan is, but not a real clear view. That is how Chucky rolls. So we had the mid-season break. So his full plan still hasn't really come into context. And that's kind of where we're at. So as a little fun thing today, because I just don't like to talk about stuff. I also like to uh, preview some things for you fine folks. So so hold on a second. Let me see if I can find it. So hold on a second. Let me see if I can find something here. This is so much easier when I have the bear to entertain people. But let's do this here. No, do I want that one? Okay, so yes, perfect. So let me Zod, by the way, are you talking about Chucky season? Better change the banner. Oh no, this is the sub banner, Master of Puppets. So this is everything to do with puppets. I'll also be talking about the Puppet Master too. It's a clever subheading, okay? See, this is what happens when I try to be organized and be different. Uh, no one's used to me being this organized, but I've got a lot of subjects to talk about, so I'm actually organizing my thoughts today. So, for your guys' viewing pleasure, let's take a look at the third season.
Bitches miss me?
Henry, I know moving to a new house can be a little scary, but you'll get used to it.
But at least there's one good thing.
What's that?
I would get removed, but I'm not
Our
monetized, so
son
fuck
has
them
taken
anyways.
to this doll in a way that we find perhaps a bit odd, but it seems to be therapeutic.
The interesting thing about this show is that the kills are actually pretty.
Check your phone.
Okay, so I'm gonna pause it right here. This is one of my first issues, and I thought Chucky would be an anthology. I still think that's a better idea. The characters from this I actually liked in the beginning. I and I thought they had a good arc. My issue with the characters now is I feel like they're spinning their wheels. And that this show could run into a problem that a lot of shows run into as far as being serialized, where you have characters that are in a show that just don't need to be there anymore. They don't serve a purpose to the story. And don't get me wrong, I think for a television show, especially having kids that are these guys are teenagers. They're not like 35. Don Mancini actually's got like teenage actors, which is a great change of pace. But I think that um, for what the show requires and how it's going, it's kind of ridiculous. A bunch of teenagers are going to try to break into the White House. I'm just saying, it really kind of undercuts the somewhat believability that he's going for. So I've never watched the series. How many episodes? There are only 8 episodes per season. And there's 3 seasons. It's really quick to get through, and you can watch it on Paramount or Amazon. Just go to Amazon. It's easier. You can get the Paramount Network from Amazon for like $8 and watch all of these and then cancel before they charge you. 8 episodes, really. I think this is the best way to do a Chucky series because it is in and out. before it gets too meticulous, and I think that's where I could excuse some of the writing, because 8 episodes at roughly an hour, they could do a lot with, while still keeping it condensed enough to where they're not doing 16 to 20 episodes. I think that format is dead. People need to fucking stop doing it. Everybody hates it. Yeah, the teenagers are pretty good though. I'll give you my critiques when I get to the first season, but the standouts are Devin Sawa, who's just fantastic. Jennifer Tilly is okay. I think she's better in the first 2 seasons. Fiona Dorff is by far, which if you guys don't know, that's Brad Dorff's daughter. I honestly think she might be as good as her father, maybe better. She's voiced the younger version of Chucky, like playing her dad back in the day. It's really, and you'd never know it was Fiona Dorff playing her dad, but her dad's like super fucking old, so he can't play himself as what he was back in the day. So Fiona Dorff plays her father in Charles Lee Ray in the show, which is super fucking talented. I really think she's underrated. I think much like Brad Dorff, she's one of those actresses that a lot of people will look forward to their performance and things like that, but um, they won't ever really get the credit that they need unless it's amongst certain communities. That's just my personal opinion. So I'm going to watch movies later. Not seen them in years. You definitely should. Yeah, only 8 episodes. Definitely 8 episode story. So, anyways, this character, the problem I have is with Jake, Devin, who are both lovers, and um, Lexi is pretty good, but these guys don't. They've had an arc in season 1 is my issue, and I don't. I think that it doesn't move the needle plot wise to have these 3. Although I do love Lexi as the bitch of the group. She has had the most character growth, and I'll get into that over the other seasons. But Lexi's probably my favorite, so personal bias. So this is the preview of season 3.
You bitches miss me?
Okay, Chucky, you want to play? Let's play.
Hey, hold on. The Wi-Fi's surprisingly crappy here.
Hello. You're not the producer from Dateline.
Where's my sister?
Chucky took her.
Help! Caroline, you don't have to do this.
I'm his new friend till the end.
Knife drop.
Have you seen the news? Is that Chucky in the White House?
We're responsible for Chucky.
We're going to DC. He knows where my sister is.
We're gonna kill Chucky, guys.
Again.
He's a killer in the White House.
This is gonna be our bloodiest Halloween yet.
I think he found the Oval Office very interesting.
What are you guys talking about?
Killing people.
What the?
So, yes, and this is why Chucky's probably one of my favorite as far as the puppet genre, like puppet terror horror. He's probably one of my favorites because even when you watch that, I think, and especially Brad Dorff voicing Chucky, I think how he could switch from saying a funny one-liner to that, the eyes turning, and it's all practical, which, once again, shout out to that crew. Every episode is practically shot. I think there was one CGI scene one time, but for the most part, Don Mancini tends to do practical effects. So, kudos for that. I mean, but yeah, the season. So season 3 for me, has been in the area of I'd say probably a 7 or 8 as far as it goes. I saw the mid-season final. I think it sets up more than it actually closes. Then again, it's a mid-season final. That's what it's supposed to do. It's supposed to get us ready for the final episodes, but they released the first 4. So if you're interested, definitely go check it out. You can actually watch it here on YouTube for free. You could check out the episodes. I don't know if they have the first season, but if that interests you, definitely check it out. There is a kill in every episode, which I also appreciate. And if you look at the credits when they come up, they will show you how the person is going to die. So there's certain ones, like when the title Chucky comes on, there's like knives and shit in the background, and whatever happens in the background is how the person is going to die. So if you watch the background, you get what the kill will be in the episode. There's just clever shit like that. If you're a fan of Chucky, it's definitely, I'd say, one of the best stuff that's been made as far as movies or whatever in a long time. And I think the advantage that a show has, which I've said for years, especially with franchises like Jason or Freddy Krueger or any of these long-running franchises that have like 10 or 20 movies, I think that television shows help because they're able to do episodic things where you can stretch out one storyline for a longer amount of time, where a movie is one and done. But you find yourself repeating because there's only so much you could do with one premise. And so I think that's the biggest thing between movies and television. And television is not the stigma it used to be. Believe it or not, a lot of people used to have this big stigma on television, like when you were on television, your career was dead. And that's just not the case anymore. With Amazon, with Sci-Fi, Paramount, all these networks. I mean, Sylvester Stallone did one of the best shows I think I've seen by the creators of Yellowstone, Tulsa King. If you have not watched that show, it is fucking amazing. Go check it out. But you got Sylvester Stallone, who was a man who said he'd never do television, did one of the best shows that I think have been out. Honestly, I'd say for me, it's probably almost as high as Yellowstone. Like they're right there. It's just Yellowstone's such top tier quality, but Tulsa King is right up there for me. So television is now giving a lot of these IPs a great way to kind of branch out and make the epic stories. And I think for Chucky, it really works because you can do it anthology style. I wish they would switch out characters because I feel like you can have different survivors who come across Chucky, and each season could be a different thing. But I guess he kind of likes these 4 people. So here we are. Rebecca, let's see. Just reading through the comments, making sure I'm paying attention. So yeah. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Okay, so Annabelle, I got feelings about Annabelle. I do not like Annabelle. I like the original myth behind it. I like Annabelle. Which one is it? Origins, or not the first Annabelle movie, the second one, Annabelle Comes Home, I think it's called. I like that one. That was really good. The rest of them are shit. But I'll give you this: the doll is creepy. And whenever I see Annabelle, I think to myself, why? Oh, why would you buy your kid that? Just in general, how that doll moves around from person to person. If you guys don't know the actual history behind the Annabelle thing with the Warrens, it was a Raggedy Ann doll. And I guess because of copyrights and the fact that maybe Raggedy Ann wouldn't be that scary, if you guys, I'm sure everybody knows what a Raggedy Ann doll is. But that was the original thing that was possessed, was a Raggedy Ann doll, which the Warrens have in this like glass tank. And it's one of those things where wherever the doll was, crazy shit happened. I believe they put it behind a glass case. And you guys could look this story up. It's a true account. It's from the Warrens too. They put the doll behind the glass case because what happens was with their open, they made it like they were containing stuff in the Conjuring universe. That's actually bullshit. They used to have like tours down into being able to look into some of these effects and things. And the Raggedy Ann doll, someone had mocked it, a couple or whatever had mocked this doll, and apparently they died mysteriously. It was a dude on the motorcycle with his girlfriend, crashed and died horribly. Now, was it the doll? But I think it's a fucking coincidence, a giant coincidence, that they mock a doll that is supposedly has been possessed by something and then they die. So you take it as you will, but the actual doll does not look like Annabelle, and that design pisses me off because it's like Hollywood trying to. But I get it. Like, I guess if you do an actual doll like that, it's not really scary. But to me, Chucky proves that you can have those, because when you really look at Chucky as good guy, he's just, without his eyeballs and shit all moved around, Chucky is not really that scary. But then when he does his maniacal laugh and his fucking evil face, then Chucky's scary. So, and that is my beautiful and lovely brag bitchy. She's scarier if you get her mad. So, I think the only thing creepy about Chucky is his eyes. Yeah, it's definitely the eyes. I like how, especially, they make it with robotics. So the way they do the eyes, they can get the little features down. He gives one of the best pissed off looks I've ever seen for a doll. It's very, and the fact that they do 90% of it based off of the puppeteer work. So I just appreciate anything that's not fucking CGI. I hate CGI. I think it ruins so much. So I'm glad that they actually, a good majority of that money is probably spent on getting the long-term franchise actors that are in the show, but B, also the puppets. They use puppets every time, and they blow him up and everything in the show. So they must go through those puppets like fucking crazy. So that's probably a bunch of money in that too. But hey, it's a good show. Definitely check it out. So let's start with the seasons. So I'm gonna go through the seasons and kind of tell you guys season 1, season 2, the general gist, and then I'm going to rank them. So we'll start with season number 1. And season 1 came after the movie Cult of Chucky. And season 1 was the setup, the premise of how Chucky came back. It is hosted by USA and Sci-Fi, which is the two weirdest networks. I would have never thought that they let this show get away with so much shit. They get to say, I guess, one F-bomb a season. So if you watch this on YouTube or whatnot, it is unedited. But the first season basically was the sequel to Cult of Chucky. And it starts off with Jake Wheeler finding the infamous Charles Lee Ray doll. Him and Chucky becomes friends. What makes this so interesting is, if you know the lore of Chucky, he tends to tempt more 8-year-old kids because they're easier to manipulate. Jake is like, what was he, 15, 16? So teenagers are dickheads and are harder to tempt. So it's very interesting to see Chucky go back and forth with a teenage dickhead. Hey, I'm just being real. Like, I love the little dictator, but she's a teenager. They're all assholes. That's just their thing. Teenage kids are assholes. Well, I never stopped being an asshole. I just refined where my assholeness goes. But yeah. You do still act like a child. Yeah, of course I do. Dad, don't act like a child. Might as well fucking throw me in the whole, hey, KH, what's up? So, season 1 was basically the genesis, the start. I think the relationships are good. My favorite is Lexi, played by Alina Lynn. Jesus Christ, her parents hate her. She is the best bitchy character, and I heard when they were doing the on-set interviews, I heard originally she was supposed to die, but she was just such a great character, they actually wind up saving her. There's an episode 2 where you could see Chucky goes and burns her fucking house down, and originally she was supposed to die in that episode, but the directors, and I guess a lot of people, such as myself, really loved her character, so they kept her around. She has the greatest redemptive arc I've ever seen. I think in all 3 seasons so far, she's probably the strongest performance, and kudos to that actress. But yeah, the basic premise for season 1 is simple. Jake Wheeler, I was right, he's 14. He's still an asshole, though. That's right in that asshole range. So he is 14 years old. His dad beats the shit out of him, and he comes from a broken home. Finds Chucky, and he's going to make him some kind of experiment, but decides, or he's making this like pillar thing. His dad's a drunk after the mom died, and so beats him, doesn't like the fact that he's gay, beats the shit out of him because he's gay, and a lot of other reasons, but he's like, it's like, I get the gist they were going for. It's not a big political thing. It's very tastefully done, to be quite honest, which I'm glad the show doesn't really push that. But yeah, it's tastefully done, but that's part of what happens. So anyways, Chucky comes and murders his dad. He goes to live with his uncle. His uncle is richer, obviously made better life choices than his brother did. And then it's kind of Chucky systematically taking people out, trying to make Jake a killer like himself. So he has an ally, and also so he can split his soul. Because if you watch Cult of Chucky, he learned how to divide his soul into multiple dolls, but not only multiple dolls, but multiple people. The issue with people is that the original soul still competes for how to, like, rent space in the body. So Chucky has to have somebody willingly give over their body for him to complete the transformation, so he can start his cycle over again. Wacky shenanigans ensue. Jake makes the right choice, and long story short, the original actor from the very first Child's Play movie comes back, and one of my favorites, Alex Vincent, who plays Andy in the first Chucky movies, makes a return for the last 3 episodes of this season, and then the last 3 episodes of the next season. So it's fucking great to see. Also, Kyle returns from Chucky 2, played by Christine Ellis. So yeah, it was really great seeing, like, oh hey, it's not snowing here yet, but I am going to trick or treat. Jay doesn't live where we live, dear. Yeah. No. Love you. You don't have to. You act like I'm, like, beating you or something. Yes, I only beat you on, like, on Sundays. Sometimes Saturday. Depends. I know someone will come in, like, the middle of the stream and hear that and be like, oh my god, he's talking about beating his... So, No, I don't beat my girl, jeez. Actually, she beats me. So, anyways, oh yeah, she said, because she heard me talking to you. She said, I live in Michigan. LOL. It snowed yesterday. And she says, "Hi, bitchy. I love you." And she says, "What's up?" Nah, I just wanted to do the Miles Morales. You know what? It's my show, so it is. Ha, how about that? Yeah, anyways. Welcome. To think, I still got what, a few hours left, and I'm already delirious. Wait until I start drinking, then shit's gonna get wacky. Also, Jay, if you want to jump on, sent you a link. You know what to do. I know Purple is gonna join me at 7, so that'll be fun. I think PB will see the link, but who knows? PB will jump in if he wants to. But anyways, so that was first season. First season was pretty. It was a pretty fun season. Liked it. Second season takes place in a Catholic school. Chucky made a plot to make 1,000 dolls of himself and ship them around the world with a bunch of killer dolls on the loose. Andy drove the fucking thing over a bridge, blew up. It was left up to the imagination whether or not Andy survived. Duh, he's a main character. He fucking survived. But season 2 kind of picks up where that left off. There is a Catholic school setting. This season deals a lot with religion. It's a touchy subject because people are touchy about religion. I will say this much. This season deals with religion a lot better than The Exorcist Believer does, and you'll hear my rant on that when I do that review later this evening. I fucking hated it, though, spoiler. I think it's one of the worst movies of this year. It would probably be close to number 1 in my top 10 worst movies, horror movies of 2023, but that one is already taken by a worse horror movie than that. But Exorcist Believer was pretty up there. I think it's a fucking joke. I think it's borderline offensive. But yeah, Chucky does it a lot better. Season 2, they're in a, I want to say kind of a Catholic school because their families got blown up. Chucky takes out their whole fucking family. So the kids are forced into this kind of like group home Catholic church kind of setting. They deal with a priest who is gay but can't deal with his feelings about being gay. It's the topic is handled very tactfully. The way I'm saying it, it doesn't appear to, because that is essentially a plot point, but it is handled very delicately. Also, if you guys don't know, the director is gay, and he had a lot of trouble with it. And he even admits, he's like, if I ever had a chance to do a show that was popular, he would want to interweave it with the story because of his own personal struggle. And look, here's my thing, and I get the woke stuff all the time and stuff like that, but there's a difference between being woke and writing something smart that fits with the story. And I think the way he writes it fits in the context of, if you're going to tackle that issue, talking about the pompous fucking group homes that push that shit is a good setting. And B, horror, to me, has always had social commentary in it. I think horror is one of the few genres where social commentary is actually the point of a lot of horror movies. So it doesn't bother me as much because, like I said, for that stuff, it should be in something that makes sense where you can make that statement, right? Like the Barbie movie. A lot of people liked it. Not my fucking cup of tea. Lots of shit in there I did not particularly like or care for, but the message fits the movie that they're making. And that's the issue that I think I have with politics and commentary. If it overshadows the story you're trying to tell, then it is a fucking terrible idea. Plain and simple. Don't want to talk about it all day, but that's how I kind of rate where I find the commentary at. So, and if you guys have any questions, let me know. I like everybody talking amongst each other in the chat. Cool. Glad everyone's getting along because this is a long stream. I'm only on, my God, an hour. So, man, I can't believe you guys enjoyed my rambling. But here we go. So, season 2 was basically them dealing with that. I got on the I got on the social commentary angle forever. But basically ends with Chucky how do I put it? He winds up killing the head of the church, Catholic church thing. Andy, meanwhile, got captured by this like Chucky doll that is a knockoff of, if you guys have ever seen Platoon. It got really wacky. It's why I didn't really like the second season as much. I thought it, especially the ending. Interesting thing, it did end on a Christmas episode. And basically the gist is Tiffany winds up killing I think she kills, let me see, Tiffany. So Tiffany swaps her soul. So this is where it gets confusing, and I haven't seen season 2 in a while. So Tiffany switches and winds up becoming her actual self, and switches with the doll. The mayor gets killed. Jake and Devin wind up moving together and starting on their own, and then that's kind of where we are. Chucky, of course, gets killed, as always, and they deprogrammed one of the Chucky dolls to be good, so good Chucky doll, as they call him, goes and fights the other dolls, and it's kind of gets ridiculous at the ending, which is why I wasn't a fan of the back half of the season. Now, the bigger question is, how did we get into the president's office? Well, Joanne, gotta go. Yep. See ya. Thank you. Looking forward to my topics. I appreciate it. I really, I appreciate it, and thank you. I'm going to be talking about, slashers and animated horror, and then some other stuff. So it'll be fun. Fun times for all. So anyways, and look, I may go midnight, I may not. If I run out of topics, then I probably will. But knowing me, I could go for a long time. So we'll see. But I would like to go midnight. I think 12 to 12. I don't know. Has some symmetry to it. Plus, I could set myself a new standard. Like, 12 to 12, Halloween stream. It'll be our annual thing. It'll be fun. Relax. We'll have a good time. Anyways, so, season 3, the presidency. Chucky has ended up in the White House. Still have no fucking idea how he got there. I'm working my way through to I haven't seen episode 4, but I've seen the other episodes. They're pretty good. 1 through 3 is pretty good. I think that it's definitely got potential. Once again, Lexi steals the show. Her sister was kidnapped in the last season by one of the Chuckies. And she is actually on her own separate quest to find her sister. Devin and Jake are still chasing Chucky. They got to make a plan to get into the White House. This is my only beef, is their plan is to go to this Halloween party at the White House hosted by the teenage son. I don't know. This is where the show goes from the realm of being funny to completely breaking my immersion. They do that a couple of times, and particularly a lot in the second season, but I can feel it a couple of times in this season where I'm kind of stretching like, I know it's a fucking killer doll. I'm watching a show about a killer doll. This is not like high art. I'm not saying that, but my problem with certain things, whether it's horror or not, is that you got to maintain the illusion that this could actually happen. Once you break me out of that, especially, it's like when I know I'm watching something that's fake, I think it really hurts the rest of the show. And there's a couple fucking times where this just breaks complete immersion, where especially dealing with okay, the president's son thing is a good idea, but this is where I think there needs to be a new cast, because having this other cast, they are not in any way connected to the president's son. So you're telling me a bunch of fucking teenagers can break into the White House? I mean, okay, but anyways, that that rant aside, hey, what's up, cousin Paulie? Good to see you. Thank you, and a happy Halloween to you. Peace. Uh, yes, I do. Chucky on the White House. Yeah, I do agree. It's I don't mind the concept. I just don't like when, like I said, something breaks me out of believability. So, um, anyways, that's the third season. So, what do I think? I'll rank these seasons first. So, of course, my favorite season is going to be season 1. I think it's the best season. And then, actually, to tell you the truth, I think season 3 is pretty good so far. Other than that, I don't. Season 2 went a little bit too far as into crazy unbelievability. But that's my ranking for the Chucky series. So let's go to the 8 movies. Good God, I can't believe there's 8 of these movies. So I decided it would be interesting and fun to give you guys my rankings of all 8 films and my reasons for why I've ranked them the way that I have. Because Chucky is up there with one of my favorite series. Like I said, I'm more of a, how do I put it? I'm more of a probably Jason fan as far as horror icons of all time. But it's not. It's Chucky is like up there because Chucky is. Holy cow! All right. Sometimes my headset just decides, oh yeah, I'm not going to do anything. Okay, so yeah, Bates Hotel. I definitely like Bates Hotel, but that's probably going to be in another discussion. Because for right now, as far as it goes, this is my first Halloween special. But I did want to save some kind of stuff for that, like for another time. So, but yeah, I like that show. I'll be honest with you, cousin Polly. I think Bates Hotel might be one of the top shows as far as that goes. Like, it's surprisingly good. The performances were excellent. But yeah, so I'm going to give you my thoughts on these individual movies, tell you why I've ranked them the way I've ranked them, and we'll start with the film I like, or the number 8 film, and I kind of count down to my number 1. So my number 8, the film that I like the least out of all of the 8 Chucky films, is going to be 2004's Seed of Chucky. Seed of Chucky. Okay, so this goes back to Bride of Chucky, which is higher on my list, but let me explain. Two dolls having sex I never needed to see. But a doll getting pregnant, having a doll. Okay, enough said. Seed of Chucky is fucking terrible. In so many ways. God, I don't even know. I recently rewatched it because I knew I was going to plan on doing a review on the Chucky series, and holy fucking shit. It's one of those movies that I can say is objectively terrible no matter how many times I force myself to watch it. I can't ever get myself to love it. It's a fucking terrible movie. It's peak 2000s where you had rappers who had to be in a movie and they weren't fucking good at at acting. And trust me, I'll leave this for Halloween when we get to Busta Rhymes' fucking cameo in the worst fucking Halloween ever made. And I love Busta Rhymes as an artist. As a fucking actor, absolutely god awful. And same here. Redman is just, he's bad, and I get the meta narrative, but it's too meta. There's a thing that Don does that's his worst enemy, and it's where the show suffers as well too, is when it goes too meta. And this movie goes way the fuck over the meta scale. It's bad. It's bad. So basically, Chucky's son. I didn't even get to the introduction to this because I fucking hate this movie so much. But basically, from Bride of Chucky, in Seed of Chucky, Glenn is born, and Tiffany and Chucky get together to raise Glenn. Glenn's trying to find his father, who is Chucky, which he doesn't know. And the two battling together splits his personality. So you deal with multiple personality disorder, a bunch of things. And here's the problem. I said messaging doesn't bother me, but it's when it fits the movie. And Don in this movie throws too many ideas. There's too much shit going on, and it's just not good. It's not. It's just fucking not good. It's fucking terrible. I'm sorry. This movie is just fucking god awful, and I hate being so mean. I think if you talk to anyone who is a fan of Chucky or in the horror community, I think we'd universally agree. This is on a lot of people's lists as far as it goes. I fucking hate this movie. It's the worst one. If we could burn it and pretend it never happened, that would be great. But unfortunately, we can't. What hand gestures? Spell? What was that? Oh, sorry. That hand gesture was just, it was just pure defeat, Crummel. Talking about this movie hurts my soul. It was terrible. It was. I thought it'd get better. I thought it'd get better, but it really doesn't. So, yeah. Seed of Chucky, fucking terrible. Did not like it. Now, the next on my list where I think it was not as good as I wanted to be would be 2017's Cult of Chucky. Followed up by one you'll see higher on my list, Curse of Chucky. Cult of Chucky picks up where Curse of Chucky left off. Fiona Dorff, you guys heard me rave about her in this show. Fiona Dorff might be more talented than her dad, Brad Dorff. She's just excellent at playing emotion. The fact that she's handicapped and she's able to battle this killer doll, I think she gives a very convincing performance where this really falls below for me, and why I put it slightly above or where I put it by the shittiest movie in the franchise. I think this for me just after the one that preceded this movie, The Curse of Chucky, which was so fucking good. I think for me, Cult was a little bit disappointing. It went too camp, went too meta once again. Not to the point of Seed of Chucky, because you can never justify to me Chucky having a fucking kid. And God, do I never want to see a doll give birth again. That was okay. Some things just don't need to happen. That was so fucking ridiculous and weird. And more of just weird. Like, it's not the act of what happened, it's just who fucking thinks of this shit kind of a thing. Cult of Chucky for me made a lot of the lore and the original stuff established in the Chucky franchise kind of conflicts with it a lot. It created this thing where I can see problems in the franchise later. Chucky can now split his soul. I don't know how I feel, especially seeing how it's utilized in the show. I get it. I don't know how I feel about it. I gotta see. I feel like it could be an excuse for doing a lot of shit later that doesn't make sense, and I don't like that. I don't like it at all. So, for me, the yeah, that was weird. the 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 Cult of Chucky is good. It's got some good kills, but I think that it goes too far into the camp. And like I said, I don't like too much camp. I like a good balance. I know that's essentially what his character is. He does funny one-liners, he kills people, whatever else. So for me, number 7 is going to be Cult of Chucky. Not a big fan of it, but I don't hate it as much as Seed of Chucky. So, number 6, Child's Play 2019. What can I say about this? Luke Hamill voiced Chucky. I think that was a good choice. I think the premise was an interesting premise. The issue I have with this movie is that it's missing the soul of what Chucky is. Like, if you watched the clips I played, right? Watch those, and then let's do a compare and contrast, because I feel like sometimes it's easier to show you what I mean as far as it goes, because it's something about it, and the more I've rewatched the movie and the more I've thought about it, it feels very soulless. It doesn't feel like it doesn't feel like the other Chuckies. There's something missing. There's something that just doesn't. It just doesn't feel like Chucky. So hold on, let me play you a trailer here, just because I did play the show. But this gets so much more difficult when I'm a one-man show. Okay, so the Child's Play 2019. These motherfuckers are gonna demonetize me for all this other shit anyway, so we're just gonna go for it. So here's 2019, right? And
At Caslin,
We believe that happiness is about more than entertainment. It's about being known, understood, loved. Introducing your new best friend.
People, let me tell you about my best friend.
So, I wanted to start with I love how they show the ending too, because that was the best part.
Chucky?
And they don't even show the doll, but okay. I did not like the doll. I think when you see that trailer, it seems like they're going back to the old style, but it dealt with AI and him controlling AI and stuff like that. I didn't like that. For me, part of Chucky's personality is kind of dark humor as well as just killing. And in the movie, they didn't grasp the kind of sick humor that Chucky has. He was a guy in a doll. In this, they went more and leaned towards the technology angle a lot more. And I think it was a poor choice, to be quite honest. I think Chucky doesn't function well if you don't feel I guess the scary part about this, if you know the lore, is Chucky is a serial killer who put his soul in a doll that keeps on coming back. And it works for two reasons, because it's a human being and it feels human. I think when you take the human out of the doll, then all you're dealing with is Terminator or something we've seen before. It doesn't work. And that's my biggest issue with 2019. I think the kills were inventive, and I think that the tone was what I've wanted Chucky to go back to, was kind of a more serious, dark tone. But the acting was not that great, and it really lost the spirit of what the movies are supposed to be. I think there's a point of having too much humor in this franchise, but there's also that other point of where you don't have that joke that's so fucked up you're like, oh my god, I can't believe he just said that, kind of a thing. I think you need that balance. When you don't have it, the movies don't work for me. And that's what really separates him from other characters. So I did not like 2019. That's why it's above. And honestly, I'd say it only makes it above Cult of Chucky because the special effects were good. The premise was good. It just fell on its face at the 11th hour. So, those were sort of my bottom films. So now we're in the top 5. These are the movies that I watch consistently. I have watched consistently, but they all land in different sort of places for me. So let's start with my next one. You guys probably know Bride of Chucky. Look, Bride of Chucky is hilarious. It was directed by Ronnie Yun. If you guys know Ronnie Yun from back in the day, he's an action director. So an action director did a fucking Chucky movie. Like one of the greatest kung fu action directors of all time did a fucking Chucky movie. How cool is that? This movie did take it kind of overboard, but I don't know. It's got some kind of magic. I don't know how to explain it. I think this is where Jennifer Tilly and Brad Dourif play off of each other so well in this movie. They have such a chemistry, especially when Jennifer Tilly gets turned into a doll. Probably one of my favorite scenes in this series where she's like, "You fucking killed me?" She goes, "I'm a fucking doll." I laugh every time. This movie is ridiculous, but this is what I'm talking about with not breaking the immersion. That line alone, like someone being killed and then Chucky putting her her soul into the soul of a doll that's a representation of her. I don't know, something fucking hilarious about that. And then just the reaction is a very human reaction, even though it's two dolls interacting. I don't know. I fucking loved it. Um, it was, oh, your sister had a buddy doll. Huh? Uh, I, I would love to get a My Buddy doll. But yeah, Bride of Chucky for me is pretty close to my top because I think it was the first and only movie that balanced really ridiculous humor that was legitly funny with gore and seriousness and stuff like that. I think one of my favorite moments across the franchise is Chucky and Tiffany are arguing um about how she's baking him cookies and shit, and he says something wrong to her, and they kidnap a couple who's supposed to parallel kind of Chucky and Tiffany's relationship. There's this young couple, and they just got married, and they're starting to have problems. And when Chucky and Tiffany are arguing about baked cookies in front of them, and he turns to the because Catherine Hagel is is in it, and Nick Stable. There we go. They both are like dating together, and so Chucky and Tiffany have this fucking bad argument, and Chucky looks at the guy, and he's like, "Bitches, am I right? Like, ugh, you can't live with them, you can't murder them." I fucking crack up every time. It's just like it's so fantastical, but the fights and the arguments in this movie and the wacky fucking shenanigans that happens, I don't know. This movie to me captures how ridiculous the series can be while still keeping it just grounded enough for it not to be too fucking ridiculous. So I really love Bride of Chucky, but of course you can't beat classics. So my next one, the number 3 film, ironically, is Child's Play 3. Child's Play 3 is great. A lot of people didn't like this. I fucking love this movie. I like them being in a military school um, because it's a good way to keep people from being able to escape. It makes a lot of sense, more than most of the setups that Chucky has had. This was the movie where you started seeing a little bit more of the humor um, from Chucky, but it wasn't too out of control yet. Um, I think that it's very underrated as far as it goes. And it's got lots of great '90s cheese in it. 91 and 90 were really the years that I liked stuff, and 98 with the Bride of Chucky. I think that was where Chucky was firing on all cylinders, really, was the 90s. Like, there was so many good ideas and stuff like that. And that brings me to number 2 on my list. Number 2 on the my favorite movies is actually going to be the original Child's Play. Now I know it's blasphemy. Everyone would be like, "But Zod, it's the original. It's a classic." I never go with that bullshit. Like, look, just because you're the first in a movie thing and you set the pace doesn't mean necessarily you're the best. Saw number 1, in my opinion, not as great as Saw 2. Saw 2 has one of the most terrifying scenes to me, and that's that fucking needle pit. I hate needles. To me, I think you can make a sequel superior to the original, and I'll get to my favorite, which is obviously going to be Child's Play 2. But Child's Play 1, I can't down credit, but it feels dated now. I rewatched it, and don't get me wrong, I've rewatched it every year. I think it's fantastic. Brad Dourif is fucking tremendous as um, Charles Lee Ray before he goes into the doll, and then after he transfers his soul. I think because of the fact that this is not shot in like the 90s or 2000s, there was less reliance on jump scares, things like that. I think one of the most terrifying parts is when, and I've showed this to Bitchy, but there's a scene where the mother is trying to get Chucky to talk. Her son is in jail. And so she lifts him up and she's like, talk to me, or I'll throw you in the fire. And he's like, okay, you fucking bitch. That is an iconic line. It's classic. Like, he struggles with her. But I think that there's something about it where, I don't know, I just don't connect with as many of the characters as I do with the next movie. It is a classic. It's established a franchise. But once again, I don't believe and I don't buy into the bullshit that you have to like the original movie. Like, these are my top 5 anyways. They're high on my list. So it's whatever, but I do enjoy. Oh, okay, let me see. Sorry about that. I got a update on some Vans shoes. Anyways, I don't buy into that bullshit that the original is always sets the whole thing. Like, okay, 90% of the time, yes, the original film, you can't beat it. But I do think that, especially with the original's Child's Play, it does feel its age at this point. The scares are really good, top tier, I love them, but I don't know. I've always liked my next one, Child's Play 2. I think Child's Play 2 is my favorite out of the series. I love the fact that this is 2 years later. Probably one of my favorite scenes is kind of a spoof on the Terminator, where they go back to the toy factory and Chucky gets crushed at the end. And spoilers for a movie from, I don't know, fucking 1992. No, shit, 1990. But yeah, I love how they kind of do a spoof, and even then, like, Chucky was very meta, so they kind of do a spoof on the original Terminator with Chucky getting crushed by the press thing. I don't know. There was just I loved the scene too where he like goes behind this businessman and puts a bag over his head and tells him to drive, and like uses him as a makeshift chauffeur. This is where we're introduced to Kyle, who will be returning back. She is one of my favorite characters. She's a badass by the end of this movie, and I like how seeing her evolution. She's quite a bitch in the beginning of the movie, but I feel like the relationship between her and Andy and how she gets kind of brought into, there's a fucking killer doll, because as usual, nobody will believe Andy. And I think that the person who plays Andy does a very good job as well. So yeah, it's one of those rare things where I think the sequel actually, at least for me, is better than the original. And I know that's sacrilege. Everybody's like, you gotta like the original, but honestly, I think number 2 is better because you've got more relationships. Now, granted, you can't understand what's going on in number 2 if you haven't seen number 1. But I don't know. I think knowing the lore and everything, number 2 is my pick as far as it goes. But both are great. I'll be back. Got to go take care of Mom before she turns 2. All right, Crummel. I will be here doing my thing. Wow. So yeah, my number one pick out of the 8 movies is Child's Play 2. Hopefully, you got that ranking out of the way. So there's one more series I want to talk about that's in this series, and then I've got 3 that I will rank which 3 I like the best. And it is a movie that I don't know how many people have seen. You guys might laugh. This is a very deep cut. So it is so hard. Bring it over. Okay, here we go. Yes. Okay, so our last one in this category. Let's go. This is an old school movie. I watched this as a kid. I am very fascinating with how they do this, and
In a house of mysteries,
This hotel seems to have quite a history, Mr. Kelly.
Who are you people?
a research team with special powers
God, I love the 80s trailers. In a house on the hill.
Because we are all joined by our thoughts.
has uncovered an ancient secret.
I have something
An
I want to show
ancient
you.
evil.
Metaphysically speaking, I killed myself.
But they are playing with an evil force.
What would you do with the power?
You can't save her, Alex.
They have given life to a deadly power.
We're all in danger.
God,
And now a box of little toys
I think someone's in the room, Frank.
has become a gang of little terrors.
Oh my goodness. YouTube's probably gonna ding me for that one.
Blade, Ms. Leach, Jester, and Tunneler. Irene Miracle, Paul Lamont, Barbara Crampton, and William Hickey as the Puppet Master.
Oh my god, that is so great. So, the Puppet Master is a old school franchise. I don't know if anyone's even heard of these movies. I thoroughly enjoy this. This was by no means a great franchise, or for that matter, maybe even the best. Maybe even the best series, but it's one of those guilty pleasures that and it's just fun. You can see by the trailer, they're just fun movies. So there's a lot of lore in this franchise, but the premise of the original is that it is a horror film that has been around for years. A lot of them went straight to video, and I mean even Chucky had its straight to video releases. So I don't really count that against it, but the Puppet Masters is basically about how this German scientist created these puppets, and they were part of World War II experiments. The scientist died, and these puppets are brought to life, and they're pissed off because they don't know where their creator is. These puppets actually, they're not, what makes it different is they're not human beings. They're still puppets, but they have their own thoughts and emotions. They're given this serum that brings them to life. It's like this green serum. And I don't know. I just find there's something clever and intriguing about the whole thing. I don't know. Everybody's got their guilty pleasures, I guess. I don't know. I find it a very fascinating franchise. And oddly, probably one of my favorite ones. I think is the fourth movie, or it might be the third movie. Yeah, it's the third movie, Talon's Revenge. The third movie actually tells you the backstory, and it's really kind of sad. And it makes you feel for these puppets. These puppets aren't like Chucky in a sense because one, they do think for themselves, but they aren't sentient like Chucky is. Chucky is literally somebody's soul shoved into a doll. These are dolls brought to life by a serum that were kind of taught and have their own personalities, which I found fascinating. It raises a whole bunch of philosophical questions, but um, in the third movie, it adds to the lore where you get to see the original person who made them, and he created the dolls for his daughter. Um, and I like the fact that they tie it into a historical event. The Nazis, scientists, or the Germans were trying to figure out different ways to win the war. And his project was okay, we can create these dolls to go into spaces we can't get into. They can plant bombs and things like that, which actually historically is kind of crazy good idea. I mean, maybe I'm just nuts, but I mean, think about it. If you have like a, I don't know how many inches it is, a 10 inches doll that can go into the enemy lines and plant bombs to hide. That's actually kind of a fucking good idea. So the doll maker figures out how to bring them to life. The doll maker's daughter actually likes the dolls, and the dolls develop a liking to the daughter of this German scientist and him. And so the Nazis come wanting their experiments, but the daughter likes them, and the general guy isn't fond of that, so he fucking kills the daughter and the wife. And so the creator, Talon, um, is like, fuck you guys, and he sends the dolls after the German soldiers and starts hunting till they get to this German general. I don't know, just something about it. It's a very creative series. I think it's a very interesting take on the genre. But all in all, I'd say that it's one of those weird series where the later editions of the movies are actually pretty good. Puppet Masters 4 and 5 are really good. Curse of the Puppet Master is okay. And then you have crossovers. Yes, this is where they did crossover movies for these. Like, they had Puppet Master versus Demonic Toys. I swear to God that you can't make that up. That's a thing. Puppet Master Legacy was pretty good. But yeah, there's a bunch of films in there. I'm going to just tell you my favorites are the original Puppet Master, number 3, and probably 4 as well, because 4 was pretty. 4 was one of my favorites. The other ones I can give or take. They were not that bad, but a guilty pleasure. If you guys ever have a chance, watch them. So as far as it goes, my Master of Puppets, it's time to rank which overall series that I like, and this is why it's going to take me so long. I've really put a lot of thought into this. So, out of Five Nights at Freddy's, Chucky, and Puppet Masters, my top 1 is Chucky, and then number 2 is Five Nights at Freddy's, and number 3 is Puppet Masters, in the order of the things that I like. So there you have it. Chucky wins out. Big Chucky fan, always have been. But Five Nights at Freddy's is at number 2, just because it's newer. and Puppet Masters is a guilty pleasure. But if you have a chance, definitely check it out. Funny ass movie. So that'll do it for this heading. So let's go to the next one. And the next one I am going to talk about is slasher icons. So we have a bigger set of people in this group. Bigger movie franchises. So I did not do that many. I'm doing it out of 1, 2, 3, 4 franchises. We're going to do Jason, and we're going to do Scream, Jason, Texas Chainsaw Massacre, or Friday the 13th. Friday the 13th, Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Halloween, and Scream. Those are my contenders for who's going to be the top of my slasher icons. So let's go down the list here. And I'm going to give you, as always, a kind of ranking of my favorite movies, my reasons for them, and then kind of put which ones I like in which order. And then I'm going to do an overall ranking. So who will be number 1 out of Scream, Halloween, Texas Chainsaw Massacre, or Friday the 13th? We'll have to see. So let's get into this. I'm going to start with a series that's always been odd to me. Very odd series, and that's the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. I've always felt Texas Chainsaw Massacre should never have gone beyond one film. I even will take the remake. Honestly, I think I like the remake over the original, to be quite honest. Texas Chainsaw Massacre is one of those odd franchise which I've never got how the hell they ever became a franchise. 2 is not bad, but it's very weird. It's very, very weird, odd change of pace. 3's just kind of whatever. I think 3's the boring one. 4 is meh. It's just like as they go on, they just get progressively worse. I think the reboots were pretty good. I'm actually one of the crazy people who actually would probably prefer the reboots over the original. Not that I don't respect what was done at that time, especially in an era where those kinds of films were breaking ground. But Texas Chainsaw Massacre, to me, is like one of the oddest franchises, I think, in history. There's some things to me that are kind of like Scream one and done. And that's just one of those movies where I was like, how did you get more movies? Like, how in the world did this become a long-running franchise? I do not understand it. And I understand that, especially horror in particular, you could stretch out because horror movies make ridiculous amount of money. I'll give you an example. Five Nights at Freddy's is $20 million film. It just did in its first weekend almost $200 million. There's going to be 2 more movies. It's happening. I don't care how pissy these pompous, ridiculous fucking reviewers are. Get over it. It made money. It always was going to make money. And that's the thing I think that keeps Texas Chainsaw Massacre going. Or Jason, or Halloween. They're so cheap to make. They're such an easy concept, and the return is like 200 to 300% back of what the investment is. So, let's talk. Then I don't sleep. Maybe tomorrow? Oh, well, I mean, you don't have to sleep. I'm going to be up until midnight. So, and don't worry, I got you. So let's talk about Texas Chainsaw Massacre, created in 1974 by the horror like he's one of the fathers. You put him there with John Carpenter, who we'll talk about here in a bit, and all the other greats. Toby Hooper. Toby Hooper really transcended into a realm of becoming a great horror master by pushing the envelope back in the day. Like, honestly, when I think about it now, the original Texas Chainsaw Massacre is not it's not actually as gory as the other ones. And I remember talking to someone, I was talking to them at the bar the other day. We were talking about Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and we were saying, because the question came up because there was a Halloween trivia, and so the question did come up, and someone asked, was like, how many times does he kill with the chainsaw, right? And I had to think about that. It's like twice. So think about that. He maybe kills in that movie 3 people, 4 people, something in that. The one girl kills herself in the beginning. So when you really think about how violent that movie is, it's not actually that violent. I've seen more blood, gore, and guts in the newer films than in this one, and that's what I mean. Like, I think with Toby Hooper's directing, and I think what makes the original Texas Chainsaw the icon that it is that it's dirty. And what I mean by that is this movie feels dirty. It feels disgusting. It feels grimy. There's a certain way that the movie is shot. There's a feel about the movie. And I think that's what people confuse it being. I've had this argument with people where they're like, oh, it's so horrible, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, no, actually, it isn't. When you stop and you watch the movie, there's maybe 4 actually shown maybe slightly gruesome kills. There's one where the dude gets hooked and pulled back. I think someone gets cut in half with the chainsaw, but they cut away. When you actually think about the composition of that movie, I think the terror does not come from the actual murders that you see on screen. It's the feel, it's the implication, it's the grime, and it's the nastiness of the situation. It's the shot of the house. I think a lot of it is of knowing what that family is and what's happening as opposed to just, and it's really funny too because it's gotten this reputation of being infamously like kind of grindhousey kind of thing, but for me, grindhouse is not just blood, guts, gore, and sex. It's also a feeling that a film has, just a dirty, dingy, kind of make you stomach churn feeling, and that's what the original has. And I think it pulls off something that no other movie in its genre did at the time, and it's making you feel nauseous while watching the film without anything actually happening. And I swear, sit down and actually watch the original Texas Chainsaw Massacre and tell me how many people actually get killed, like actually brutally murdered, that created this sense of like this being the most provocative kind of. They really don't. Actually, it's a fucking tame movie. In all honesty, in all retrospect, it's actually a tame movie. It's not that gory at all. That's the crazy part I never put together. Jason, Halloween, they actually have more kills in their first movies than Texas Chainsaw Massacre does. And I think that's crazy to me to think about that because it's built a reputation on being this nasty, almost snuff kind of film, but it's not that it shows you anything. It is the feeling that you get from watching the clips. I think I'm going to play a clip to demonstrate what I mean, but Laura B says, then I don't sleep maybe tomorrow. And only 4 people? Well. But it's really just this feeling that it gives you, I think. Hold on. Keep on getting because there's a Texas Chainsaw Massacre game, which exactly makes my point. 1974. Let's see. What's the astronomical possibilities I could pull up a trailer? Trailer reaction? No. Hold on a second. I hate when it's like, no, I don't want to see other people's reactions, but oh, original trailer. All right, here we go. Special treat, 4K. Let's go. 70s trailer. And you know what's hilarious about this too? I think the mindset for horror is completely different in the 70s than it is right now. So let's go to to the to the Bat Cave of, or I'll call it the Trailer Cave. You know what? Whatever. Okay, so let's go. I don't mind about 4 people because honestly, I'm going until midnight. People will jump in, people will jump out. I'm good with that. So let's watch a trailer of the original Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
What happened was true. The most bizarre and brutal series of crimes in America.
And like, here's the thing with this scene too. He just kind of carries her down there, and the completion of that scene, because I don't think they show as much as they used. Oh yeah, they do show the scene. So yeah, he put her on a Oh, this was hilarious.
Stop! This is
See, there's the one chainsaw kill. So it's really interesting because when you're looking at that, yeah, there's only 4 people. Exactly. This is considered, so in the 70s, right? When you think about the time that this came out, this to them was considered the end all be all, like super violent. This movie earned such a reputation. And now thinking about it and showing those clips, right? It's not badly shot, but I think 90% of the movie is just the feeling of the film. That's what I honestly think. Like, nobody ever really thought about, there's only 4 people who die. A lot of it's cutaway. I think the chainsaw scene is when they really show, like, the guy getting sawed in half with the chainsaw, the dude getting an axe to the face. I mean, if you've watched horror as long as I have, it's like, okay, axe to the face, whatever. It's odd. It's built its legacy on being such this, like, forbidden, grimy kind of film. And in my honest opinion, I don't think it's as bad as everybody's made it out to be. So you have Texas Chainsaw Massacre in 74. You have Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2 in 86. This is the redheaded stepchild for me. It's such a big tone switch. Now, the thing that it has going for it is that the same director, Tobe Hooper, did it, but the tone is totally different. And this is where you meet the other members of this family. But once again, not that it was bad, but it's not a movie that screams sequel. I mean, it's watchable. You have Texas Chainsaw Massacre number 3, the most boring of them. It's just boring. It's bad because it's boring. I don't know. It's bad. The Return of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, shit. And then we've got the 2003 Texas Chainsaw Massacre remake. And I'm just going to say it. 1, I'm a fan of Jessica Biel. 2, I'm just going to say I think this is better. I know. there's people who probably argue with me. I'm sorry. This is just a better quality. I love the dude who plays the sheriff. He's he's the guy from Full Metal Jacket who's like Sergeant Pyle. Like he is such a good asshole. What's his name? Let me look it up because I always forget his name. Jessica Biel. I'm trying to. There we go. R. Lee Emery. R. Lee Emery is one of those people who is so good, and him playing not only the patriarchy of the family, but a sheriff in the town. And it's one of the few remakes where they did Texas Chainsaw at the beginning, and I actually like that one too because they explained how he became the sheriff. And yeah, I really loved the remake of this movie. I think the remake actually is better. Um, I also like the feel of the remake. So I played the 70s. So let me show you guys the remake. And now don't get me wrong, Jessica Biel is not exactly the greatest actress in the world, but um she's not the worst. um I think there are certain roles that I think she could play pretty well. This is one of those roles where I don't think she's that bad. She has to be basically the heroine, and um, I don't know. I think my feelings are, I think it could have been she could have did way worse of a job, but you know, hold on a second. It's so funny digging up these clips from like a while ago. So hopefully there's nothing in here that would get me pulled because I do know sometimes if they sneak, especially on red band trailers, if they sneak shit in, uh, YouTube won't. I know they did pull or try to pull my stream one time because I had too much violence, even though my thing is clearly stated not for kids. They sometimes tend to get pissy depending on what's shown. Probably the music too, if the fucking music plays. I think too, you had a great cast here. I really like. I like this guy right here. He's really good. What's his name? I believe Jonathan Tucker. No, Jonathan Tucker's good, but not him. Who is it? Mike? Oh no. There we go. Eric Belfour. Eric Belfour was in 24. He's really good.
I'm gonna have to call the cops, I guess.
Excuse me.
What the hell was that?
Like, see, this is what I'm saying. This is a good one and done.
Alright, that's it. If somebody's out there, just come on out!
What is that?
I also love the 2000 sensibility. They're like,
what the hell are you doing in my house?
I think too in this one the family's much scarier. I've always liked that too. So yeah, call me crazy. I think this remake is like 20 times better. I'm sorry. I respect the original from what it's done. Now I know everybody says, Michael Bay, say what you want to. He can shoot a movie damn good. And plus, to me, Leatherface is fucking terrifying in this movie.
He's killing him! Who's killing who?
And that guy I just love as an actor.
Oh, my.
Like, oh my god, I'm sorry. I know, and I've had this argument with people who are like defenders of old school stuff, and I get it. I am also not a fan of making a remake of certain things, but the original Texas Chainsaw Massacre was made in fucking 74. And I've just proven, like, given today's standards, it's probably not the scariest. I think you could stop at 2003. I think the 2003 one was just the perfect one. Shot great, acted decent enough, way better than most horror movies. That's just my personal opinion. Hey, hey, MJ1 Media, good to see you. Haven't seen you in a bit. Happy Halloween. Welcome, welcome. This is my spooktacular stream. And I watched 3 Texas Chainsaw for the first time in a month. 1, 2, and the 2003 remake. 2 is my favorite. Yeah, I like 2. Like I said, 2 is wacky. But none of this shit makes sense to be a trilogy. And I've said this before, too. I think it's one of those odd movies that should have never been a trilogy and just got made one. Nobody knows how it happened. Nobody knows who the fuck are funding these movies. But here we are, and we got a new shitty one from Netflix. God, I hated the Netflix one. There were some really good parts in it. Really good kills. But the story is just stupid. The commentary didn't make sense. And it's like, there's so many things that don't make sense, such as why the fuck a bunch of TikTokers would buy a place in Texas thinking they can make it a tourist attraction in the middle of nowhere. There's a lot of things in that movie that's so fucking stupid to get these people from there to explain why they would stay in this town. And then bringing back the original character for no apparent reason, which nobody really remembers the first girl ever in 74. It's not like a Jamie Lee Curtis thing where she's recognizable as Laurie Strode. Sally is not that, unless you're a super huge fan of Texas Chainsaw Massacre, she is not iconic like that. I mean, you're talking Jamie Lee Curtis just on her own with all the stuff that she knows. And she's not just known for Halloween. Jamie Lee Curtis has branched out as an actress in general. So, of course, when you see Jamie Lee Curtis return to Halloween, people are going to see that. Their idea for Netflix to bring back characters from the 70s Texas Chainsaw Massacre is so fucking stupid. I can't even put into words how it doesn't connect. And don't get me wrong, I don't think the Netflix movie was like an abomination, because I really don't like this series as much as most people. I just think, much like everything in this series, it doesn't need to be made. It doesn't fucking need to be made at all. Oh yeah, it is. Yeah, the first Texas Chainsaw Massacre was made. Hold on, let me go back. I want to say, yeah, 1974. October 1974 was its U.S. release date, and the number 2 was 86. Yeah, it was in that time of 70s horror. So, yeah. I am talking about a series that should never be a series, and that's the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, perp. One of the worst slasher franchises. And not because they're bad movies. Like, look, don't get me wrong. I like Texas Chainsaw Massacre, the remake. I think it's better than the original. I like the beginning. I think that it's just one of those film series that never made sense to be a franchise. It's kind of always, for me, been a one and done. It's one story. It's like there's not much of a place you can go. And like I said, the Netflix one was fucking terrible. Good kills, just the concept was terrible. Bringing back Sally made no fucking sense. It's been one of those franchises where I feel like they don't know what to do with the character. For instance, I would love, like they did with Freddy versus Jason, do like Leatherface versus Myers or something like that. I don't know. That'd be a wacky, funny thing to do. But just in general, I just never thought it should be a franchise. Never in my life. So, What commentary, Zod? What do you mean? oh, the Texas Chainsaw Massacre remake, or the Netflix one, had social commentary on mass media and influencers, and I hate when people who don't know how technology works comments on technology. It's like it's okay. It's like your grandfather lecturing you on what they believe is going to happen with cell phones. It's like, well, these kids on the TikTok, they're just all bringing their phones out everywhere. It's the movie. The Netflix movie is so obvious and transparent at the age of the person writing the script, because I'm like, okay, example. There's this part where Leatherface kills this dude, and I'm sure you guys have seen the fucking clip, but I'll explain it anyways, even though it hurts my head. He goes on the bus with this fucking. He's got the chain, the fucking chainsaw in his hand. Goes on this bus with a bunch of influencers or whatever, or they call them investors, and he's got his chainsaw still running like this, and dude puts up a camera and goes, uh, bro, if you take another step, you'll be canceled. And I'm like, look, I get what he's saying about in the statement about the way the culture is today. And I'm not even saying that I don't agree with what's being said, but I don't care one side or the other. If the message is delivered so fucking poorly, I can't support either side of the argument, because it's just like, it's such a like, oh my god, it's such a like your grandfather writing a script moment. That's the best way I could put it. It's so like, who the fuck thought this was a good thing to keep in the movie? Like, I know you can edit it. Oh, by the way, that's the lovely bitch. Hold on a second. I'm just gonna turn off my camera, so I could go harass the lovely lady in my life. She can hear me, so she's probably gonna hear me doing this for a second. So let's see. Oh, there she is, beautiful and lovely. Just gonna give her some kisses because she's feeling neglected. Oh, sorry, that's what happens when I do a 12-hour stream, babe. All right. Don't forget to go in my pocket. You gotta get. Oh God, don't look at me. I mean my coat pocket, because I left the key to lock the door in there because me and the other person I closed with had to leave before the alarm went off, and I still had the key to the door because I forgot to lock it before we set the alarm. Long story. I got the fucking key. Just take it before you leave. All right. Sweet cheeks. Love you. Okay. Anyway, sorry. I had to take, like, look. I have a beautiful woman. I don't want to neglect her. I had to take a bit of a break to let her know. I'm glad I grossed out, Perp. You know what? Worth it. But Perp, I'm sure you agree. So let me show you a clip of what I mean when I talk. I think this is the purest example of cringe. Now, I've shown you the 74's Texas Chainsaw, which is just fucking hilarious compared to today, right? And I showed you 2003, which I will argue to the death. I think 2003 is the most superior as far as remakes go. I think it just hits just right, and I mean, you can't beat it. But so let's go. Let me play the Netflix trailer in case you guys missed this. And this just explains to you how this movie like really was. And look, I don't even think the Netflix one is bad, to be honest. I don't think it's bad as far as I've seen worse in this franchise. I've seen a lot worse. So I don't think it's bad on that level. I just think it's very poorly written, and the cameo of the legacy character is a pure gimmick. Pure gimmick. You had Halloween come out with Laurie Strode. Now everybody wants to throw a fucking legacy character in their movie, even if it doesn't fucking work. And it doesn't. Nobody knows who the fuck Sally is unless you're a mega fan of Texas Chainsaw Massacre. And if you are, you're not fucking watching this because at this point, you're tired of the fucking movies coming out. It's not like being a Jason fan or being a Halloween fan, okay? You don't have any fucking hope left. where is I'm guessing PB is still working. If I know him, he'll stop by. You know you can't keep a good polar bear down. So let's check out the new Netflix version, and then I'm gonna give you my ranking of all of these movies, so you get the gist. But you get to see how terrible this is. Oh, for fuck's sake!
You've proven yourself a powerful warrior, but you.
Okay, hold on. This just. Alright, there we go. I hate YouTube's way of navigating. Like, if I just click over to the side and there's a little thumbnail for people I like, it'll just skip over to the. Okay.
So Harlow is a ghost town.
We have a vision for this place. All it needs is young blood.
I don't want to live here. This is a chance for people to start fresh somewhere.
Okay, so my first glaring problem, and I'll go through as I go through this trailer, because I don't even think I reviewed this on my channel, or maybe I did a brief review, okay? First problem, why the fuck are people buying fucking desolate land in the driest ass end of Texas? It makes no fucking sense. And this is the problem from the very beginning of this movie until the ending. That really just chaps my ass. It's not even that this couldn't be a good premise. But right away I say, does anybody know a bunch of young fucking kids, okay, who are investors that would buy fucking land in Texas? Anybody feel like this is a completely 100% real premise? Like, do you picture people whose job to make investments in towns would look at this fucking shithole in Texas and go, yeah, that looks like a prime place for the youth to come? Like, this is what I mean by writing by somebody who's trying to pretend they understand the younger audience. And the contrast to this is watch that movie Talk to Me. Talk to Me feels like it understands the young people it's writing about. And I'm going to give the creators credit. It is probably because they are younger than I, or some people are, or they've gone through that scene, or they just have a good comprehension of how young people and dialogue works. And I just had to pause it because that itself stretched my believability. But I soldiered on.
Hey guys, you should see this.
What are you doing in our house? You really shouldn't be here.
Oh my God.
And now, just to pause at a brief moment and talk again, because I'm kind of giving you guys a breakdown, plus YouTube won't completely pull off my video. The other thing, though, the positive for this is the kills were pretty good. They were pretty good. That kill with the axe, and I think he like winds up taking off his face. It's pretty gnarly, not gonna lie. But when it's doing stuff like that, this movie works. And once again, and I'm glad Perp actually definitely agrees with me there. I think that this movie is just not meant to be a franchise, but the basic, like, Leatherface doing his thing, pretty cool. All right, cool stuff there. Because I don't like just completely shitting on it.
This is Hardesty.
I like Don't Breathe. And, like, here's the thing. Okay, here's my other issue. If you look at Halloween, right, Laurie Strode prepares for Michael Myers because Michael, she still lives in the place that Michael's is at, right? She still lives in Haddonfield. You know, not including the Halloween H2Os, but even if you don't, okay, she's always mentally prepared for him because he basically fucking destroyed her life, right? They threw out the brother and sister thing, which I choose to keep out because that was just a fucking terrible idea to begin with. But here's the thing that doesn't make sense to me about Sally's characters. So you're telling me your best friends die. And I can tell you because I watched this whole fucking movie, who the fuck called her? Why are they calling her? Why is she keeping track if he hasn't been active, okay? Because the premise of this movie is Leatherface has been kind of dormant. He wasn't active until now because this old lady dies, which they don't explain who this fucking old lady is to him, right? So, who's this old lady? Who is she to Leatherface? Why does he give a shit? Okay, if I give you the benefit, maybe it's a relative that's left, the only remaining member. Or maybe it's somebody who took him in when his family died. Okay, I could get past that. But you're telling me the character from the first movie who watched all 4 of her friends fucking die and this maniac chase her down the road with a fucking chainsaw, who clearly booked it to another fucking district, has been waiting, what, 20 fucking years? 30 years? For the phone call to face this guy again. No, bullshit. I don't buy it. I think it's the stupidest, most lazy, contrived way to make a standoff between 2 legacy characters. I don't fucking buy it. There is nobody who waits for 30 fucking years and puts like a fucking a low jack on a person, like, oh, he's back, I must go back. It's like, it's the laziest way to bring. It is truly okay. The worst legacy cameo I saw was an Exorcist believer. I will talk about that piece of shit later. But okay, that was the worst cameo of all time I've ever seen. But this one is right fucking up there. I can guess the logic doesn't make any sense. You're telling me this old fucking lady waited for 30 fucking years. It's just like, well, I'm gonna go back and track this son of a bitch. I'm like, no, you're not. You're like 70 fucking 4 by now. You're telling me she's gonna pull a Sarah Connor? No, you are not Jamie Lee Curtis. You're not a badass. Jamie Lee Curtis, the shit she did in Halloween made sense to trap in Michael Myers. This does not. It's fucking terrible. I'm very disappointed. Yes, lovely. Okay, just leave it off to the side. But yeah, it just never made sense to me. I'm sorry. I got distracted. It's okay. I got a 12-hour stream. I could talk as long as I want
to. Just to see him again.
Now, here's the part that's the worst part. I think they're going to show it on the stream. Come here. Is this the part? Yeah, they're going to show it, I think.
Looks like it's you that he wants.
Like, here's the thing, too, okay? The funniest part, so Sally has her big showdown with Leatherface, and I'm sure people have heard other people talk about this, but you know what? I haven't said my piece, and I'm going to say my fucking piece on this movie, because it baffled my mind, okay? So this bitch waits 40 years. She gets Leatherface in a compromising position, has a shotgun, which I could show you guys the scene, because unfortunately, Netflix doesn't let you stream it over live, and if you do, you get pulled down immediately, but I'm sure I could find a clip, but it's so fucking stupid, I don't even know if I want to show it, but Oh God, it's so stupid. I'm about to die. Good Lord, I am so angry. I started choking. So she waits 30, 35 years for for Leatherface, supposedly, right? Has him dead to rights. Chooses not to shoot him because he doesn't remember her. This is not like Jason or Freddy or even fucking Michael Myers, right? He's how old now, according to the timeline? He's killed how many people? You think he fucking remembers you from like 70 something? And they're keeping the timeline? It's so fucking ridiculous to me. And this is my issue because I didn't have a problem with the first like third of the film. But A, they do the cliche thing. You have the killer. You let him fucking go when you have a double barrel shotgun to him, and boom, you can end him. But no, the movie has to end fucking stupidly. So you have this dude who killed your 4 friends dead to rights. But oh no, you can't end him there because you want him. Remember me. And I know what they were going for, right? They were going for this big Jamie Lee Curtis, Sarah Connor kind of moment with their character, and it doesn't work. And I'm going to play a clip when I get to Halloween. The performance between Jamie Lee Curtis and the lady who returns, I forget her name, who plays Sally. The performances between the two is vastly different. Vastly fucking different. So while she is putting effort into the role, it's just not written well enough for her to execute these lines. It doesn't sound impactful. It sounds fucking ridiculous. It may, yes, Jamie Lee is badass. That is the difference. Jamie Lee Curtis has built this rep. One of my favorite movies is True Lies. And when you watch her act with Arnold Schwarzenegger, she really does keep up. Like, you buy her role, and especially towards the end and when they get together. I always wanted a sequel for that movie, but anyways, that's neither here or there. Jamie Lee Curtis can turn on this intensity in her acting, where when she has a role where she's face to face with Michael, like everything she says in that first Halloween movie, and I'll get to that when I get to my Halloween section, but I'm not gonna lie, like, I love Halloween 2018. I did not hate Ends as much as most people did. The Halloween fan base is a very fickle bunch. Um, I also like the Rob Zombie films. Apparently, you're fucking on an island if you like those films. I don't like the dialogue in the films. I think Rob Zombie's dialogue is trash, and he should get somebody else to write his script. But that's a show for another day. But I don't have as much of an issue as other people do. But I'm more invested in Jason than I am with Michael Myers, so maybe that's it. But Jamie Lee Curtis delivering the lines in that film sound badass. When she says something to him, when I play back the clip, they say it in the original trailer, but she says something like, "Let's finish this, Michael," or something like that. You just feel the intensity. It's like you are in it for that. I remember people fucking clapping in the theater when the two like face off and you find out what her plan is. And spoiler alert if you haven't seen fucking Halloween 2018. But when they have that cat and mouse game, there's something intense. There's something like you're in it. The David Green might have fucked up The Exorcist, which he should have never done, and debatable how you feel about Halloween Ends, but that first Halloween, he really captured and wrote good writing. He really understood the conflict between the two of them. This feels like a complete cash grab. That's what this feels like. It feels like Netflix, once again, just trying to capitalize on the famous IP. There's no love behind this. Yes, bye, Laura B. If you happen to pop in again, 2 hours going strong, baby. We're almost to the 3 hour mark. But there is no, oh, I'm sorry, MJ1. Well, if you're still here, bye, have fun. There's no intensity. There's no fucking, I don't feel the stakes in this movie. And that's my biggest problem with these two facing.
Let him kill you. Fear no evil. Fear no evil.
Try anything and you're canceled, bro.
Like, this is what I'm talking about. You see, I get what they're trying to say here. Okay? I get the message. But if you see a man in a mask made of somebody's fucking face with a smock that has blood on it, and he has a chainsaw in his hand, do I have to say it? Do I have to say how fucking stupid this scene is? And this adds nothing to the movie. Like, look, you can have him run through a bus of douchebags. Cool. Maybe you have them live stream and you set it up to where you have someone go, oh my god, there's this crazy fuck, we need help, and you have the comments going like saying, oh my god, is this real, blah blah blah. Maybe do a zoom in of the comments or do them off to the side of people going, oh, this is cool. And then you have the social commentary you're trying to make, like you show people literally watching people being murdered live and their reactions to this. You can have some people going, oh, this is awesome. You can have the viewer count going up. There's so many creative things he could have did with this scene. But all they do is everybody raises their phones and go, if you take a step further, bro, you're canceled. It's so fucking stupid. And somebody wrote this line down, and I'm sure they thought, oh man, this is some hard-hitting stuff. We are really reaching the younger generation and their obsession with phones. And it's like, I've seen this fucking message so many times and delivered so poorly. And look, everybody is a slave to their phone. I got my fucking phone with me right now. I'm literally looking at messages while I'm doing this stream. Okay? I get it. I get the commentary behind how we are very cell phone dependent, social media dependent. Hell, I'm streaming this right now. My issue is not with the commentary, but how it's fucking delivered. And this is the worst, most heavy-handed, poorly fucking delivered line I've seen in a film in quite some time. Like, of all the fucking choices you had in the world, this is the line you come up with. It's so bad. It's so horrible. I do not understand it. It's Crumble says, this was thought of by a kid with a crayon. Yeah, exactly, Crumble. That's what it's like. A bunch of writers got in the writing room and just threw shit against the wall and what sticked. It's terrible. This is terrible fucking writing. I do not understand how this fucking made it in the film. What? There was not one. Just think about the editing process, right? You got 3 or 4 people that this shit goes through before it becomes a movie, right? And somebody in the writing room didn't stop and look at this scene and go, you know, I think this is a bad idea. I don't think this worked. Nobody fucking thought for a second this was a terrible fucking line. I hate it. I hate that. There's something about this I hate so much. I can't put, like, I literally almost stopped watching the movie because of this line. And this is my problem I have with this film, because I can't think. I know a lot of reviewers have made a review on this, and like, there's another scene where they showed the girl was on a step. She gets a fucking sledgehammer thrown at her chest, falls through steps, and fucking lives. I know you're supposed to push believability, but if somebody throws a sledgehammer at your chest, at the very least, you're going to have broken ribs. And she fucking lives, and she's okay. She's crawling around as he's chainsawing the fucking floor. It's just fucking stupid. It makes no sense. It's fucking ridiculous.
Oh, fuck.
And, like, don't get me wrong. It's a pretty brutal and violent scene, but it's just, the setup is terrible. It's a terrible fucking setup. You know, and it screams to Netflix's terrible handling of these shows and Netflix exclusive movies. They have gotten better. There's a lot of decent shows that have come out. One Piece was excellent. I did a review on that. But it's like Netflix makes some real shit. And the dude disappointed me because he did the Evil Dead remake, which I thought was good, and I'll be talking about that later tonight. But it's just this just should have never been a franchise. That's what it comes down to. It's fucking terrible. I hate it. This movie for me is it's not good. It's not good at all. It's not good at all. I do not like Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2022. Honestly, if there weren't worst Texas Chainsaw movies, this would probably be on my bottom just for how terrible the writing is alone. And the sad part is it's written in 2022 by a pretty decent director. And I don't blame the director because the director didn't write the screenplay. I want to say there was a different person who wrote the screenplay and he just directed it. And I think directors, because their name is directly attached, they're kind of the thing that sells the movie. The directors get a lot of shit. But 90% of the time, the directors just make sure the movie looks good. They direct the actors. They don't write the scripts. So they're kind of in a really tough spot where your name's on something, but you might not have been involved in the creative process. And it's a really sad thing because I do think it had potential. I do think the visuals are visually captivating. They're good. The visuals are all right. They're decent. It's a clean 2022 movie. But yeah, this is a very weird IP. And it's a great start because I'll get to my next one that's a more consistent IP. But this just isn't it, man. It just isn't it. Fucking terrible. So let's get to ranking these movies, and I'll give a brief description. I'm pretty sure you haven't seen half of them, and I suffered through most of them for you guys, because I'm a man of the people. And I feel like in rating slasher icons, I want you to see why I put certain franchise above other ones. And the only way you can do that is getting my thoughts on what I think of the franchise. So this franchise in total has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 movies. Jesus Christ. This has 9 movies. We'll get to Jason, because don't get me wrong, Jason doesn't fare much better, but it's my guilty pleasure. So you got 9 movies in this franchise. About 5, 6 of them are fucking pointless and should not have been made. So you know where my rankings are going to go for this. So let's get down to ranking this franchise for you. So let me start with my number 9 worst film. And for that, I'm going to give it to Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3. And why I'm going to say the third installment is worse is because the third installment does something that no slasher film should do. The third installment is fucking boring. It is painfully boring. It was one of the hardest movies I had to get through. It was at a time where they were censoring horror pretty tough. And I don't necessarily blame the person who made the movie. The person who made the third Texas Chainsaw Massacre is Jeff Burr, and it was written by David S. Shaw. And they had a lot of gory scenes and things in it. But what wind up happening is the people who do the censorship for movies, I forgot the fucking organization, um, they cut this movie down to basically nothing. A lot of the stuff you would want to see a Texas Chainsaw movie for is not in there. There's hardly any gore. There's a lot of cutaways. It's really I think it's the MPA or whatever the ratings board is. They were on this big tear about trying to get rid of exploitive horror movies and all this bullshit, and it really shows in the creation of this movie. This is a movie that I feel doesn't really deserve the it doesn't deserve the rep it has, and if anything needed to be remade, it's probably this particular entry, because I'd be curious to see what their original cut was. There was a lot of good ideas. It was just poorly executed, and to be quite honest, I can't tell if it's the rating boards that fucked the movie over or just the general premise. The idea and the setup is interesting. It's back to being dark and gritty, but it just doesn't have any bite to it, and it's really because um, they're really they're handheld um, to this idea of having to censor something that honestly the only reason that makes it good is the gore and the blood and the violence and what Leatherface does. That's what people see these movies for. If you take that away, this movie doesn't really have a plot. It doesn't have a purpose. Not like the original. You can't play that based on a true story kind of angle because you're 3 movies in. So I just think the director was dealt a bad hand. Unfortunately, that still makes it the worst movie in my mind out of all 9 of them. Following very closely is the worst gimmick of all time in horror movies. I hate this fucking gimmick, even for my favorite series, 3D. Look, Texas Chainsaw 3D and all of these Saw 3D and fucking Jason 3D, all of these 3D movies is the worst gimmick for a movie. Like, look, 3D works for certain films, but I've never watched a horror movie that says in 3D that's ever been good. Jaws 3D was shit. Like, all of these movies that are formatted for 3D, not only is it specifically designed for you to be in the theater to see the effects come out at you, but when you translate that to a home release, back in my day it was VHS, back when I was a kid, or even DVD or remastered or whatever, it's just, it doesn't work because you can see the shots that were designed to be 3D, and it really breaks you out of the immersion. Plus, the plot is fucking terrible. At this time, they ran out of ideas, and there was like, oh my god, it was horrible. I forget the plot, but it was like some rich guy, and he was controlling Leatherface. It was bad. Okay, it was terrible. It's right up there with 3. 3 is bad for very different reasons, but 3D was just fucking. Oh my god, it was. It was a waste of time. The Return, I did not like the 4th installment, The Return. They leaned a lot towards the comedy angle, but I just don't think that it had enough of the stuff. Don't get me wrong, it was past the ratings fiasco, but it just wasn't. It just wasn't that good. It was very forgettable. I forgot a lot of the plot. Um, so for me, Massacre, 3D, and Return are the worst of the 9. So 9, 8, 7. So we're at number 6. So the number 6 movie for me is going to be Texas Chainsaw: The Beginning. Now, I don't think that The Beginning is necessarily a bad film, but the answers to the questions that I got during the remake phase output, because this is when 2003 came out, they had Texas 2003, The Beginning, and then Leatherface. I'm going to pick my next one based on this, but The Beginning kind of tells you how the dude became sheriff. Leatherface became Leatherface. It was answering questions that I don't think needed to be answered. And that's the problem with prequels and horror movies. It really takes away from the mystique of the character when you answer too many questions. Like, look, I don't want to find out the origins of my favorite killer. Like, it works for Jason because that's kind of built into his story. And I'll get to Jason when I get there. But, like, take Scream. Like, I don't give a fuck what their childhood was like or whatever else. I'm there for the typical of who done it and their reasons for getting back at the person, essentially. But it's not like I want to know their mother didn't hug them enough or whatever. I mean, it's just I hate movies explaining my favorite horror icon and giving this like backstory. And if you don't handle it well, I think it comes off as like even in the new Chucky series, right? They explain more about Charles Lee Ray, but what they give us, you still have mystery about exactly what his motives are. You just get a little bit of an insight to who he is and not why he is. And I think when you start giving the why away to people, it takes away the mystery that people keep in their minds. A perfect example is a show called Twin Peaks. They had this mystery around Twin Peaks, right? And the mystery was never meant to be solved. When you solve the mystery, though, you take away the mystique behind some of these IPs. And what these directors and studio execs don't get is that sometimes a character is built on the mystery of the character. You know, like with Hellraiser, right? Pinhead. Like, yeah, you kind of know who he is, you know how he became Pinhead, but there's still a lot of mystery about what he runs in hell, like what he does, and things like that. The mystery is what keeps people invested. When you give away the mystery, then people know everything and they don't give a shit after that because it's like, why am I watching this? I already know why he does what he does, and I think it was a bad misstep for these movies. So at number 5, we're going to have Texas Chainsaw, Leatherface. I really like Leatherface. It's the 8th film, but I'm putting it at number 5 because they have a bit of a whodunit in here. First off, it's set in kind of an asylum kind of thing. There's 3 friends who break out, and the mystery of it goes way back, and the mystery is who is Leatherface out of these group of friends. So they kind of give you a hint that the quiet, brooding, football player looking dude was once this kid who was just like you or me. And there's a group of friends, and there's a couple of red herrings in there where you think one person might be Leatherface, but it's the other person. The mystery isn't really that hard to solve. I mean, pick the biggest kid out of the group, and you pretty much got who's going to become Leatherface. But I do like watching the progression. And I think that part is intriguing. And I know I just gave a thing about giving away too much, but I feel like this was an interesting format to take. You have these 3 people. They all have violent tendencies. They all have flaws. And it's kind of interesting to see out of friends who's going to be the mass murderer. You know, I like Scream movies, so I think it was more designed for someone like me. Like, I think it's a really cool concept. I like it. So all in all, I'd say not bad at all. I think it was pretty good. My number 3 movie is going to be Texas Chainsaw Massacre number 2. I think number 2 is fun, but it's very out of place for this franchise. So it's still made by Tobe Hooper, who's the original director of the original film. And he said that the original film was meant to be funny. Tobe, I call bullshit on that. I do not think these movies were meant to be funny. If you watch that first 74 movie, it is anything but funny. He claims it's supposed to have like a black humor to it. I highly disagree. Like, look, it's based loosely on Ed Gein. I think that why 2 stands out for so many people is that in the franchise, it's got a really over the top kind of humor to it. So they're all trapped in this radio station, and this brings in the family members of Leatherface. And I think there's a lot of great acting, believe it or not, in this movie that makes it really kind of fun. It's a really odd way to follow up arguably one of the biggest iconic slashers of all time. 2's just a lot of fun to me. I've watched it a couple of times, and it's one of those ones that I can have a great deal of fun with. The other thing is, aesthetically, I don't like the 70s aesthetic for a lot of horror movies, so I have a hard time really getting into it. I think there's something about the way they shoot the movies that just doesn't appeal to me as much as, say, the remake. But it's definitely a fun movie, and I think it's, out of all of these movies in this franchise, the best follow-up. And that's not really saying much. But yeah, I think the second movie is my number 3 because while it does have zany humor and stuff like that, I think the tone is kind of all over the place. And I really think it's hard. Yeah, Texas Chainsaw Massacre, if you didn't know, was modeled after Ed Gein, the serial killer. He was the one who made, if you watch Texas Chainsaw, the lamps and stuff are made out of people's skin. That's what Ed Gein did. His house was furnished with dead people's skin and whatnot. He was a sick prick. So when they say based on a true story, loosely it is. But yeah, I put it as my number 3 because I think that it's a interesting departure. I think it's a very ballsy move, and it's made by the original director, which I respect. I think Tobe Hooper had a lot of love and care that he put into this, and I think he was smart to bail out when he did. I don't think this should have ever got a franchise, but I do think number 2 is the least egregious out of all of them. And that's why I put it at my number 3. And of course, my number 2 is going to be the original Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Look, I know this is classic and iconic. It scared a lot of people back in the day, but it was made in the 70s. And for me, there's certain 70s movies that have aged extremely well. And then there's others that, for me, just don't hit as hard as I think they did back in the day. And this is one of them. Like, it's creepy imagery. It's got a very dirty, grimy, disgusting feel. But it's still, it just, maybe because I wasn't born in that era, it just doesn't hit me on that level that I think it hit a lot of people when it came out. It's just, I don't know. It's just, for me, you guys could probably guess what my number 1 is, and it's probably a controversial pick, but I just don't feel the same kind of visceral terror for that film that I do with the remake. And maybe because the remake is closer to an era that I can understand, and the filmmaking is much cleaner and feels more brutal to me. But that doesn't take away from what this movie did as far as horror goes. And it's in my top 5. So I'm not saying this is, like, by any means not a good film. I think this needs to be watched to appreciate the other things that would come after this. And this was made in 74. So when you really think about this, this was sort of a pioneer even before your Jasons and Michael Myers and things like that. So I think there is a place in history as far as movies go for this particular film. But it just doesn't connect with me, and I can't rewatch it as much as the next one. I think, honestly, if I have a choice between the 74 version or 2003, I pick 2003 all the time because it's just something I can connect with better. But I respect it for what it did. and I respect it as a franchise. And I think when you do the comparisons, a lot of people take you taking over the newer version as like some kind of slight towards the film, and that's not it at all. I think Toby Hooper is a great filmmaker. I've seen a lot of his other works. I think he's got a very good eye, and he's got a good way of making things very disgusting feeling. Like, but it's depressing. It's a very depressing, oppressive movie. And for me, that doesn't make me want to watch it a lot because it just puts you in this, like, you feel gross after watching the movie. That's the only way I could describe it. It's a very yucky feeling. I don't like it. And it's kind of like with the original Chucky, but a little less, like, because Chucky's closer to the time when I was born. I fear that movie for very different reasons. Like, Chucky originally scared me till about Bride of Chucky, but this is just like, it just feels like I'm watching a snuff film. It's just so dingy and ugh. So, um, what? You weren't scared of The Fly? To tell you the truth, I like the remake of The Fly better than I like the original Vincent Price. I know it's a sacrilege, but I think the Jeff Goldblum version is much scarier. The special effects too are way better. But yeah, I take the remake of The Fly as well. Jeff Goldblum and Gina Davis, excellent acting. Like, watching him go through that transformation and his slow decay and transformation, I thought was very impactful. Yes, The Fly creeps me out, and I hate flies. They look fucking gross. But yeah, it was gross. It was a very gross movie. When he pukes on that guy's arm and it melts off. Ugh, ugh. And flies do that to digest that. Oh, it's disgusting. It's that's a trilogy. I like The Fly and The Fly 2. I don't know if The Fly 2 is nearly as good as number 1, but it's a guilty pleasure. I like seeing the continuation of the story. Um, But no, getting back to Texas Chainsaw Massacre, I just don't like the original's grimy feel. It's too oppressive, and it takes away from the story. So that's why I rank this as my number 2. I put it at number 2 because it deserves to be close to the number 1 spot. For what it did, for what it started, I think you can't take away credit from uh, the brilliance behind the film. But for me, the 2003 Texas Chainsaw Massacre wins. I've rewatched it several times. Huge fan of Jessica Biel. I think her acting isn't particularly great in the movie, but I think she's serviceable. I like I love the sheriff. He is the highlight of that movie. R. Lee Ermey is such a great asshole. And if you ever watch his movies, he always plays the drill instructor or a prick. I remember he was on Scrubs and he was the dad of the janitor. Um, R. Lee Ermey is so underrated as a performer, and I like the remakes because he's in them specifically. It's probably mostly because of his character. Leatherface doesn't really get much depth except for in the Leatherface prequel, but the family, and it still has that grimy feel. The first shot of the movie is this woman killing herself when they pick her up in a van and they drive back into the town. She blows her head off. And that's the opening. And they do this shot where it goes from the bullet into her head right here all the way to the back. And just the shots and the composition of the film where it's grimy but not too grimy. You still get that very down south feel. I think that this movie is the best of remakes you could do for an iconic franchise like Texas Chainsaw. I think they really people hate Michael Bay, but look, the man can shoot a movie, and thankfully he didn't write it. I think his writing is terrible, but as far as if he is kept in check, he's a very good director. Like, people can hate me for that statement, but the original Transformers was a fucking awesome. Okay? It's iconic. The man is an iconic director for a reason. And I think him making Texas Chainsaw Massacre it was odd when I heard he was the director, but just the way he frames his shots and the way he shows the terror and he gets stuff out of the actors, it's terrifying, but it's rewatchable. And I think what plays a lot in me liking the film is how many times I can go back and rewatch it. And most of the massacre movies I can't rewatch. They're either terrible or they're just too dark and gritty and disgusting. It's just not a franchise I can sit down and be like, I want to pop in a movie. Let me watch Texas Chainsaw Massacre. That's just not on my list. But because I'm talking about slasher icons, this definitely deserves to be in here. So, um, let me see. Janie Torrey had a dad. Oh, uh, I don't know what that question is. If you want to rephrase that for me, I'm not particularly sure what you were trying to get at there. So, let me go to the next in our slasher icons. And the next one I want to talk about, because I was getting Texas Chainsaw out of the way because it's my least favorite, let me go to a very consistent franchise and probably a franchise I love as much as um, Friday the 13th, Scream. So, Scream. Does it need to be said? Okay, so Scream is a great franchise, and I'll tell you why. Scream, and this can't be debated by box office sales or nothing, Scream is the most consistent franchise ever made. I will die on that hill. Scream is a very consistent franchise. There is no, well, in the Scream community, a lot of people don't like 3, but in retrospect, when you hear about what happened and stuff like that, I don't think it's the worst. It's still enjoyable watch. I've watched every one of these movies every year. This is one of my favorite franchises. Ghostface is so great because unlike a Jason or a Michael Myers, you don't have one person you're asking how the hell did they survive all this, right? Every movie, it's a different killer, and I think that format fits very well. Um, Scream to me is one of the most masterful franchises as far as killers go of all time. Um, and it's because it adds a whodunit mixed with a slasher meta kind of commentary. And it was originally started by one of my favorite directors, um, Wes Craven, and it was written by Kevin Williams. These two are like the dream team, and rest in peace to Wes Craven. To me, a horror icon. Wes Craven has made some of the greatest horror franchises of all time. Um, and I think that even the modern Screams have really picked up the baton and ran with it as far as expanding the franchise. Yeah, Scream the original, I love. Oh yeah, the janitor. Yeah, the janitor had a dad. Watch all the Scrubs. It's in, I think two, season 2 or season 3. You meet the janitor's father. Yeah, I love Scrubs. Best show, best medical show. I will fight anybody. Fuck ER. Fuck all those other ones. Okay, Scrubs had it down. You had emotion. They actually did hospital work. There was quirky, zany fun. I love Scrubs. Um, but yeah, Scream was great. So let me do what we've been doing. I'm gonna play you some clips, and I think for this one, because I love this franchise, I'll play the various trailers, and I'm going to rate the films and give you my favorite in order. Right now we are up to 6 movies, with the 7th on its way. But yeah, let's go to the Scream trailer. And I remember uh, a while ago, when I was a youngin', about 8 years. 8 years, Jesus Christ. I'm getting old. But I seen every Scream in the theaters. But I remember this sticking out to me. And it was, at the time, what makes is that at the time, and most people don't give this movie this credit, Scream revitalized the slasher genre. At this time, the heavy hitters, their glory days were behind them. Halloween was damn near dead. You had Friday the 13th was dead. Nightmare on Elm Street had just wrapped up, arguably one of the best ones, New Nightmare. Oh, thank you, my blankie. Anyways, you had you had you had all of these major icons in horror dying, and to be honest with you, it's said that Wes Craven saved the horror genre. I 100% buy into that. Before this movie, horror in general was having a huge lull. If you look at the horror movies in the 90s, they were all the same premise. Hollywood was just doing what Hollywood does and churning out copies upon copies of this movie and that movie. Scream came out at a time where we needed fresh blood, pun intended, and it came out at the perfect time where this was a movie that its commentary was how horror movies were so predictable. And it went against the grain on everything that a horror movie establishes. There's the infamous by our favorite character, Randy. Rest in peace, Randy. You'll always be loved. Jamie Kennedy knocks it out of the park. He plays the video store guy who knows everything about all the horror movies, right? And him explaining the rules have got to be, to this day, still my favorite scene in a horror movie. Where he's like, there are certain rules in a horror film. He goes, if you have sex, you're dead. If you do drugs, you're dead. He goes, and never, ever, ever say I'll be right back. Because you won't be back. And then Matthew Lillard, who, by the way, is an underrated actor, go see Five Nights at Freddy's. He goes and looks at him and goes, I'll be right back. And Jamie Kennedy's like, I'll meet you in 5 minutes with a butcher knife. It's just like little things like that make this movie as iconic as it is. And to be honest with you, it 100% deserves to be in the conversations of most iconic horror franchises of all time. And I know I'm blowing a lot of smoke in its ass, but it's true. It's one of those movies. Yeah, rule number 1, don't have sex. Yep. Like, it created so many facets, and really, it's been imitated, but it's never been duplicated. Scary Movie, I think, did the best imitation of that. Scary Movie 1, but it's all out of respect and love. And I think that this movie really brought back horror from the brink of obscurity, because at the time, nothing was hitting. So let me play the OG trailer, the original Scream trailer that really set the tone. The other thing that this did was, and I hate using this, but subverting your expectations. I remember Drew Barrymore was on the poster for Scream when it originally was cast. Now, if you know the idea, and the interesting part was this was Drew Barrymore's idea. So Wes Craven had Drew Barrymore casted, and at the time, if you guys know, Drew Barrymore was a huge fucking actress. And so a lot of people, including Father Zod, he took me to see this, they were intrigued because, hold on a second, gotta plug my headset in so we don't die. There we go. So Drew Barrymore was casted in this film so that it was kind of a draw. But if you watch the interviews, Drew Barrymore actually came up with the idea where she said to kill her character off. So Wes Craven does a brilliant thing where you have this, like, at the time, out of all of these people in this cast, Neve Campbell would eventually become a horror icon in her own right, but Drew Barrymore was really the draw for this film. Most of the other people besides Henry Winkler were unknown in this movie. So to see them kill their A-list actress in the first 5 minutes of the film had never been done. And it sets this tone in the movie that you need in a horror movie, especially a whodunit mystery kind of thing where it sets a tone that nobody is safe. Every one of these characters that you like could die at any moment because they killed the biggest star they had right in the beginning of the movie. Okay, hold on a second. So, whilst I go and do something for the lovely Bitchy, I will play this clip for you really quick on Scream 4. So let's watch the trailer and see the magic happen.
Hello?
Hello?
Who is this?
You tell me your name, I'll tell you mine.
I don't think so.
What's that noise?
Popcorn.
You making popcorn?
Well, I'm getting ready to watch a video.
Really? What?
Oh, just some scary movie.
You like scary movies?
Uh-huh.
You never told me your name.
Why do you want to know my name?
I want to know who I'm looking at.
Someone is playing a deadly game.
It all began with a scream over 911.
Someone who's seen one too many.
Even the trailer was cut in such a way where you didn't know she dies in the first 5 minutes.
Hello?
Hello, Sydney.
One step too far.
Do you like scary movies?
What's the point? They're all the same. Some stupid killer stalking some big-breasted girl who can't act, who's always running up the stairs when she should be going out the front door. It's insulting.
There are certain rules that one must abide by in order to successfully survive a scary movie. Number 1, you can never have sex. Hey, it's me. Never, ever, ever, under any circumstances, say, "I'll be right back." Because you won't be
back.
Get another beer. You want one? Yeah, sure. I'll be right back.
That's like one of my favorite lines.
Make the rules.
The police are always on track. If they watch prom night, they save time.
He just kills by them. Don't answer the phone. Don't open the door. Don't try to hide.
Everybody, the suspect!
You're not scared, are you?
Scream.
And might I just say, that is how you do a trailer. Like, my goodness. The one thing I hate about trailers these days, movie trailers give so much away. I think that they used to cut their trailers much better, but when you have like 2-hour movies now, because everything has to be a 2-hour film, I feel like they have to show so much of the movie because it's such a big movie. They really just pack in all of the best stuff in the movie. And in that trailer, you don't get shit. Like, they show one good scene, and arguably probably my favorite scene, but there's so many other good moments in that movie. Scream 1 is iconic. I love it. One of my favorite movies. Followed by its sequel, Scream 2. Once again, done by Wes Craven. Written by Aaron Cougar. Because at that time, Kevin Williams and Wes Craven had a schedule conflict, or there was an argument. Something happened. So Kevin Williams did not write the second film, but the person who did write it, he would go on to write The Ring 2, Revenge of the Fallen, which was, God, Dark of the Moon, and Age of Extinction for Transformers. Yeah, those are my least favorite ones. Maybe Revenge of the Fallen was pretty good. The other two I did not particularly like. I blame that more on Michael Bay. But he's a decent writer. Scream 2 was very good. Once again, keeping in the tradition of shocking us. And spoilers for anyone who didn't watch Scream 2 back in, 98? No, I'm sorry, 97. It was back in 1997, so I don't think it's spoiler at this point. Scream 2 killed Randy. This was both a good and a bad thing. It was good because they killed one of the main characters who survived the first movie. It was bad because everybody fucking loved Randy. To this day, I like the death, but I think they should have kept him around for at least one, maybe two more films. I don't know. I think I think, and in retrospect, before Wes Craven passed, he did say one of his regrets was killing off the character of Randy. Um, he didn't realize how much everybody loved the character, but I still think it's ballsy because once again they established the tone and they kind of let you know, like, hey, this movie's not messing around. Anybody can die at any moment, even people you love, and it gives us that sense of being really, oh yeah, Wes Craven does. Nobody does horror like Wes Craven. I think he's got a very good idea, and I think it's very ballsy to kill one of your favorite characters. In and don't get me wrong, I don't think they kill him off unceremoniously. He is in a majority of the movie, and you really feel his legacy in the remaining Screams. Um, so Scream 2, great stuff. Really loved it. Let's go on to Scream 3. Now, Scream 3 is a very interesting movie. And at this time, Nev Campbell really is starting to hold these up. You have David Arquette, whose acting for me gets better as these movies go on. In Scream 1 and 2, he's kind of got that goofy, local deputy, then he becomes sheriff. I mean, but 3 had issues. And the issue was there was originally supposed to do 2 killers. Spoilers, it's a 2000 movie. It's like, God, 23 years ago. But the killer is her brother. Now, this is a problem in the Scream films that I'll address later, but they always do this thing where the killer is some long lost relative or somebody with a grudge, or it was always connected to the first movie. And I think it really brought it down. And this one, I don't think it's the worst, and you'll see when I rank these, but it just doesn't have the same kick as the other ones. And so it's in a very weird spot. And Kevin Williams doesn't do that one. Oh, Kevin Williams wrote 2. Okay, my bad. 3 is the one he didn't do. It was Aaron Kruger. So 3 had a lot of issues, and it had a lot of problems in production. And this was a classic case of studio interference. The studio heavily interfered with the third film, and I think that really shows in how it's delivered. It lost a lot of its luster. It lost a lot of pizzazz, so to speak. So for me, it it's in a really weird spot. A lot of people in the Scream community hate this movie. I don't hate it. I just think you can definitely see where Wes wasn't allowed to do the things he wanted to do with the film. So now, Scream 4. Scream 4, I love. I love the way that it's set up. I love Emma Roberts. I first saw her in American Horror Story. I think she is a very good actress as far as horror goes. I think she is an amazing kind of counterpoint to Sidney Prescott. At this time, you have David Arquette, Nev Campbell, and Courtney Cox returning as the infamous Woodsboro survivors. And this is set and really has biting commentary as far as the craze for the camera footage. So this is when the cam angles started becoming big, like, Blair Witch and Paranormal Activity and all of those. They were kind of in their height over here, and first-person camera views were becoming big. And I think Scream utilizes all of these new tricks very well. Once again, and this is Wes Craven's last film that he did in the franchise, because as you guys know, he passed away. And I think Kevin Williams returns to write. And I just think that, like, it's taken a beating, but over time, I think people have learned to love this movie a lot more than when it originally came out. I do not understand the hate the movie originally got, but over time it's kind of softened, and it did well in the box office. Obviously, because a 5 and a 6 were greenlit. Like I said, this is the most consistent franchise. Even at its worst, it grossed more money than the worst Halloween or Friday the 13th film. So the fan base is strong with this one. Hayden Panettiere is, to me, not a very great actress. She was in Heroes, if you guys have ever watched that show. My email and everything is based off of a character from Heroes. It was one of my favorite shows, and Hayden Panettiere had came from the show Heroes. And this was like the first big movie I seen her in, and she became one of the most beloved characters who would reappear later in the franchise. She was very charismatic, and I love the reveal of this movie. Emma Roberts goes full fucking crazy in this film, and and it's quite a scene. I absolutely just love it. She throws herself through a table. It's very reminiscent. I think what really got goes is that she pulled a Stu and in this, and she goes full on crazy. Like, if you remember the end of the first Scream film when they start stabbing each other, well, she takes it to a new level. She like throws herself through a glass table, all this other stuff. And I thought it was a very clever kind of nod and a throwback to the original film. And I thought she played off Neve Campbell really well. And I almost wanted her to win. And she almost did win. I think the end of the movie kind of hurts it for me. I was hoping she would get away with it. I thought it would be a good place for the killer to actually get away. Oh yeah, I loved Heroes too. I think even the bad seasons of Heroes wasn't that bad, but that's just this guy's opinion. Obviously, I was in a small minority because it got canceled, and then the reboot was fucking terrible. But yeah. But I'm gonna do a little clip of Scream 4, and we're gonna play the trailer for this. And I really love this one. I think it's a solid Scream.
What's your favorite scary movie?
God, that's so iconic.
Here is my Woodsboro Massacre anniversary question. What is your favorite scary movie?
What's your favorite scary movie?
One generation's tragedy is the next one's a joke.
What is your favorite scary movie, man?
I'll show you.
Also, the red herrings in this is good.
Infamous Woodsboro murders. Local celebrity victim Sydney Prescott chose to return to her hometown.
The other thing I like about this is the commentary on how we sensualize these tragedies and stuff. And the thing that works for me, especially if you place this like real life, Ted Bundy, Ed Gein, people have a fascination with serial killers. I think what this movie does really well and explores, and throughout the franchise, is this town of Woodsboro, right, where all of these killings happen. I especially appreciate how the in-movie universe acknowledges the tragedy and kind of they sensationalize it. And you've got Stab, which is the in-movie of Scream, and it's kind of this over-dramatized version of events that we've seen within the films. And this is what I mean about doing meta commentary. This is the first movie to actually not only make commentary about how the horror movie genre is, but also commentary on their own films. I think it's quite interesting when a director or directors can make comments about their own film series, and they can kind of take the jabs that they've made mistakes, and they can kind of put that within the film. And this is stuff where I think, even though I like the newer Scream films, I think this is where Wes Craven is a master of making meta commentary in general. He's the person who coined that kind of film style. He's one of the very few directors that can make these kind of comments, and it's not just in this film. There's a couple things like in Nightmare on Elm Street and things like that where he's made a lot of commentary on the different genres that he's worked in, and all of his movies are just fun. It's just fun. They're very rewatchable, and I think that's why these movies are so special, at least to me. And God, I know I'm like a fanboy over here, but I'm sure Justin Proper would agree with me. Shout out to Justin Proper. We actually did a ranking of the Scream movies. You can go and check that out. We've also done together on his channel. We've done reviews on the newest Scream films, which I'll be getting to here in a minute. But overall, yeah, I love the way this tackles us.
Watch the preview of coming events.
What do you want?
Where's this?
She's really good. I also love the subversions.
Liar. Dewey,
What's going on? It's not public information.
it's all over the internet.
It is?
This is also in the time where the
Killer
internet
out
was
there pattering
becoming
his murders after
becoming big, so I like the little despite wanting to keep an investigation secret, you can't really, because we're in an age of social media, and this movie did it first. As much as the new Screams get praised for that commentary, Scream 4 actually tackled the rise of social media and influencers and views and things like that. Wes Craven really tackled the dangers of that before Scream 5 and 6 uh, went into the sort of postmodern social media. I think this one did the subtle, like, yeah, a murder investigation now is covered by 15 different channels. You got specific channels on YouTube dedicated to these crime dramas and mysteries. So how do you keep details out of the press? It's not like it was 20, 30 years ago where, police can play things close to the chest. Now people leak stuff. There's people who gets insights from police officers investigating. I think it opens a great conversation to what a modern ghost face looks like, at least in this time frame, because this movie was made in 2000. So we were getting to that age where internet popularity and fame was becoming a thing. And as a matter of fact, the motivations for Emma Robbins, I believe, is that her sister is getting all of the or was it her cousin, her niece? I forget. But she's getting all of the recognition, and that's why she started doing it. So really, 5 kind of copied a lot of stuff from 4 when you really think about it.
movie. It's time for someone new to die.
The unexpected is the new cliche, and virgins can die now.
Does that mean that I'm not going to live as long as these two?
Clearly. To be the new version, the killer should be filming the murders.
Down! Down behind you! Go ahead if you have the guts.
Not to implicate him. He can't kill Sydney. She's victim royalty.
Not true. Sid's expendable.
Point taken. Guaranteed third act main cast bloodbath. Fingers crossed on some nudity for a change.
Time for your last question. Name the remake of the groundbreaking.
Halloween, Texas Chainsaw, Dawn of the Dead, The Hills Have Eyes, Amityville Horror, Black Christmas, House of Wax, Hot Night, Night Bloody Valentine. It's one of those, right?
None of the above.
I'll be right back. This one, you're not supposed to say that, are you?
So yeah, I thought a lot of good stuff in there. Lots of good things there. So yeah, Scream 4 for me was a real turning point. So let's get to the new one. They just named it Scream. This is one of my issues with this that I mentioned on our stream that we did. I wish they'd just do like the clever thing like they did with Scream 4 and put a little 5 or something, but just calling it Scream makes it sound like a remake, which it's not. It's a continuation slash reboot slash requel era type thing. This was manned by Matt Benel Olpin. We'll just say Matt and Taylor Gillette. These are guys who did The Devil's Due, Ready or Not, and I really like those films. I think for the most part, and I've said on live streams my thoughts of this movie, I was not as opposed to the ideas that they put. They talked about toxic fandom, which was a big button for everybody, but the way they framed it was true. Like, look, especially in the horror community, there's a lot of people who hold on to the ideals of what a franchise is. I've been a diehard Scream fan, seen them all in the theaters, and yeah, I can admit that when it comes, if you're a fan of something, there is the one end where directors and filmmakers and Hollywood in general shits all over the fans and basically tells them they're wrong. We've got to update it. It's not socially conscious. All this bullshit, right? And they lose what the point of the movie is. I think for what it was, the Scream 5 actually really does make good commentary on not just the directors in Hollywood that fuck up films, but also what fans think a movie should be like. Now, my issue with the ending and especially the reveal of 5 is that the killer's motivations are that they are diehard fans of the inverse movie Stab. And Ryan Johnson is mentioned as doing the Stab franchise and ruining it, which is commentary probably on Star Wars. It's hilarious, and it's when they show the clip, it's very what Ryan Johnson would do. And there's kind of a nod to fans being right about somebody messing up the direction of the film. There's also the talk that nobody wants to have, and that's the fans themselves. Like, look, I get you like a movie, and it's great to be passionate about it. But with a franchise like Scream, Friday the 13th, Halloween, Chucky, all of the ones I've gone through so far, right? Texas Chainsaw Massacre, there are so many movies that there is a difference between completely changing a character and a franchise and what it was meant to be versus having to move it with the times. Like, the sad fact is, if you make something, it's got to change and evolve. The only way something thrives in the world is if you keep the people's interests. And sure, you can make the same shit over and over again for a certain fan base, but eventually it shrinks to where you have only hardcore people following that particular franchise because it's only made for them. There's no branching out to get other people involved in your fandom. I think Scream 5 does a good job of being consistent. It toes the line. There is a surprising death in there. And you know what? This isn't spoilers by now, but there is a scene I want to play because it's probably my favorite scene. And I know Justin Proper hates this scene, but it's one of my favorite scenes, probably the way they do it. Scream 5. So, and once again, they do something ballsy. They do something where uh, they they guts to kill a main character again. And I know this chapped a lot of people's asses, but I gotta say, David Arquette's acting was the best that it's ever been in this film. In Scream 5, I think for me, David Arquette has lost his job as sheriff or retired. He's fucked up from like the third film. He can't walk very well. This man has gone through like 5 Scream movies, okay? He's been shot, he's been stabbed, blown up, and he's lost Gail, the person he loves. I think the natural progression and my thoughts on Dewey's death is that he was one of the characters that had to go. And Gail, honestly, fucking get rid of Gail. She's been pointless since, like, I don't know, 4, maybe 5 and 6. She serves no point, and I honestly thought they were going to kill her off. I'm kind of disappointed. I don't know if she has something in her contract or not, but really tired of Gail. I'm sorry, that's a heartless thing to say, but she's kind of had the same arc continuously. But Dewey's arc has been the strongest in this movie. And he goes out so badass. And I to this day don't have a reason of why so many people hate this moment. Like, a lot of people were pissed off. Hollywood is making it into a product. They don't care about the art. Exactly. And that's the thing, is that there's a very fine line between art and it is a product at the end of the day. All right, sorry about that, folks. When you do like a 12-hour stream, I got to make sure that these headphones stay charged because, you know, don't want them to die. The thing is, when you make a project like Scream, right, you've got to evolve it. You got to change it. So I'm going to show a clip here of my favorite moment in this movie. It is very, very badass David Arquette.
It's okay. I got you.
So I don't know if they're going to allow me to show this clip, but we'll see.
Get the
Like, okay, I just want to stop right there. Dewey, like, kicked his ass, and I don't know if I necessarily like the setup, because him being the longest running character, I don't know why he went back, but he shoots the killer in the chest and he goes, always go for the head, and then ushers everyone into the elevator. It kind of pisses me off because him being a long running character, yeah, obviously the killer wasn't dead, but still badass. Also, my other gripe with the scene is, where the fuck is everybody in this hospital? Like, honestly, this is supposed to be a hospital, and you're telling me there's no, like, nurses, no guards. I just, that part irks me too. Just from a, you know, fine detail, whatever.
Not today.
I love that. Not today.
No, get out of here.
My other problem is I still don't like this lead here. I don't know if it's the actress's direction, but she is definitely no Sydney. But hey, happy Halloween, Christine. Welcome. I am talking about slasher icons. I'm going through a list and rating my favorite films, and then I'm going to rate the franchises when I get done, from my favorite to least favorite, and we're just kind of going down the line here. So welcome. This is a 12-hour stream because I'm crazy, and we're in hour number 3. So I'm killing it right now. I waited to drink because I don't want to be sloshed by like hour 4. Love you, dear. What? Oh yeah, I might do. I might eat gummy bears later. Love gummy bears. They're delicious. Nothing suspicious there. Anyways, let's continue.
Hurry up.
Now this is the most badass.
What? You have to shoot them in the head. They always come back.
Dewey, who
Like,
gives
this
a
is
fuck?
gruff. Like,
I do.
No, Dewey!
like when I saw this, I was like, no fucking way. I remember being in the theater. Bitchy actually went to see this one with me, and then the next one we agreed was not good. But when he unloads the gun and puts a clip back in, oh man, it's so epic. It's like a cowboy riding to his death. R.I.P. Dewey. Oh, fuck Paramount.
Yes, today.
Ah, man, just the Gale calling.
An honor.
And so if I have to say, man, as far as kill scenes go and a main character dying, I don't give a fuck that everybody was pissed off about that. Me, chef's kiss, like top 10 deaths of all time. Like, first of all, let me break down the shot. Going in from like hitting the elevator button, letting them go, like at that moment, I knew he was going to die because I had heard rumors that they were going to kill off a main character. I just didn't know who. My money was on Gale because please God, can you kill her in 7? She has no point. But anyways, I thought for sure it'd be Gale. Definitely not Sydney. And Dewey was kind of in there, but I thought he's got one more left in him. I myself don't have a problem with that scene. See, for me, I hate when they kill a character disrespectfully in that whole fight, and I think people were just initially shocked. But for me, he put up a damn good fight. He had Ghostface on the ground. He shot him in the chest. The only thing is, and it's realistic too, because when you're in that kind of situation, you're going to shoot, especially him being a cop, you're going to go for center mass. That's just your training. That's what kicks in, right? He's not thinking about, I got to shoot him in the head. He's thinking about, I got to get him down on the ground so I can get these people out of here, right? It's protect the people and get them gone. But that moment, my heart dropped when I saw him go, so you got to shoot him in the head. I got, fuck, they're going to kill Dewey. That's when I knew. And thankfully I didn't have it spoiled for me because I saw it opening night. I see every Scream opening night. I don't go on the internet. I just go in and watch it. And when I saw that scene, I was like, shit. I just knew. I knew it. I knew they were going to, yes, Perp, I agree. Great death. I knew they were going to kill him off. And look, if you're going to kill an icon, I think it makes it, and why people felt it so much was the fact that he put up such a good fight. I think they could have gotten rid of his character. Like when you think about how Jamie Kennedy died, it was very in character. He was a movie store clerk. I mean, he wasn't going to put up much of a fight. So him getting dragged into the van and killed, it kind of tracks with the fact that this is a guy who's going to fight back. But Dewey flipped him over his shoulder. He headbutt the dude. He shot him. It was a very believable. It's that one mistake. It's the one mistake that the hero makes where they have to do something, and you knew in that shot, he knew in that shot that he was going to die. But he got the people out of there that he needed to, and he saved their lives. And he went back knowing he was essentially going to his death. And for me, I think that's a good way for a character to go out. I think that if you're going to kill a main character, have them put up a fucking fight. And I'll get to like Halloween and Jason. There's been a lot of deaths in these franchises where they've killed the lead character in the most like nonchalant, kind of disrespectful, spit in the face type of ways. And for me, I think they handled that death very well. I think they knew it was going to be a big controversial thing. The directors knew people were going to be pissy. And I think it really affected the next Scream I'll talk about. But to me, that was very Wes Craven, doing the unexpected. It also gave you that sense that if they can kill Dewey, nobody is safe. I kind of figured Jenna Ortega was going to go. That was another thing, too. The opening for this movie is fucking fantastic. Jenna Ortega having her fucking leg broke. Like, this Ghostface was super vicious. And him stomping on her leg while she's begging and screaming. There's something, especially in these movies, there's something very visceral. And it's that very, like... I don't know, especially with lady victims, right? The what really gets me is like the cries for help and that feeling of desperateness. I did not have it in my bingo cards she was going to live, which was another plot twist, but Jenna Ortega played that beginning scene very well. And that's what I mean. Like Scream 5 for me is not as bad as like a lot of people had a lot of different issues, but I think it took a lot of chances and its commentary was kind of a hit or miss, but I think that death in particular won me over. Like it's such a badass moment. I've watched the movie a ton of times. I just love that whole shot, and I'm a little bit pissy about there's no hospital staff, but I understand that they kind of have to clear the way, so you have that framing of him going down this empty hallway. It's dark, him unloading the bullets and reloading the clip. It all visually works to kind of like this grand last stand. Um, and Ghostface, fucking dude, Ghostface brutally murdered. Like, dude, that was like, look, knife deaths aren't exactly the most creative. They aren't reinventing the wheel, but like digging into him, lifting him up, taking the knives out and kicking him in the chest, it's like a fuck you, but not. You can see the admiration that the Ghostface killer has for him, but it's just like, damn, dude, like, did you have to kick his body to the ground too? The shot of him looking at the phone as it's ringing and it kind of fading and the blood going into the phone, like visually, it's a spectacular sequence, and that's why I really love that moment. And then we get to Scream 6. Now, Scream 6, I was not a fan of, and I talked about this, and I actually agreed with another person on a panel that me and Justin Proper talked about. I did not like Scream 6 at all. I think it had good ideas. I also remember I went with Bitchy. Bitchy absolutely hated this movie. And by the end of it, I got where she was coming from. Scream 6 lost the message for me. Now, I wouldn't say it's bad as far as horror movies go. It's good quality. The opening sequence was probably one of the best in Scream histories. It does a flip where you get to see the killer after he's killed somebody, and then the killer gets killed. I think it sets everything up good. The issue that I have is one, they did not fucking kill Gel. Are you telling me the dude stabs her, puts her through a fucking table, stabs her like by her, not in her heart, but by her heart, and I think stabs her again, and she fucking lives. And they did something that I wanted them to do, but they did it fucking stupid. For a long time in the Scream franchise, I've always wanted them to have multiple killers to explain how the fuck Ghostface with only two people gets across town so quickly. Like, when you have that many people, you can explain each person being in a different place. But the reveal was so obvious. I pegged the detective. I didn't peg the girl and the weird fucking kid, but I knew the detective was definitely the killer. And the daughter faking her death, of course, I didn't think it was the daughter because she was killed, even though the detective faked it and she was in a body bag. And I like the idea that they're playing around with the main character is the daughter of not Stu, but the other killer from Scream 1. But I do not like the flashbacks or the hallucinations or whatever the fuck they're supposed to be. I think it's very distracting. I just think that it's going to be very interesting for me to see how 7 brings it home, because I do not like what's her name? Melissa Barrera. I don't like Melissa Barrera. I think Jenna Ortega was a better pick for the lead character. Melissa Barrera is not a bad actress. She's got emotion or whatever, but like, she plays the broken, I've been stalked by a killer, whatever, but she's no Sydney. Neve Campbell is a fucking horror icon for a reason. She gets to a point in these films where somebody calls her and she goes, "All right, fucker, I know you're some kind of sick prick. I'm going to find you and beat the shit out of you and win the day. Melissa Barrera does not have that. She is a fucking plank of wood. Bitch is laughing. But honestly, she's a fucking plank of wood. I get no feelings of why I should give a shit about her character. Now, Jenna Ortega, on the other hand, I feel like they miscast who should be the main character. Out of the two sisters, Jenna Ortega knocks it out of the park in this film. She starts doing drugs. She starts to go to these parties. The sister has to come and save her from making a mistake of sleeping with some douchebag. Jenna Ortega, to me, plays it, and I've heard this said a lot. She's in Wednesday. She was in You. Jenna Ortega is just a great actress in general for a young actress. She is fucking knocking it out of the park. Younger. She's younger than Melissa Barrera. Anyways, that's not the point. For a young actress, the other one, the lead character, because Jenna Ortega is just fucking killing it. And those two acting side by side is like night and day. I care more about her character than I do Melissa Barrera's. And it really shows because in Scream 6, they really downplay her role quite a bit. Like, they want me to focus on this character, but I just don't give a shit. I don't like her at all. I like, yeah, I don't like you. Like, she brings nothing to the role. It's it's very much like look, and I hate to shit all over the actress because she's just playing a role. But she's very just bland. She just has nothing to her. And it's like it's this play because of I don't know why. I don't know why they made her the main character. I think they casted Jenna Ortega because she was on a hot streak and she continues to be, and then they didn't realize that everyone would wind up liking her instead of the sister. And I think they should make Melissa Barrera the killer and have her go up against Jenna Ortega, and it's two sisters against each other. That's just a prediction I want for Scream 7. I don't know if it's going to happen, but I think they should do it because I fucking hate Melissa Barrera. I think she's terrible in this role, and she's a horrible miscast, and I'm just being brutally honest. I mean, and I know they talked about that in Scream 5 with toxic fans, but I'm serious, man. If you watch the acting she gives, it's very like, oh, I'm so sad, and this killer is after me. What are we gonna do? It's just like, there's nothing to it. You were there watching the movie. It was terrible. She was fucking terrible. And dude, okay, the biggest thing that pissed me off in Scream 6, I didn't know I'd go on a rant, but I truly didn't. I did not like this movie at all. The thing that pissed me off was the one dude, what was his name? Where is he? Seeing if I can find him in the cast list here. Mason Gooding, who is the son of Cuba Gooding Jr. Mason Gooding plays basically like the gay best friend. All right, or no, he's not the gay one. The sister is. Okay, never mind. Mixed them up. Woo! I'm gonna have people trying to cancel me for that. Anyways, he plays like a little cool thing with Melissa Barrera, and there's a scene where the killer's got him cornered, and my man goes, and he's like, "Run! Don't worry about it." Tackles one of the. Remember that
He actually did something.
Yeah, the African American guy. He tackles the killer. He punches them. He's like fighting.
Proving his love and just being an awesome dude, and then fuck you.
Yeah, and then they stab him. But here's the part that pisses me off. They stab him, what, like 6 or 7 times?
1,000 fucking times.
And he lives. And it's like they were scared to kill. They stabbed him in his ribs and his chest, and they carried him out on the stretcher. And he's like, "Don't worry, we'll be together. I love you." And I'm like,
Dude,
get the fuck out of here.
There's no way he would have even been conscious at that point.
Dude,
there was so much blood in that scene.
There were, and Bitchy is screaming about it too because she said no fucking way with me. Like,
no, we were like out loud.
We both out loud in the theater said no fucking way. When you break my immersion, look, there's been people in this series who have gotten stabbed 3 times and died. This motherfucker got stabbed 8 or 9 times. I lost count. They stabbed him a lot. And you're telling me he's gonna fucking live? It's like they were scared. They were scared to kill people off in this film. And it's like, look, I get it. He's a good character. We liked him. He was ready to go out for love. Good for you, bro. But you break my sense of immersion when someone gets stabbed like 15 fucking times and they live. And this is my issue I have with Scream 6. There's a lot of good ideas, but none of them executed very well. Like, they set up a killer being killed by random killers, and they do nothing with it. They set up Gail, who gets stabbed a little bit less than Mason Godin Jr. She gets stabbed like 4 times, but she fucking lives. And it's like you gave all of your main characters Teflar. Nobody's fucking dying in this movie. This is like, oh, anybody can die. This is it. Shit's gonna go down. They basically promoted like someone might die. We can't tell you who, but it's gonna be a big one. No one fucking died. Nobody fucking died in this movie except for the killers. Not one fucking person that mattered in the Screamcast dies. None of them. They're all fucking safe. I'm sorry. Spoiler for Scream 6 if you haven't seen it, but it's been out for like 2 years, okay? No one fucking died. It really, I'm hoping that 7 saves this new trilogy, because quite honestly, 6 had so many glaring issues that I just couldn't get behind. So let me get to my rankings before I fucking get high blood pressure talking about this film. And obviously, the 6th movie in my rankings, number 6, my least favorite, is Scream 6. Fuck this movie. I do not like it. I think they have interesting ideas, and like I said, this franchise is consistent. But when you stab somebody like 16 fucking times and they live, I can't buy it. You break me from the immersion. Fucking Gail should just be at this point invincible, because she got attacked at her fucking house. And you're telling me a 300-pound bodyguard gets stabbed once and dies. Gail weighs about $120, gets thrown through a fucking table, stabbed multiple times, and lives. There's so much bullshit in this movie that it just breaks my sense of immersion. And for that, it's my least favorite of the Scream franchise. I really hope 7 pulls it together. And once again, Melissa Barrera. Melissa Barrera is probably a fine young actress. I don't have a problem with her personally, but in this role as the lead character, she is a bland plank of wood. No, Scream 6 was garbage. Wait until we get on. No, Scream 6 is garbage. Don't troll me, okay? And by the way, I like Scream 2. But no, Scream 6 was garbage. I don't like it. It's my least favorite of Scream franchise. I think that none of the shit makes sense. The people that should have died didn't die. It was just played very safe. And I blame Scream 5. I blame Scream 5 because they killed Dewey, and the stupid people had backlash about that. And it was Dewey's time. He went through his full character arc. He went out like a man. Scream 6 just kind of pulls back, and they cut their balls off, just like Joker's. What did you do? Did you cut your balls off? Right? They cut their balls off, and they didn't have the courage to kill anybody that mattered. You could have killed Gail. That would have been fine. Even if you let Mason Gooding live after being stabbed 16 fucking times and he still fucking lives, even if you let him live, I could have swallowed that if they would have fucking killed Gail. I'm so sick of Gail Weathers. Her arc is done. That shit was done in Scream 4. Like if they killed her, I would have been fine. But for them to keep her around, hey, Justin, what's up? Fuck you, Justin. Stop trolling me. You can call me wrong. That's my ranking. Scream 6 is the worst of the franchise. I do not like Scream 6. So, moving on. Near the bottom, and probably a popular vote amongst Scream fans, Scream 3. I think Scream 3 has a good commentary on Hollywood and how they treat actresses. There's a whole arc about Sydney's mom being raped, because I can't say the word on YouTube, by execs. Lance Harkinson is in the movie. I think he does a good job of playing the scumbag producer. But my black one, not that one, the other one, the other black one. It's in one of my side pockets. But I think that the movie had a lot of production problems, and if you look in the history of Scream 3 being made, Wes Craven had his hands tied. He lost Kevin Williams as his writer, and it was just a very, very generic reveal. Like, oh, it's Sydney's brother who's mad and set everything in place, and it was just, oh, thank you. I'll see you later, sexy. Anyways, I feel like it just lost a lot of its luster because there was clear studio interference, and you can blame the great and powerful Harvey Weinstein when he's not busy, you know, trying to get with his secretaries and harass women. He's busy fucking up movies. So there was talk that Weinstein stepped in and tampered with some things behind the scenes. There's a lot of things. If you ever have a chance, definitely check out the history on Scream 3. And I think that's a case where you have a lot of studio interference that messes with the. Yes, I do. I put 3 over 6. Fuck 6. Anyways, yeah. So for me, Scream 3, slightly better than 6 because I wasn't as agitated, but still, it just has a lot of glaring issues. And so when I think about the classics and the template that was set up, I think 3 took the biggest hit as far as behind the scenes production issues. So next, as my next favorite would be Scream 4. Scream 4 is great. I love Scream 4. Very good. But the issue that I have is the ending of Scream 4. I do not like the fact that Emma Roberts didn't win. Call me salty. Emma Roberts was a great villain. I think if you were going to kill off Sydney, this was the chance in the franchise to do it. Unfortunately, they didn't have the nerve to kill off the lead, but I think it would have been cool if at the end of the film, Emma Roberts got away with the whole plot because she was the only killer who actually, besides Matthew Lillard in the original Scream, who had that kind of crazy streak. It's really tough for me. You know, Gail is going to stay in because she's also an executive producer. Yeah, that makes sense. But yeah, for me, I do not. Terrible ranking. Look, Perp, this is my personal rankings, okay? Say what you want to. When you get to 4, it's tough for me to rank these because I love them all equally. But yeah, Scream 4 definitely for me above 5 and 3 because it's much better made. I like Hayden Panettiere. I like Emma Roberts, but I think that in the grand scheme of things, I like the one above slightly more. I'll get to my issues with it, but yeah, it's just the ending for me kind of ruined it because it was a perfect way to take out a main character, and they once again really didn't have the nerve to get rid of a franchise lead, which is understandable. I'm always conflicted when rating this one, but it's still at my top ones. It's one that I watch all the time. If I'm starting a Scream marathon, it's definitely going in. And I'd like to also point out for all of those super critical of my rankings in the comments, these ones I'm ranking now are ones in the franchise I love. Like 3, 6, and Yeah, 3, 6, and what was the other one? I'd say, yeah, 3 and 6 are ones that I debate about watching, but from 4 on are like top tier Scream for me. So, and I gotta choose between my top 3. So my top 3, as you know, are going between Scream 2, Scream 1, and Scream, which should have been called Scream 5. I have no reason, like, I don't know why they didn't call it 5. Anyways, so my next one, this is gonna be super controversial because I know there's gonna be people bitching about it, but Scream 2 is just above Scream 4 for me in the top 3 and my number 3. Scream 2 is great, good for the time, but I don't like they killed Randy. I will always be salty about it. And as I said before, it sets the tempo that nobody's safe. But after Randy's death, you don't have any real impact. I hate the fact that it's Billy Loomis's mom. That whole thing, it's going to that thing where they start trying to connect everybody to Sydney. And the ending for me, Timothy Olyphant is in this, a very young Timothy Olyphant who would do some of my favorite shows, but he does crazy very well. But I think putting in Billy Loomis's mom was just kind of forced. It just didn't work for me. I have definitely invalid list. You know what, Perp? Whatever, man. Like when you're doing your list, you can tell me how you would rank these. But anyways, yeah. So Scream 2 has always been kind of like I like it up till the ending. The end reveal was not the strongest for me. But that's my number 3. So you already know what my number 2 is. My number 2, and it battles with even the original, but I gotta say, I put Scream 5 as my number 2. Scream 5, coming back from as long as it did, they made a solid film. I thought it was great. I love Dewey's death. To me, it's one of the most impactful deaths of this series. David Arquette's acting is phenomenal. It's just, I think the message overall about the toxic fan base was well delivered, and the cinematography and the way they did their shots, excellent. I really like Scream 5. I'm a huge fan of it. I will defend it to the grave. I don't know. I just really love Scream 5. And I think that it was definitely a ballsy play. When you kill a legacy character, the way that they did, and I played the clip, I just love that scene. I could literally rewatch the movie just for the way that they shot the scene and everything else. So, oh, hello, hell of a hell to lady. I'm just gonna call you H. How you doing? Uh, so, yeah, on my top 3, I put Scream 5 at number 2. I think it was a great revitalization, and it's an important film because Scream was dormant for many years. If you look at the gap between Scream 4 and Scream 5, Scream 4 was in 2011, April 15th. Scream 5 came out in January, and it came out damn near 11 years later. So they needed to knock that movie out of the park. And I'm going to be honest, I think they accomplished that. They did something that is very hard to do, and they breathed new life into this franchise, into a franchise I've loved and watched every movie. And for that, it really puts it up above a lot of the other Screams, because this was the big chance to bring Scream to a new generation, bring it back, make it badass. And I think they accomplished that. And we would not be having the debates that we have without Scream 5 making its grand entrance. I think if you make a movie that gets people to talk and that people universally get behind, whether they like it, whether they hate it, whether they're mixed, whether they're in the middle, I think Scream 5 was a good anchor point to bring this series back to life. I think they handled it the best that they could. They paid a lot of attention to detail. They had respect for the lore while throwing in some of their stuff. it's very good way of kind of reintroducing this series to a newer generation. And of course, the number one, which I'm sure on everybody's list, the father of them all. And I know I said I don't always pick the OG, but the number one masterpiece. And I explain my reasons. But for people who just joined or may not know, Scream 1 is one of the most important horror movies, and I'll tell you why. Because horror was dying off at the time that Scream came out. They were becoming very predictable, and Scream took that and flipped it on its head. You can't state the importance of what Scream did in 98. Scream literally brought back a whole entire genre that was dying. And you can argue with me, but I remember horror in the 90s. It was not very good. There was a huge slump back in the day. Horror was very much in danger of going away. And because of movies like Scream, you had greater movies that would come out. And you have a whole new genre of elevated horror that would come out. Like Scream paved the way for young, hungry creators to come out and make their move into the horror genre. And I think you cannot state enough the importance of Scream at that time period. I remember it very vividly. I saw it with Father Zod, and maybe it's a little bit of bias why I would put it as my number one, but I think if you talk to anyone who's a fan of Scream, it deserves 100% to be number one. Matthew Lillard's performance is fucking amazing. There's not one bad performance in it. Fucking Henry Winkler only has a slight commentary, but he's amazing. Like, this movie took everything that horror movies established and threw it out the fucking window and started over. And for that, and it's made by arguably one of the best directors in the horror genre, Wes Craven, and Kevin Williams writing. It's two of the best at the top of their game, reinventing a genre that was damn near extinction. And for that, Scream is always going to be the top of my list. It's one of the movies I'll always watch. I watch it every Halloween. I have marathons with it. Scream 1 is just the right mixture at the right time. You had the right actors come in. You had the start of an horror icon in Neve Campbell. You had David Arquette's first coming on, like kind of easing into a new role because he's always been known as that goofy kind of guy. Check out Eight-Legged Freaks, fucking underrated movie. But you had all of these people coming in at this time, and I think it was really the kick in the ass that horror needed at the time. It was just so influential in what it did. 98, it was 96. No, it was, okay, you're right, 96, my bad. December 20th, 1996. My bad. But yeah, in the 90s, horror was dying. And I think it really, yes, it did cement Matthew Lillard as a horror icon. 100%. But not only that, Matthew Lillard proved that he could also mix comedy. One of my favorite movies is 13 Ghosts. And Matthew Lillard has this energy about him. He's got this charisma. And I don't think you will ever get another set of characters as infamous as Billy Loomis and Stumacher. Like, they are the best duel. Just the whole scene at the ending when they have to make it look like they were attacked and they're framing Sidney's father, and when he gets stabbed by Billy and he goes, "That really hurts, man. I need a doctor." Like, there's so many iconic moments in that movie. And if we're just going by, like, look, every one of my rankings could be critiqued, but I don't think no one can argue with me that Scream 1 is, without a shadow of a doubt, deserves to be number one each and every time. I don't think you can find me a ranking where Scream 1 won't be the top of all of these Screams. And sure, maybe people will mix and match them differently. They have obviously different opinions than I do. for probably good and value reasons. But I think we can all agree Scream 1 always deserves to be number 1 because it did what Jason first did. It did what Halloween first did. It changed the genre it was in, and it made people pay attention and take notice. And I don't think you can state that enough about that. And yes, I agree. Matthew Lillard is a treasure. He was great in 13 Ghosts. Uh, he have me a hug. Yeah. Matthew Lillard was also great in Five Nights, and I think that's why I like Five Nights at Freddy's, to be quite honest with you. But it's one of those things, man. Like, this is why I wanted to talk about this, and this is probably why this stream is fucking 12 hours. So I can go through these rankings. So I got Texas Chainsaw out of the way. I got Scream out of the way. Let's go to my next favorite one, and it's between Halloween and Friday the 13th. But shout out to Justin Proper, because I heard a rumor he is like me. We're going to talk about there's been a long debate, okay? Two camps. And I've always liked both movies, but there's always two camps. Are you a Jason fan, or are you a Michael Myers fan? And for me, fucking Jason, baby. Let's talk about one of my favorite slasher franchises. Scream is number 2 to this, but very close to my number 1. But in my heart, my favorite slasher trilogy of all time. Let's talk about main event, baby. Friday the 13th. I love Friday the 13th. Friday the 13th, to me, I know a lot of them get corny. They get kind of weird. I fucking love it all. I love Jason as a antagonist, as this like borderline supernatural presence. Friday the 13th is probably one of my favorite slasher franchises of all time. I'm here for it all. I like the remake. I fucking like Jason Goes to Space. I don't give a shit. I thought it was funny. I thought it was quirky. Was it a terrible movie? Yes. But I fucking love it. I am here for it. I love Friday the 13th. It is one of my favorite. If we were going through every horror franchise of all time, and like Chucky's up there, Nightmare on Elm Street, all the classics, right? If you put a gun to my head and you ask me, Zod, what's your favorite franchise? Without Friday the 13th, I met Kane Hodder, who plays Jason, I believe, in 3 or 4. There's a lot of movies, so I got to bring up the wiki for Jason before I start. I got super excited, but Friday the 13th, to me, there's something captivating about the trilogy in general, the franchise. There's something since I was a kid that always mystified me. And one of my favorite movies is Freddy vs. Jason. Fucking love Freddy vs. Jason, Caterpillar Bong, all the way. It's just, and having that link between Jason and Freddy, which I always jump to because of how Jason's kind of immortal, and it's interesting to see where does he go when he dies before he gets resurrected. Whatever, I'll get into all of that. But for me, consistently, I've loved every fucking one of these movies. I'm a big fan. Now, I am going to acknowledge the ones that are not as good as other ones. So when I get to my rankings, you'll see which ones I think are not as good as other ones. But, and it's tough for me to pick. It's like picking between your favorite kid. But Friday the 13th just has this like lore that really fascinates me. And maybe it helped that I met one of the people who was Jason, and I got an autographed knife from him and a picture. So that might color my my feelings on Jason in general. But meeting Kane Hodder and seeing, and he's a short dude in real life, but he's super fucking muscular. And he's one of my favorite Jasons. But yeah. So the premise is pretty simple. So everybody who's never seen this, I haven't seen Five Nights. Oh, I did that earlier. Give me 10 minutes. Wait for me on this. I gotta catch this one. But let me kind of get to the setup of Friday the 13th. This to me is one of my favorite franchises. There is 12, there's 13 movies, which is kind of a good number. Actually, if we ended on that, that'd be perfect because it's Friday the 13th, 13 movies. Whatever. Friday the 13th for me has always been a great series because it's that perfect schlocky kind of horror film. There's by no means all right, sorry about that. Friday the 13th doesn't have the deepest story. It's by no means like a grand masterpiece, but let me explain to you why I am such a big Friday the 13th fan. For me, I remember being younger watching these movies. When I started getting into horror, the first movie I ever watched was The Blob with Matthew Dillon. Scared the shit out of me. I was young. The second movie I watched was Alien 3. I know, not the best now that I've watched it in retrospect, but it has a special place in my heart because it scared this ever loving shit out of me. The next franchise that I watched, which was on TV, and I went back and I rented every one of the movies, was Friday the 13th. And I remember my mom talking about it and the twist in the first movie and telling me it's really great. And it was just like one of those moments that uh kind of just changes your perspective on what horror can be. And now keep in mind, because I know there's a lot of battle between Halloween fans versus uh you know Friday the 13th Jason fans. There's kind of a friendly, playful back and forth that we have in the communities, but um they kind of take the same road too. uh, they they are progressively they're progressively worse as they go, but I think it's how much love you have for the particular franchise that determines whether you're a Halloween fan or whether you're a Friday the 13th fan. I've always been a Jason fan because it was the first one I watched. I think if I would have watched Halloween sooner in my life. And don't get me wrong, I like other John Carpenter films better, like Escape from New York and Escape from LA, or The Thing, or those kinds of films. I think are very good. But if we're talking slashers, I feel like just even in their first movies, for me, Friday the 13th has more of an impact. Um, I'm hoping he's joining me. So let me do something for you. As always, to start off the series, we're going to play a clip from the original Friday the 13th trailer. I'm actually glad at this time I'm not monetized because I probably would have been dinged so many times. Let me see. Friday the 13th. Trailer 1980. I'm gonna guess that's the one there. Okay, there we go. Oh my god, the original trailer. This is gonna be great. I love watching these 80s trailers. It's so funny to see how they marketed movies back then. So yeah. First off, the thing that is interesting about this character. Okay, so if you've watched this series, the first movie was not actually about Jason Voorhees. Uh, and it's from 1980. So if you haven't watched it, I'm sorry, spoilers, I guess. Um, the killer is his mother, and I like the story is simple but yet sympathetic. You can understand where they're coming from. Uh, so you have this Camp Crystal Lake. There's a bunch of these counselors. And it's the 80s, man. This was when horror was fucking nuts, okay? They did not shy away from anything. You had a bunch of lots of gratuitous, there's a lot of sex and violence in this movie. That's pretty much Friday the 13th bread and butter. Like, people having sex at the most inappropriate times, getting high, not paying attention, right? So you have this kind of deformed kid, Jason Voorhees, and he can't swim, and the counselors aren't paying attention. Uh, I think he's out on the dock or something like that, and then falls in, and no one's looking, and Jason drowns. So the camp is closed down. Years later, they reopen the camp. These counselors start dying one by one, and it kind of takes what I like, which is sorry, I'm pouring myself some Jack here. We're getting started in the drinking. Oh yeah, I love trailers from the 80s and 90s. They're fucking great. Like nobody could cut a promo like they did. So you have these counselors who are essentially responsible for this poor kid's death. Now, where I can look at it now and see kind of the logic gap is the fact that Mrs. Voorhees doesn't exactly go for the people responsible. She just starts fucking killing camp counselors. But there's something so eerie and classic about the first movie, and the twist that you're expecting this like, Michael Myers type killer or something like that, and it's really in the first movie his mother is the killer. And it also continues the tradition of them not giving a shit about the lead character, because as I'll explain in the second movie, in the first movie, the counselor who kills Jason's mom, she dies in like the first 5 minutes of the second movie. And this is a trend where I say that about respectfully killing off the main character. It's kind of jarring because the first 5 minutes of the second movie, she finds like a head in her refrigerator and turns around and Jason fucking butcher knife. But it's a very 80s movie. So let me just play a clip here. This is from like, oh my god, dude, that scared the shit out of me when I was a kid.
Who's that?
Hello?
James? Oh, hi. What are you doing out in this mess?
One.
And there's him drowning. I love like, so a typical cliche when I was talking about Scream and horror cliches in general, you always have the old guy, and this just isn't for Friday the 13th. If you ever go back and watch the old Hades horror movies or whatever, there's always this one old guy in town who fucking knows the lore and knows everything, and he's like, I'm warning you about that cabin there. Some terrible things went down. And it's just, God, it's so fun. Like, when he's like, you're all gonna die. I mean, like, it's funny, but in a good way. I don't know. It's so fucking, how do I put it? It's so fucking, like, great in all the best ways. I love that kind of corny, like, oh my god, like, how does this guy know how does this guy know about the Jason lore and everything else like that. It's just it's super fucking fun. And with me now, welcome my first guest to my 12-hour Halloween stream.
Your first guest in 4.5 hours.
Hey man, I'm doing it big. I don't care. I could go 4.5 hours listening to myself talk.
Oh yeah, that's one of the things that you enjoy, the sound of your own voice.
Exactly. So, Justin, before we get
by the way, I have to just mention this real quick. No joke. I pulled into the gas station to pick up some beer before the stream because I'm gonna need it talking to you. And no joke, it started snowing.
I know, it's snowing here too.
What on Halloween? No, unacceptable. It's bad enough the department stores are already putting up the stupid decorations. Now the weather is in on the heist. Fuck that noise.
So
that is unacceptable. I just had to get that out there.
So Justin, I had to ask you because I'm pretty sure you have the same feelings on this. It'll be very interesting when I do these ratings, but I
Actually,
hear a
don't have
rumor
any feelings.
you are a fan of Friday the 13th.
I am a huge fan of both Friday the 13th and Halloween, but I have to admit, out of all the Friday the 13th films, none of them are.
None of them are what? Okay, some tech issues. We're just gonna hang on that. God damn it. He's like, none of them are what? What are they? God damn it. Okay, so let's get back to this trailer. I'm sure he'll get back to us at a time. But you got two big Friday the 13th fans here, so let's continue this trailer. Of course, the two camp counselors have sex and die. This is like a...
We weren't doing anything. We were just messing with you.
Oh god, and the music? I love the music in this.
5, 6.
Must be my imagination.
I mean, that is
7.
classic. This is like classic horror goodness. Like the girl turns around, nobody's there, and then the killer's behind them. Like, to me, this, even above Halloween, this set up the tropes that would hurt slasher films later. But goddamn, I love it. Like, for me,
It was a
this
fun
is one
journey while it lasted.
Yeah, I should. Oh, I love Never Hike Alone, Perp.
Did you
Love
see
them.
Never Hike Alone 2 that just came out?
Yes, I did.
Oh, it was great. It was a very good, satisfying conclusion to Tommy Jarvis's story. And I'm so happy Tom Matthews was honored and respected and got to do it himself.
Oh yeah, I definitely agree.
If they wanted to do it for the attention, they would have had Corey Feldman do it. But no, they went with Tom Matthews, and I'm happy for it. I'm happy for him.
Yeah, I am too. I thought we'll get to Tommy Jarvis because he's a very interesting character in this franchise.
You know what we could do?
What?
We could do one of those tier makers.
Oh, if you want to do that whilst I'm going over the trailer.
Oh, absolutely.
Hello?
I love the classic hello. Brenda, hello, Brenda. Oh my god. I love the 80s making, like, okay, let's be real. These aren't
10.
the best in cinematic making. And of course, the man himself. Who we got there? We got Kevin fucking Bacon.
11.
Just like, dude, off that alone. Even in these movies.
12. Friday the 13th. You may only see it once, but that will be enough.
Oh my god, what a great promo. Can we go back to the days where they used to do really good trailers like that? Like, you may see this movie only once. It will scare you so bad, you'll be traumatized. You will tell your kids about the day you went to see Friday the 13th. Now, like, dude, like, they do not cut promos like that. Like, honestly, 80s and 90s trailers are kind of like WWE promos, but for movies. And if you listen to a lot of the trailers, there's always one guy, and I think you can hear him in that. He's just got I just call him the movie trailer guy. He's just got that voice that makes everything epic. It does not matter what this guy does a trailer for. It always feels like a movie you've got to go and watch. And a lot of marketing I miss today is that feeling of them really hyping up stuff, not showing the whole fucking movie. I've always hated that. Yeah, it's really interesting to see the trailers now compared to back then. So let me start off with the premise of Friday the 13th, which I've already explained, but basically the Jason Voorhees drowns as a boy at Camp Crystal Lake due to the neglect of the camp staff. And a decade later, the lake is reopened with a new set of victims, as I like to call them, because honestly, they're just really, there's no characters in this. And this is what I mean, where this isn't the greatest film. This was in an era where a lot of it was just to set up the killer, and you had one main character who you knew was going to be the hero. That was the virtuous one. 9 out of 10 times, she didn't drink, she didn't smoke, she didn't sleep with other people. It's like this very on a pedestal, and that's where Scream kind of comes along and plays with those tropes. It's like you know, you had the promiscuous camp person, you had the asshole jock guy. Like these were the franchises that started the stereotypes that horror sticks so closely to. You had the like Kevin Bacon played one of the camp counselors who's like the jock and everybody likes him and he sleeps with the different women and all this stuff. It's one of the things that I love about the first film in particular is what Perp said. Pamela Voorhees is one of the most interesting killers, I think, if I'm talking about slasher icons as far as motivation goes. Pamela Voorhees, and I agree with Perp 100%, is justified in her hatred. And if you look at this movie, which I don't think a lot of people deduced at the time, you could tell a couple of things. Some of the victims in this movie, if you watch it, they knew who was going to kill them. If you've seen that scene that I played in the clip, there's a point where he goes, "Oh, we weren't doing anything, right?" Like they were talking to the person that they knew. Unlike later on in the Friday the 13th series, the killer was more of a whodunit, kind of almost in the style of Scream, right? Because you have all these camp counselors dying, but it's not a supernatural figure or something. It's more of a mystery of who's off in these people. And certain scenes give you a clue that the killer is someone at the camp, because sometimes when people are killed, they recognize the person who's about to kill them. So it had a cool kind of mystery thing. And don't get me wrong, this was the 80s. It wasn't like it was fucking terribly hard for you to figure out who it was. I think they do wind up showing Pamela, but it's so obscured, and she only gets a little bit of screen time to where you don't know all of the motivations and everything to the very end of the movie, where she explains why she's killing these camp counselors and what her reason is. And to be honest with you, I agree with Perp. She is 100% justified in her reasons. I mean, think about it, okay? And me being a father now, I think it really hits home to me, feeling she's a sympathetic villain in my mind, because you have this lady who only had Jason in her life. The father is alluded to have left them. She's this like single mother taking care of this kid with a rare genetic disorder that kind of makes his face look fucked up. And so on top of all of that, she works at this campground and she entrusts these kids, these teenagers who are mean little fucking vindictive pricks, right? That tease and make fun of Jason as it is. And so he falls into the river and he's screaming for help with all of these fucking people around him, and he drowns. And at that point, it's the first time you get a killer where you can kind of understand their perspective, because it's like, yeah, if my kid drowns and there's like 5 or 6 people around who could have saved him and didn't, the hell yeah, I go on a murder spree. Now, the only thing where it's
By the way, it was a lake, not a river. Camp Crystal River? Are you fucking kidding me? You can't even get your lore correct.
Lake, river, whatever. Anyways, that's not the point. The point is that when it comes to sympathy, I think her motivations are the most sympathetic. I can understand her reasonings and her logic behind doing it. What made this series unique, even starting off, was unlike Michael Myers or unlike Ghostface or these other killers that have come since Friday the 13th. I think this established a very good motivation for why. What the fuck is that?
What up? I figured one of us should dress up as something.
So, Jesus Christ. So
would you
I
prefer
think,
that or Bob Ross's giant sombrero?
oh God. Okay, and Jason was getting his get back for his mom. Yeah, exactly. Because the camp counselor killed his mom. Oh my God. It's gonna be a long 12 hours. So
we're going on for 12 hours more. Oh.
Yeah, I started at noon. I'm going till midnight. Let's go. I've only gotten to my second subset. See, I made a list. So my first one was Master of Puppets, which I did a review for Five Nights at Freddy, Chucky, and Puppet Master. And then we're on Slasher Icons. I just got to Jason and Friday the 13th. We're doing Halloween next. And then I got Animated Horror, which is Dead Space, Perfect Blue, Mad God, Corpse Bride. My personal favorite, Nightmare Before Christmas. So you know where my ranking's going. Wicked City, To the Last Death, and Akira. And then the last one, and my most passionate one, is The Devil Made Me Do It, which is going to be The Exorcist, The Conjuring, When Evil Lurks, Sinister, The Last Exorcism, Jennifer's Body, Evil Dead, Children of the Corn, and Paranormal Activity. And then we'll kind of see from there.
All right. Well,
Perp says,
at least you have some plans, but
Justin is obnoxious. No, I'm gonna save magic for next year, Perp. I didn't wanna like blow it all on just this. So I like this official tier link. So before we go, let's give a little context, okay? So we're starting off with the first film.
Yes.
What are these? What are these?
Oh, so this is the rankings. So I basically replaced S through D tier and F with different things. So the S tier, that's going to be Crispin Glover. You already see where I'm going with this.
With this, yeah. Okay. I like where your head's at.
Speaking of head, or lack thereof, the A tier has been changed to a machete to the face.
Nice.
Especially if you're in a wheelchair, even better. You know how I am with people in wheelchairs.
Yep.
So, and then the arrow through the neck is going to be the B tier. It's second best kill, honestly. And it's going to be C. The C tier is for mommy issues. The movies that have some issues, and we don't like as much. And
we can do this for the rest of the rankings too.
Oh yeah, well, we could do something similar to that. I'll come up with different ones. By the way,
nice.
I fully intended on working today, but they let me go early, and I'm like, well, okay. I haven't had Halloween off in years, so.
And happy Halloween! Thank you for joining me. Hopefully, you stay for this full experience adventure.
I don't know about that, but I'll try as long as I can. And then after mommy issues is honorable trash. Trashy Friday the 13th films. There are a few of them, but that are fun and enjoyable. And then there's, of course, at the very bottom, dog shit.
Which, I mean, in this series, for me, you're gonna have to pick that out, because for me, I love all of these in different ways, and I can 100% admit I'm a bit biased. So I'm glad having another person to talk it out with, to maybe make me see some angles, because I'm gonna be 100% honest with you. I'm gonna be fucking biased when it comes to certain one of these films, especially when we get to Jason X and them, because I fucking love Jason X. I'm probably the only person on the planet who fucking loves that movie, but I love Jason X. It's so fun.
Well,
it's such a fun movie.
I actually watched it a couple of weeks ago, and and then I rewatched my Friday the 13th rankings, and Jason X was number 11, and I think it may have changed.
It is like getting older. Like I know it's terrible, but there's just something so fun. Like they just don't give a shit. They
Oh,
do
that's
these wild kind of.
yeah.
It's just
Go ahead.
it's like so crazy in the way that they do it that it's got charm. It's a movie that's got some charm behind it. But let's start with the classic. Let's go with the OG original. So Friday the 13th. Can we agree it's a Crispin Glover? I
No.
mean, for me, okay, maybe I got original movie bias, but okay. First off, I think the motivations are great. Now, where I can agree with you, the characters aren't that strong. Especially you have a young Kevin Bacon. They really don't do anything with his character. I understand that point. Um,
Well,
and
at this point, I haven't really said anything on it yet, so carry on.
and I love the premise of the motivations for the killer. I love it's kind of got that Scream flair, right? It's a who done it.
Mhm.
And there's certain scenes in the movie which I said before you came on when you were doing the
Yeah.
tier list. There's scenes where you can kind of start to figure out. It's like a little mystery. You can kind of try to figure out who's killing these people because initially it is a mystery movie. It's not the standard horror. Like, yeah, people are dying, there's sex, there's gruesome kills,
Well,
but it's
well,
trying to figure out who's the killer amongst all these people in
well,
the
here's
camp.
the thing. Here's the issue, though. The problem is that you can't figure out who it is because Betsy Palmer doesn't show up until everyone is dead. So
No,
it
they do
doesn't.
show her in flashbacks. So I know it's a
They
bullshit
don't show her in
technique, but
flashbacks. Like they have it from her perspective, but then that makes you think like, wait, if there's someone back then doing it, who's doing it now? And then when she shows up, it's just like, oh, it's her. Like no one else, everyone else is dead, and it's not Alice. So
okay,
it's
I'll give it to you. That is a flaw. They don't show her enough, but I feel like if you show her
at
too
all,
much,
at all. No,
but
there is no reason. And by the way, I will give you this though. Betsy Palmer alone saves this movie, and only because she wanted a new car. That was
and
it.
Betsy Palmer is brilliant.
She doesn't half-ass it. I'll give you that.
She doesn't half-ass the movie. Like the performance alone. Okay, so let me meet you in the middle. Arrow through the neck. That's as far as I'm willing to go. I think
Actually, that's exactly where I was going to put it, and I was hoping you put it there. Because look, and as I said, I was trying to say earlier, I think I got cut off. But out of all the Friday the 13th films, none of them are great. Let's just be honest, none of them are great. And that's why Halloween wins, because at least the first movie is great and is universally
We'll do that
loved.
when we do my horror icons. We're going to do a ranking of the franchises themselves. So Scream, Halloween, Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and Friday the 13th. We're going to do which ones are the best out of those four. So we'll have our chance to.
Yeah, and before one of the This Week in Bullshit shows, I actually ranked in like the span of like 20 minutes because I had to do it quickly. Ranked the Friday the 13th, Nightmare on Elm Streets, the Texas Chainsaw Massacres, and at least one other. Oh, and the Scream movies, like all in one tier list. Just I don't know why I did it. I was insane. But I would love to do each individual one because I don't have to make them. I could just make all these little silly puns and stuff. Great.
And I think we have enough time to really do that too. So I appreciate you doing up this tier list, and hopefully I have you for a majority of these because that looks really fucking professional. When we get done with this, you got to tell me what you're using because I fucking
Oh, it's just
like
tiermaker.com. That's it.
Tiermaker.com. Okay. I will keep that in mind because I might use this for the future. So all right, let's move along to the next one, part 2. Now I have some issues with part 2, and I talked about this with my Scream. If you were listening to me give my breakdown of that,
I was trying not to, but you know.
there is a problem that developed from these early slashers of them killing the main character with disrespect in the first fucking 5 minutes of the film, like they didn't give a shit. The thing that really brings this down is they killed the main character in this movie in the first 5 minutes.
And 4
the
minutes
film.
is just one shot, and it's not even an impressive shot. It's
Shot,
just
yep.
boring. It's boring.
Yep, yeah,
I
agree.
don't want to hear Alice talking to her stupid mom. Alice was one of the most boring, bland characters in that first movie. And out of all of the characters, she survived? Fuck that. I would have preferred Annie to survive. That's another issue I had with that. Annie was so cute. She was adorable. You thought we were going to follow her, and then she gets her throat slit. And I'm like, oh, great. You killed off my final girl. She actually had a personality. Alice is not. Alice is just, okay, Steve is being creepy to her. Okay. And then she likes Bill, and that's it.
Yeah, there's really... And that's an issue where I agree with you that this will never be good as far as character depth. You don't have a Laurie Strode. You don't have anybody who really carries this franchise along. And I think it hurts it. And so a lot of the problems that we're going to come across with these Friday the 13th movies is that the draw is not the characters. It's the killer. And that works.
Very true. However, I would like to just add a note, though, that when the characters are great, when they're good and they're fun to watch, it's so much more enjoyable. And honestly, the characters in part 2 are a lot better than they are in part 1.
100%. But another drawback for me
Yeah.
is Ralph. I don't fucking like Ralph.
I don't get Ralph. It's like whatever. They don't do anything with him.
I don't know if it's his stupid fucking hate. I don't know. I just hate Ralph. So that's a bias I have.
So
Ralph
you know what?
is
Maybe
the most useless fucking character. It gets so much time.
That's why part 2 is higher for me than part 1, because Ralph dies. It's great.
I mean, Ralph does die pretty
creepy.
horribly.
Yeah. He got his comeuppance. He was warning everyone, but then nobody listened to him, and yet he decides to go into Camp Crystal Lake anyway, like an idiot. He's not even taking his own advice.
Yeah. It's and the other thing that bugged me is I don't like the mask in this one. We don't have
the potato sack.
The potato sack. The potato sack look like. Okay, so as far as kills go, a lot creative. If I remember correctly, this is the pitchfork one, right? Where he
No. That's the next one when they're in the barn. Well, he did have a pitchfork at some point. But I don't think he killed anybody with it. He was about to. But in this one, there was a lot more creepy shots. I felt like, there's one shot where like Paul is like looking around, and Ginny, the main character, sees Jason creeping in the dark corner with a pitchfork, and he's like, Paul, look out. And then, tries, and then he fails at stabbing him. And that actually creeped me out, just seeing a man with a pitchfork like slowly
lurking in the corner. I think we can agree, though, as far as if you take Michael versus Jason, I think as far as the creep factor in this movie, I feel like the shots they have of Jason, and you put that it's so much more effective to me
in this
than
one.
Michael Myers. This movie really highlights how stealthy he can be. He's not just a big giant running through stuff. He actually like is in the shadows. He's like, and he's not. The other thing I hated, which they added later, and we'll talk about that, is this thing where he just walks, but he fucking teleports every fucking place.
Here. Well, why don't we save that? We'll
save that for later. I'm sorry, I'm jumping all over the place.
I honestly think we should focus on just this specific movie. So with this movie, I love the character of Jenny.
I do like Jenny.
Yeah, when they're at the bar, like Ginny has sympathy towards like the story of Jason, and even though she calls him, and I quote, a frightened retard,
I love it. They were so politically incorrect in the 80s.
Back then, actually, she was actually saying it in such a sweet way, and being so nice about it. Like she was actually coming at Jason from a place of sympathy. Yeah, even though, unbeknownst to her, he's killing all of her employees. That's what's happening. And I like the guy in the wheelchair. He was very sweet.
I think what really helps too is, look, we're not trying to be dicks here, but if you have some kind of disability or impairment, Hollywood does that on purpose. It's they call it the kick the dog thing, right? If you give a character some kind of, like John Wick, right? The dog dies. What's 90% of the things that got people on John Wick's side? It was the murdering the dog. You can
I
fucking
didn't.
murder a family, but if you kill somebody's dog, that's then you get people on your side, and that's called the kick the dog theory, right? in
Right,
screenwriting.
right. Yeah, and that going by that, Jason killing off the guy in the wheelchair it just showed that Jason had no mercy. He didn't give a shit who you were or
Yep.
what you looked like or what your past or whatever. He basically didn't even understand that. All he understood was skinning dogs alive and killing people. By the way, that little muffin, that little dog, I guess there were two of them, so I called bullshit on that. I'm like, so who's the twin dog that Jason killed and skinned alive? I'm curious about that.
Dude, it's one of those things we'll never get a fucking answer for.
But by the way, where did Paul go? He just disappeared at the end. The actor just left the set. Well, he disappeared. Let's just put it that way. And then
you know what? This is why I like having another person. I had that question too because I rewatched the franchise to do this review, obviously. And dude, Paul not only disappeared, but he's never brought up again at all.
Nor should he. He disappeared. That's okay.
He just disappeared. We don't know. Did he die? Did he quit?
It's like the Jaws method. Like, you don't see the shark, and it's because it's not working. But you don't need to know that. All you need to know is that there is a shark and you can't see it, and that adds to the mystery.
I love Perp's comment here. He says Jason was like Clint Eastwood in Gran Torino before Gran Torino. I agree. Yeah. That is the best analogy, Perp. Fucking kudos. So where are we gonna put this? I say machete to the face, honestly.
You know what? I was gonna say that in honor of Mark, the guy in the wheelchair. Yes, he does have a name, and I remember it because I liked him. But that was the moment where Jason was solidified as a true monster.
Yeah, 100%. It's kind of scary how much we agree on these rankings. We're definitely big fans of this. Like, I've been dying for years to get to talk to someone who feels as passionately as I do about this franchise because I think it really ignited my passion when I was a kid and I met Kane Hodder. At the time, I didn't realize how short he was. To me, he was giant. But dude, if in comparison to the other Jasons that we've had, he's the shortest. But that dude is fucking built. Like, I seen him in real life. He's like this. He is a fucking built, scary fucking guy, and the sweetest you'll ever meet. He signed a butcher knife, and my mom has it, but it says, "I'll see you in the woods." And and he took pictures with me and my mom, like, and I just want to highlight before we get to number 3. I love people in the horror genre that embrace the character that they are, like Nev Campbell being Sidney Prescott and things like that. Like, I like when people realize that the character made them famous, and it's kind of my issue I have with Halloween. Jamie Lee Curtis only came back because they probably gave her a shit ton of money. She, for a long time, tried to get away from Laurie Strode. That doesn't mean she doesn't play the character well. It just means, like, she doesn't have the kind of affinity that other people have to their characters.
Yeah, I think that was the case. You could have said that was the case for maybe H2O, but she also recognizes this is the series that started my career. But yeah. But I think she's grown to appreciate it. But
yeah, but the difference
but it's
between
great to see people who like always embrace it and just like understand this is what I guess I'm going to be known for the rest of my life. I can either try to do something else with my career and try to leave it behind and see how that works. Never.
Never.
So why not just embrace what you have and just say, like, you know what? I hit it. I did my stuff. and I'm happy about it. And that's a more positive way to go about it.
Like, if you take, for instance, with Star Trek, right? Sir Patrick Stewart versus William Shatner. Both great.
Don't get me started.
Both great at the job, right? But Sir Patrick Stewart hates Star Trek, and he hates the kind of, it's almost like a hatred towards the amount of fans that he has. Whereas William Shatner has always embraced that kind of role. And I've heard he's had his own issues with people on set. But as far as fans, as far as I know, he's always been a little bit more warm and welcoming, where if you talk about Patrick Stewart and even with his castmates, he's kind of a dick when it comes to the convention scene and stuff like that. And it's things like that where it's like, Patrick Stewart's a great actor. There's no denying it. But what is he most famous for? Let's be real. He's done other movies, but what do people remember him for immediately?
Magneto. That wasn't him. That wasn't him. Was it Magneto? Or
no, he was Xavier. But
I don't know. I get him and Gandalf confused.
But the point is, yes, he did make Xavier, and he would become famous for that. He's a great actor. But
before then, it was
Star Trek. But
I understand your point though.
But my point stands is that Kane Hodder loves and embraced the fan. He stayed. You know how long the lines are for those conventions, right? He stayed and signed and talked to every person in line.
That's
and I don't know why that just hit me right in the feels.
Well, you know what? It's so funny that you mentioned Matthew Lillard earlier. He does the exact same thing. That's why I just got a photo op instead of an autograph.
Dude, I don't even have to meet Matthew Lillard to know the kind of person he is. There's some people who project, like, they care about the people who put them where they are. And Matthew Lillard, despite it all, I always had that sense he's got like that kind of warm presence where he feels like a person who's just grateful to be where he's at. And look, like, if you go beyond Scream, he's done great movies, but I feel like he's never got actual credit for how good of an actor he is. Like, he did that one Without a Paddle. 13
I
Ghosts.
love that movie. That was great.
I love Without a Paddle. It's a fucking hilarious movie.
I remember seeing the poster and I was like, "Ooh, Shaggy!" And that one guy from Scooby Doo 2.
He did Scooby Doo. Like, Matthew Lillard is so fucking. He did the new Twin Peaks.
He's been in my life since childhood, really.
Did you see the new? I love Twin Peaks. Have you seen the new Twin Peaks? He's in that.
No. But if I'm perfectly honest, Zod, if we keep going on these tangents, we're never going to get through this.
Okay, so let's go to Friday the 13th. Okay, I'm going to tell you right now, I have a big bias. I hate 3D. So I put this
No. Hold on. Let me start this one. And in fact, to get us on track, let me start all of them. If it's okay with you.
No. Okay, look, I have a personal stake. I hate 3D. I hate it with a passion. But continue. Sorry.
No. Actually, you stole my line. Here's the thing. Part 2, Part 3, and the final chapter supposedly all take place on the same weekend. All in the same weekend. No joke. That's the timeline.
That's the timeline. Yep.
This is the Friday the 13th trilogy. This was the Last Jedi of it. But except it only gave us one good thing: the iconic mask, and that's what people remember. All because of that wannabe Jonah Hill, Shelley. Had it. Yeah, okay, everyone was annoying. I don't care if there was a pregnant lady. She didn't have a personality. Some guy walks on his hands, and that's the father. And I'm like, oh, well, great. And he gets cut in half, and we don't really, see it as much as we should. And the shots are terrible. The 3D effects are so gimmicky and stupid. You even had that one dude who played, Rick, who's the boyfriend of the final girl, the main chick. Then you have this biker gang come in, and it's such a mess. It's just a whole big fucking mess. And the guy who plays Rick is like, I don't know, 35 years old. And
Yeah, dude, was it okay? Before we continue, because I feel like we have to talk about this, okay?
Yes.
So unrememberable. Just
unmemorable. Yeah, forgettable. Yeah.
Forgettable, fucking terrible. And I honestly forgot his name. And I just rewatched it. This is the movie. You know how you hit the point in a franchise with that one film you don't remember most of it? This is that movie for me. And I can't say all of the stuff because you said it. It's gimmicky. The characters are terrible. Nothing's rememberable. The only highlight in this whole fucking movie is him getting the mask. I honestly struggle to remember 99% of this film. And I'm telling the God's honest truth.
Yeah, and there was a bunch of teenagers, and then there are these two hippies that are like, you know,
and what was with the fight gang?
Like, what are they doing here?
What do you remember? I don't know if you watched more recently than I did, because I watched it a couple of days ago preparing. But I don't remember the motorcycle gang really contributing anything. Like, they were just kind of there for more bodies. Like,
yeah, exactly. And they caused a little bit of trouble in the gas station or something, and that was it. And they had no motivation. They had no reason to be there. Had they had just robbed somebody else, had they just robbed them and then sped off to the next gas station, they would have been fine, instead of like trailing them and trying to get revenge for something. I don't know what they were trying to do. I don't remember their motivation, but there was no point to them. No point.
Can we just like, because this movie infuriates me, can we just skip it to dog shit? I'm at dog shit, to be honest.
I need to add one thing. The boyfriend, he when his head gets crushed and that eye comes out like boing. I wanted to add that sound effect in it, like boing, you know, when the eye popped out and you could see the water.
So bad.
It was one of the worst effects that I have ever seen, especially like in 2D, let alone 3D. Are you kidding me? It doesn't land. By the way, whenever you get the box set, it comes with a couple pairs of 3D glasses, and they never work. They don't work. Like, it does not translate well. It's a terribly made film and back in the 80s, 3D was a big gimmick, and they decided to go with that. I don't know why they did. They should never have done that. It's a stupid idea. And you know what? You're right. I'm putting it into dog shit. Friday the 13th Part 3. You know, dog shit.
This is so weird because I was for sure we might battle at the next couple of movies, but I thought for sure we'd be battling on a lot of these. But I mirror you. Like, I hate the 3D gimmick, especially in the 80s, but even in today. Saw 3D I didn't like. Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3D I didn't like. I hate 3D because, like you said, it's always a gimmick. There's always one or two shots designed for a theater. But when you take that motherfucker home, it has no rewatchability. You don't have 3D glasses at home. And this is the issue I have with 3D in general. But if they even gave the characters any fucking depth, or, you know, they gave us one person to root for, but there's no one with any character in this movie. It's terrible. Honestly, if I'm being honest with you, it was a struggle to get through. I had the toughest time getting through this movie.
I always have a tough time getting through it. And you know what's funny? The first time I ever saw Friday the 13th, I was in the middle of Part 2 on like AMC, and all the kills were censored, but I still felt great like watching it. I felt, and I actually, I actually remember I recorded it on a VHS at the time.
Oh God, we're dating
and
ourselves.
I got in the middle of Part 2, and I still have it, by the way. And then the next movie was the final chapter, and I would prefer it that way, because we're gonna get to it in just a moment. But the one last thing I wanted to say is that at the end of Part 3, like, shitty zombie Pamela Voorhees comes up and like, and just like kind of slowly, like, it doesn't pop up like Jason does. She's just like, come with me, you know, to the girl. And you know what? I honestly, if that final girl drowned, I would have been fine with that. Like, she's dead too to me. I don't care. I really don't care. And I don't care about like her backstory when she's like, oh, this guy was so creepy to me. Like, tried to like, she sounded like she was traumatized by like meeting Jason as a child, but I'm like, this doesn't make sense. This doesn't add up. This is stupid. This is absolutely ridiculous. I had no, just no to that whole movie. Worthless. I'm gonna skip it every time. But on to the final chapter, which if it was the final chapter, all right, you went out with a bang. Good.
So let's go to.
I have so much to say about this. First off, you don't need to watch any of the movies in order to understand the final chapter because they recap everything for you at the beginning. It's
the corny. I gotta say, okay, so it's corny, but I love
this
it.
one because they thought they didn't really think it was the last one, but I thought like, because it's the last one, it makes sense that they would recap everything. And it started this trend of every other movie recapping everything for you. But it only works in this film. This film was blessed with having two fantastic actors that would become big celebrities the year after it came out. One being Crispin Glover, who was in Back to the Future, George McFly, and seeing him in this movie is so delightful. He every moment that Crispin Glover is on screen is just a treat. It's so delightful.
And I want to add on to that for a second. I want to add on to that. Crispin Glover to me has now done one project that I didn't like. I love that movie where he controls the rats. I love him in American Gods.
I love him in Simon Says. Have you seen Simon Says?
No, I have to see that. That's the one movie.
Oh my God! I want to watch.
Don't spoil it. It's on my watch list.
With you. Oh my God! It is brilliant.
But for me, he's a very unique actor. Like, look, he goes against the Hollywood template. He's a very weird looking dude, but he's a weird person. He's a weird person, but
dude, he went on David Letterman in character of like a movie that I've never seen and never will see. And that's a whole wacky trip on it in itself. And he almost kicked David Letterman in the face.
Like, he's so charismatic. I've always enjoyed him as an actor. And I think that in this film, you have can I spoil the next one? Of course, the great Corey Feldman as Tommy, who would go on to be kind of like the Laurie Strode of this franchise. I'm just gonna say it. Tommy is the Laurie Strode. I'm sorry. Yeah, Tommy is a very central. Tommy is a very central character. I don't think they've treated him as well as they could, but he's very central. And
he's as close to like, a main human character in the franchise to root for than I think anybody else. The rest of them.
Yeah. And it's a very young Corey Feldman, so it's a Corey Feldman in his prime.
No. It was right before his prime. Right before the Goonies. That was the second one, yeah.
You know what? I like him in the Goonies, but can I do a hot take here? I actually think I saw the potential here, just his likability and everything. You know what I mean? Like,
oh no, absolutely. And when
you see him in this movie, you know he's got it. You don't know what it is, but he's got it.
He's got something. Now, I will say this. When I watched this on TV as a kid, the final chapter was the next one to come up. And when I saw the cast list, I'd already watched Back to the Future. I already owned. I had already seen Stand By Me. I had already seen The Goonies, and I love The Goonies. And so when I saw the cast, I was like, oh, I'm going to love this one. And then I just kept the VHS recording throughout the whole thing. And I'm just like, I was just captivated by everything that was happening. Absolutely captivated. And I can't believe I recorded it because the only reason I did was because I heard that, this is a horror movie, Friday the 13th. It's kind of a thing. And you know, and I was like, oh, let's see what this is like. Because the last time I watched a horror movie, it was Alien, and I was 7 years old, and I thought when the alien comes out of his stomach, oh, that's how babies are born. Oh my God. And I couldn't watch it. I didn't watch it for 20 years after that.
So
when I saw this,
really
I was
quick
really putting my neck
before
out there, and I was so surprised, and I was so delighted, and this was my step into loving horror. Without the final chapter, I probably would have been just off of my own, not knowing what the hell I like in life. You know what I mean?
So can we agree, before we continue talking about how great this movie is, this is definitely Crispin Glover.
Oh,
like,
well, yeah,
100%.
that's why I put it there.
If you're talking about gold standard, look, if this franchise has a gold standard, a high bar, for me, this is like peak Friday the 13th. Like, you have, I mean, you would think Kevin Bacon being in the first film, which I still will argue with you should probably be machete to the face, but I get your reasons. It's in a comfortable spot, right? But anyways, if you have Kevin Bacon who does virtually nothing in the original Friday the 13th, right? He's just basically there to die. He's just charismatic on his own. But here, you really get to see a little bit of character development. You get a little insight. You get to actually bond with these people. Corey Feldman is very lovable, and I think so when Jason starts coming after him and he dresses up as him and cuts his hair and everything, it's very you go, damn, that kid is smart. You know, the characters do smart things in this film. There's not like that trend of characters doing stupid shit. Like, there is stupid shit because it's an old movie, but
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
everyone does stupid shit, yeah.
But there's a lot of smart moves in this movie, and I think this really solidified what Friday the 13th could be. This was, like you said, if we ended it here, it'd be a perfect trilogy to me. Or, I mean, not trilogy, but you get what I'm saying. It'd be a perfect franchise.
It would be a trilogy because we wouldn't include 3. We wouldn't talk about it.
Oh, yeah. So we could just call this the perfect trilogy. You cut out 3, pretend it doesn't exist, and you have the perfect set of movies that solidify how great Friday the 13th could be. But unfortunately, moving along.
No, not yet.
Okay, continue. What other great things? Because I feel like we've gushed over this. Like,
I don't think we have.
We
haven't really gotten to the whole nitty gritty of the film. And I'll try to make it short. So you have Rob, who is this guy who, like, you know, who is like a hitchhiker. And it turns out that his sister died a couple of days before. Literally a couple of days before. In a famous scene, I think it was Sandra was her name. She and her boyfriend, I guess his name is like Jeff or something, were impaled by Jason.
In that famous scene with
it was a big deal. And then he's out for revenge, and I'm like, oh, this is great. This character has a purpose. Even though he's a random hitchhiker, he's smart, he's intelligent, and he has a reason for being there. And a lot of characters have reasons for being there. And I don't think the whole thing with that was just one part. He was a good character, more like he was still like captivating to watch even after all the fun people are gone. But with Crispin Glover, this is the first time in a Friday the 13th film or in any of the films that you actually have like a B plot going on. What is Crispin Glover's goal? To get laid. And he wants to get over whoever Betty is, a made-up girlfriend or something. And he accomplishes his goal when like some twins come by on bicycles.
Oh, yeah. This is when you have the sexploitation.
He gets laid with one of them. He gets laid. And there's a whole character arc there, and he's so happy. He's just like, I finally got laid. Let's just pretend like he lost his virginity. Like that's a whole story within itself. And if that was like a whole movie, I would be interested in that movie of just Jimbo and Ted teddy bear, if you will, who's stupid in his own right. You know that.
And the names are just so great too, Jimbo and Teddy Bear. Like, this is peak cheese, but in all the right ways. Like, when you really think about this, this is very schlocky, cheesy 80s kind of filmmaking, but it's just so lovable. You got very charismatic people on screen. You got a very cheesy kind of premise. Even the character arc for Chris McGlover is cheesy, but it's just
it's cliche.
You're rooting for him. And cliche, but you're rooting for him. I was rooting for him. I'm like, man, he just wants to get laid. Can't he just? And then when he gets laid by the two girls, I'm like, you go. I found myself cheering. It was like an inspirational movie.
And it was also scary because even after the recap, when they're the only reason to kind of understand the context of why Jason is in a barn with a axe to his skull, even with that, so there's this big murder scene, and when all the ambulance and the police and the helicopters leave, you're left with dead silence and crickets, and the shot lingers for a moment, and it's kind of eerie and scary, like sort of like, even though Jason's gone, you're still kind of like, ooh, this sets like a weird tone, and they let that shot linger. That like kind of gives you like a good that's one of those golden shots in Friday the 13th. Is one of the most scary shots that really what you're seeing is nothing, but what you're feeling, what you're hearing is just silence, and it just gives you the creeps. It just does. And this movie is full of those sort of things. Even when Jason is down in the basement and Rob goes down there, I'm like, oh, no. The movie sets that tone for you. So even when you have Jason being declared dead and he's in the hospital, and you have Axel, that horny doctor or whatever at the morgue, you're like, oh my God, this is like terrible. But it's just like, we know he's a shitty person. You know he's gonna get fucked up. It's just like, how is he gonna get fucked up? And it's just it's hilarious. He's getting off to like girls. It's not even porn. It's just girls doing yoga, and like it's shaking their asses on public television, and it's hilarious. It's hilarious. So the movie sets its tone up very well at the beginning of being eerie and scary, but also like, you're gonna have a good time with us. Like this, we're gonna have you laugh. You're definitely gonna laugh out loud. You're gonna be scared, and that's the perfect combination. Is just laughing at the absurdity and being terrified out of your mind. But I'm gonna leave it at that, because we're gonna go on forever if I gush over this movie.
Oh yeah, I definitely say this is top tier. This is as good as the franchise gets, at least for me. In the Friday the 13th, like a lot of them past this is fun, but I think we both can agree this was a good ending point, and unfortunately, it doesn't end. But I feel like if you stop the series right here, you would have a great trilogy, because fuck 3D. We would have the perfect set of films. But unfortunately, let's move on to the next one. Friday the 13th, The New Beginning. I have so many feelings. Let me get your feelings first before I get into my...
Well, I'm actually a little bit nicer about this than you are. I'm serious about this. So what's the reason why people are angry about this movie? Well, first off, I feel like it ruins the ending of the final chapter a little bit.
Yeah.
And second off, I mean, you even had Corey Feldman film something in his backyard. That still didn't help the film. That's not a joke, by the way. But you do some things that are just that I just don't like. For example, Tommy Jarvis is a mute. He's in like some sort of, I don't know if it's like a psychiatric ward, and they're on vacation going somewhere.
Yeah, it's kind of.
I don't understand that. And there's just silly little things that just kind of just make me scratch my head. Like, what the fuck happened here? What the hell? How did we end up here? How did we go from the final chapter, which felt like a completely different movie, to now, this is the beginning of the end. A new beginning. A new beginning was actually correct. It was not false advertisement. It was the beginning of Friday the 13th just being shitty. Just being shitty and just being, like, hey, we're going to go through the motions. The stuff with Tommy Jarvis being like weird in the head does not work. He only utters like 5 words or something like that. It's stupid.
This wasn't the one where he stuck the thing in his chest, right?
No. That's the next one. That was with Tom
Okay, we'll
Hardy.
get to that because that
this
movie is pretty low for me too. But this
yeah,
was when he doesn't talk, and my problem was that you had Tommy in the, like you said, in the final chapter.
So likable.
Yeah, played by Corey Feldman, so likable, so charismatic. And then you do this shift with John Shepherd, which I don't think John Shepherd, he got a lot of shit for this, but I don't think he's a bad actor. But he's not given much to do. So my issues with this
all
movie,
you have to do is stand there.
Is that he's basically standing there like a mute, and it's really it takes away because you have no
place in the 90s
characterization.
for some reason, and it's so 80s. It's not 90s at all. It's so
no, it's not 90s, and they do the worst thing that I hate as far as horror movies, where you have those ridiculous time jumps that don't make sense to what they picture what 1990 would be, which is never what it actually is. It's and don't get me wrong, I know we're shitting on it, but
yeah, it's
I mean, I know we're shitting on the concept, and I want to get something straight. I really love this franchise, but we wouldn't be
We've been nice to it so far, except for 3, but
except for 3. 3 was shit. But here's the thing: we are objective in our critiques, and I feel like if we're looking at this objectively, with everything that the final chapter did right, this feels like 3 steps back. It feels like the Hollywood corporate machine realizing they got a golden goose, and instead of like waiting or bringing it back later, this film was made like 2 or 3 years later. There wasn't even that much of a gap.
No, it actually came out in 1985. The final chapter came out in 1984. So they didn't wait very long.
It was like a year gap. Like
So they, first off, like the series lied to us. Like this is the final chapter. This is the final chapter of decency and somewhat quality. And then the new beginning, just kind of like, well, the thing is, it was a whodunit without the audience being in on it.
Yeah, and as much as you complained in the first film, this was worse.
I don't think so. I don't think it's worse.
This was worse with the whodunit. I don't think it was as good as...
Well, here's the thing. I like the kills so much in this. They were great. And there's all these characters,
this is where the kills
and I didn't like any of them. It wasn't for the characters, but what makes this not dog shit at all was the fact that this this was all caused over some douchebag getting mad over a chocolate bar.
Okay. All right. Okay. So you got me there. I'll give you that. It is a pretty ridiculous reason.
Because of a chocolate bar. And this one fat guy who was annoying had fucking chocolate over his face.
Oh my god, I hated that guy. Ulick said hi to you, by the way.
Hey, well, what's up? Well, I said hey to him first. He said hey Zod, and you didn't say anything. So.
Oh, Ulick, hey, I'm sorry. I've been drinking a little bit, so if I did not say hi, I apologize. Hey,
I'll be
I'm
your
drinking this whole bottle of Jack. That's my goal. By midnight, this bottle of Jack will be gone. But anyway, so...
Oh, Jesus, and you opened a fresh one? Oh, no.
Oh, yeah, hold on a second. Let me show you how much I got left. We still got a good ways going, so I'm not even halfway through the bottle yet. We'll see where life takes me.
You're not even a quarter of the way full. You're like, come on. You're not
Hey, you seen how they fill up the Jack bottles? They're like all the way up to here, man. I got a pretty good way through.
No, they don't fill it up to there. No. Whatever. That's not the point.
Where are you buying your jacket? Okay, anyways, this isn't a debate about Jack Daniels.
I'll tell you how why I liked it over some of the other ones, because I think the MPAA they got their dirty little hands over.
I talked about the MPAA
and we're gonna
on
get to
Texas
that.
Chainsaw Massacre 3. They butchered that movie. I hate the MPAA. Continue, because you got the history now. Go ahead.
Well, because the MPAA may have just somewhere in the mid '80s after this movie. The kills here. You got to give it the fact that the guy's name is Roy, the father of the other discount Jonah Hill.
Oh God, there's
I think Roy was so pissed because he lost his first son, Shelly, and then he lost his other son to this lunatic. And by the way, you don't ever annoy people who are trying to chop wood with an axe. You don't do that. That's just silly. But I can laugh at that, and I think because this all happened over a chocolate bar, and it just makes the movie for me. However, I will add that the kills were great. You can't tell me that Roy on his own isn't a damn good killer. Had that have been Jason, people would have been like, "Oh, this is great." But because it was like a whodunit bait and switch, that killed it for them, and that knocks it down for me. For sure. Hold on. It knocks it down for me for sure. However, if we take that whole argument away that it wasn't Jason the whole time, Roy fucks people up. He really does.
I mean, okay, I'm with you on the kills, but there's so many other mistakes. Honestly, I am in between Mommy Issues and Arrow to the Neck, because I feel like this movie, by your definition, right? It's a movie that has a lot of issues, and it comes off of one of the best movies in this trilogy. And I feel like that's a cardinal sin if you're going to bring a movie back a year later. If you're going to bring... Oh, yeah, in the franchise. Final Chapter is a masterpiece as far as Jason goes. That's as good as it gets.
Well, you know what, Zod? It's actually very interesting, because this is, you know how part 3 was sort of I guess, the Last Jedi of the Weekend at Bernie's trilogy, being part 2, 3, and Final Chapter. The Final Chapter, in a way, was the start of the Tommy Jarvis trilogy. So this one being the shitty middle child, I'm leaning
towards
we'll
Mommy
get to it later. Yeah. We'll get. I thought you were saying something about part 6. Sorry.
No. I think that no, we'll get to part 6 because I got some things to say about that. But I'm thinking Mommy Issues, honestly, because even the original is a cut above just because of everything it does well. I think that this one fails epically for me. It's not as bad as 3D. 3D is bottom tier. That's our barometer for the rest of the franchise, right? We both agree. But I think Mommy's Issue is not trash, but it's just not good enough to follow the best movie in the franchise. It's like 20 steps down. You had Corey Feldman and Crispin Glover, and then you go to a bunch of characters I don't like, I don't care about, and I don't know. And the movie, like you said, we've stated a lot of things. It's a huge step down from the quality that you had. It was one of those mistakes where if you're going to make another movie, you're going to make a whodunit and kind of reset the trilogy, you have to come out with a banger if you're going to follow up one of the best movies in the trilogy. And to me, they didn't accomplish that. I see you created another tier, you slick bastard.
You said in between Arrow Through the Neck and Mommy Issues, so I put those damn enchiladas, which is hilarious. that guy, that discount Eddie Murphy,
Oh God,
is hilarious.
Yeah, okay,
I'll
give
get
you
rid of
that.
it because
He was funny.
honestly, like, there's too many categories, and we're not gonna go that route. Honestly, but
I say we put it in mommy issues. To be honest,
yeah,
'cause it's
because
not
you know what the
trash,
point of
it's
it
not
is.
dog
Yeah,
shit.
yeah. I think the category, serves its purpose. Like a movie with issues, like that's perfect.
Yeah, it's fair because don't get me wrong, I can still watch it. It's enjoyable, but I don't think it reaches the premise that it promises. I think that it's a sign of one, fuck the MPAA. They ruined
Oh
so many fucking
no,
movies.
not yet.
No. I know where you're going with this, but I'm just saying.
By the way, the explicit sex scenes. Oh yeah, this actually, I would argue when it comes to the MPAA, this movie is the reason why all the rest of them are fucked up.
Oh yeah, without a doubt. Like, even though it isn't as good as, say, the gold standard, which is the final chapter, I still feel like it's earned a spot that's not exactly shitty. Like, we're not talking like it's unwatchable. Like, honestly, you can skip 3 and miss absolutely nothing. But I feel like New Beginning does have stuff to offer. There is some redeeming qualities where 3D was just completely fucking awful. So I mean, let's go on to part 4. So, do you want to open this one up? Because I got a lot to say.
We just talked about the final chapter. We already went through part 4. This is part 6. And
No, part 6. Jason Lives.
Go for it. Go for it. I'm going to let you start.
Okay, so my first big glaring problem: Tommy Jarvis, the fucking smartest character up to this point, who's been pretty studied, despite the fact they made him a fucking mute, whatever, takes a fucking rod and stabs Jason and brings him back to life. Do I need to say more? Just to start off, that pissed me off. Like, I get what they were setting up. I get what they were going for, but I don't understand the motivation behind it. Like, he brings him back to kill him? Is that what I'm getting at here? To kill him? Like, and it sets off a chain of events, sure, that brings the OG Jason back to life, but it's just such a fucking stupid way to start the movie. This, to me, kills the whole entire character of Tommy for me. And it's one of the things I can't forgive. Like, I'll be honest, just from the opening scene, I'm leaning towards horrible trash. I do not.
It's actually honorable trash. It's trash. It's a thing I invented. It is trash with distinction. That it's fun trash. And you know what? I kind of understand what you're saying, but the whole movie, like, if you think about it this way, he's revived via Frankenstein style, like lightning strikes it, and it's a blatant ripoff of A New Beginning in the dream sequence when the two guys are digging up his grave. So we're repeating that, but I felt in a way that it was supposed to be one of those things where, like, the fans were mad about A New Beginning, and it's just like, okay, Jason worked, so why not give the people what they want? And let's do it in a way that's fun, that's enjoyable, and let's just have the people have a good laugh and have a good time, and let's just have fun with it. Like, they had a James Bond opening, like, and Jason slashes the screen. Well, how are you supposed to take that seriously?
Yeah, that's my other issue, is that
they stopped taking it seriously then, and that's
yeah,
why it worked.
It's like Jason. At
the
this
series
point,
is inconsistent.
Yes, Jason. This is the point. I think we can agree where Jason kind of falls into this weird like comedic kind of thing, and it doesn't work for the character of Jason because Jason's backstory and everything else kind of it falls into this thing where he's a serious kind of character. It's like it's like with, and we're gonna get to Halloween, but it's like when they have fucking Buster Rhymes in Halloween. Like it doesn't work when you add something that doesn't fit the rest of the narrative. You know what I mean? Like, first of all, Buster Rhymes can't fucking act to save his life. Great rapper, terrible actor. But it's one of those things that I hate that horror does when they try to switch it up and they try to make a character something that it's not. And like, for instance, with Chucky, you can do the dark comedy and things like that because Chucky's character, he's always kind of had a glee towards killing. It works for him. But if you take like Michael Myers or Jason Voorhees and try to put a comedic spin, it doesn't work for the character. And this whole movie to me doesn't feel like a Friday the 13th movie. And I'm not saying it's dog shit like number 3. I'm not saying there's not some good things about the movie. It's just weird. It doesn't work. A lot of the characters we know do things that they wouldn't do just to make the story work. It's like you said, we're getting into the era where the sequels weren't as good, where they start to go down in quality. It doesn't mean they're not fun or watchable, but there's a lot of things that just doesn't make sense, and it irritates the shit out of me. The opening, honestly, is my biggest gripe, and I'm sure you can add on that, but for me, the opening of this movie kills the whole rest of the experience for me. I just can't get past it.
And I agree with you to an extent that when I first watched it, I completely agree that like here's the thing, like when Jason, and I said this in my rankings video, when Jason is a zombie just stumbling around and teleporting, like that's not scary.
No, it's not.
It's not scary. It's stupid. It's boring.
It's dumb. It's boring.
I also don't believe that was the point of the whole thing. I don't think it was the point. The point was supposed to be that, that it was supposed to be just sort of a return to form, but let's make fun of some of these tropes. Let's poke fun at it by going so over the top that it's going to be hard to take it seriously.
See, let me just interject 1 second here, because I get what you're saying, but we're talking about 80s Hollywood. I don't think they were that self-aware. If you remember, I said this in stream,
I think the director was self-aware, and
I disagree. I don't think they were that self-aware.
No, I think they were.
See,
I think they were because
our first disagreement. I think that they were falling into what would be popular tropes. That's my personal opinion. I don't think they had the self-aware of what they were doing.
I think they totally understood. And by the way, if anything, they had a great song come out of it. He's Back, The Man Behind the Mask by Alice Cooper.
Okay, all right. We're gonna leave Alice Cooper out of this because I agree with you. That's great.
Leave him out of it because he's a part of the movie. We can't leave him out of it. That's a part of it, and it's also important.
Okay, that's unfair for you to play that card.
The Frankenstein opening, when the graveyard digger's like, oh, these damn like it's just like, the graveyard digger or whatever is saying like, can you, I don't know what he said, but he's like, can you believe this? And then the next shot is of these kids going like, yes, and like the transitions were funny. This was before the horror satire and parody of Scary Movie. You had this, and it was sort of
but I think you're giving too much credit away. Do you honestly think in the 80s they had the kind of same foresight as, like, say, Wes Craven did, given everything that had come before. No, because Halloween and
not
Friday the
necessarily.
13th
No,
set
no, no, no.
the standard. These
No, no,
were
no,
the
no.
movies that set the standard.
No, it didn't. No, this is the movie. This is the movie that wanted to just have fun, and it accomplished what it was supposed to be, a good popcorn movie. Like that was going to hopefully satisfy audiences and people.
You know
it was
what?
a very corporate decision. Like all of the decisions feel very corporate, but also
you know
very
what?
deliberate.
I agree with you on that. I do agree with you on one thing. This is a good popcorn movie. I can get behind you on that. This does feel like the typical corporate, let's stick with the formula, right? We're talking about formulas that these movies would set. I feel like, and you even acknowledged this yourself, after, the final chapter, you start to feel what most of the trap that slashers have always fell into is that rhythm, right? This movie was a victim to me of that corporate rhythm that all of these movies inevitably fall into, where you have the same formula, the same gags, that kind of a thing where they're playing it safe. They know they can release this. When I'm looking at the box office for this,
and they're cheap to make, yeah.
It was made on a $2.8 million budget, and it made 19.2, which back in the day, that's a great amount. And that screams to me very safe. They didn't want to upset the balance.
Most of the budget was destroying an RV, just so you know.
Oh, yeah, I do. I do. Like, destroying that RV was fucking awesome. And don't get me wrong. I said in the beginning, right, when we first started this is one of my favorite franchises. I'm being objective. I'm not trying to, like, attack something, but if I'm looking at it objectively, and if we're rating this off of being objective critics critiquing something, this is not very good. I mean, it starts off leaving a bad taste in my mouth.
None of them are great, so...
Yeah, but we have the Crispin Glover here. I would argue, yes, as if you compare them to other franchises, they're not great. But the final chapter is a great entry.
As movies, like they are what they are.
Exactly.
They're not great. They're not winning Oscars for anything. Like it is what it is. And this one, I didn't understand this until I rewatched it for my rankings. And when I got older, I started to appreciate what it was trying to do, and I enjoyed it for what it was. But it was a one-off thing, but it set a very, very bad precedent for the rest of the movies that were absolute dog shit.
So let me ask you something. Would you lean towards mommy issues or horrible trash? Because I think we can both agree it's not going to make top 3 tiers. Now, for me, it's leaning more towards horrible trash. But if we go in mommy issues...
You know what? Honestly, because I had Jason Lives actually like in the top 3 for me, which is kind of weird. My opinion isn't changing, but for the sake of this stream, because I think this is by the way, this is the only Friday the 13th film that is technically rated fresh. Rotten Tomatoes.
God. The irony.
Oh my goodness.
And they said Five Nights at Freddy's was a 30%. Jesus Christ.
They don't know what they're talking about, but I do agree with the critics on this. This is a lot better than A New Beginning, and I can't possibly put it for New Beginning. But you know what? Because it is terrible on purpose. Like, it's cheesy on purpose. A lot of it is on purpose and very corporate. You know what? I'm okay with putting it in honorable trash.
Like, and look, there's nothing wrong with that because I rewatch it.
The distinction of it being it's shitty on purpose. Like it's terrible on purpose. And Tom Matthews gives a good performance. And honorable trash is not an insult.
No, I
At all.
mean, no.
We
I
know what
would
it
say
is.
dog shit is worse.
Well, no, dog shit is just like, this is terrible no matter what. But
Yeah, like I think for me, the biggest issue that I had in this film was just the beginning, and it might be just a little bit of bias, but I get your points. I get what you're saying, and I respect the opinion because I see what you're saying, but that's my fan bias. We all have it. And for me personally, when you start off the movie with a character I love making such a huge, stupid fucking mistake, you kind of lose me for the rest of the film because it's like I don't track, and I get what you're saying. They're trying to go slocky. They're trying to be dumb on purpose. They're finding a formula, but it just doesn't work for me. And once again, I'm measuring on the bar of the final chapter. Like if you're talking about something that was so great as far as this trilogy goes, like the top tier, and then you follow it up with these other two films, it's really weird. It's like at a point they didn't know what to do with Jason.
yeah,
And,
after the final chapter, great in quality, and then like you have a new beginning, which is like, no, and then you're just like, oh, let's play it safe and be all corporate and just sort of do what the standard. I guess we're gonna try to set a standard finally, because these three movies are so inconsistent at this point. They're just like, let's just have fun. I respect Jason Lives. I would actually rank it above a new final chapter. I would rank it above here. I would put it to Machete to the Face. But for the sake of our argument and what we're talking about, it has to be an honorable trash.
yeah, because I mean, and I respect your ranking. I feel like between the two of us and just ranking honestly both of our opinions, I think we meet in the middle. And look, honorable trash for me, I still keep in mind these are still movies I'd watch. It's not like I'd skip this movie. I skip 90% of the time. You don't need to see it. There's a recap. I still will watch Jason Lives. It's just I find a lot more plot holes and I'm more critical just because of that first open. And you can call me biased or whatever, but I think we can agree. I love Tommy Jarvis, and I think they do him dirty in this movie. And that's my big issue.
I think you're basing that solely off of the first scene, when really, like, the rest of the film, he's realized he made a horrible mistake.
Yeah, but that's like I see, but it feels manufactured. I don't feel like, based on everything he's gone through, he went fucking mute for a whole movie. I don't feel like his character would make that mistake, and that's my issue. Is when you take a character that you've established a certain way, and then you go in the complete opposite direction. And we could even blame this on different directors and stuff. I get it. Different director comes in, they have a different vision for what the movie is supposed to be and everything else, different writers. But I just feel like they got it wrong. And this is the issue you run into with every franchise at some point. One director and one writer will see it one way, and the new director and new writer will see it another way. And I think that's a classic mistake as we go into these other franchises that you'll see repeated over and over again. I think when you don't have that continuity, it naturally takes away from the film. Because when you don't have one shared vision, and we've seen this in Star Wars, right? With fucking changing directors. Even just one movie fucked up a whole trilogy. When you don't have writers and directors on the same page, it really screws up the rest of the continuity. And you're not talking 3 movies in this. You're talking 10 fucking movies. You're bound to have people who don't see shit the same way. They might love the character. They might respect them. They might want to praise the franchise, but they're not going to see the story the same way.
It's all that, and that's why it's all over the place.
And that's why exactly. That's why these suffer so much, is because when you get too many cooks in the kitchen, you're going to get different recipes. You need one
Yep.
chef
Stewarding
the rest.
What you need is a franchise showrunner. That's what you have.
Exactly.
That's why you have showrunners in TV shows all the time. There have been multiple showrunners in The Simpsons. Why not have one for a franchise? A showrunner that knows what they're doing. And you can have them as executive producer, like Kevin Feige. Kevin Feige is the showrunner of Marvel. That's just his role. He's the guy who makes sure everything is all good to go. Even though there's tons of misses there, at least there's consistency to some degree. And that's what you need in a franchise like this. And they didn't have it. And if they did have it, they did a terrible job.
Oh, yeah. And especially in the 80s, you didn't have the consistency. And speaking of which...
Well, you know what? They didn't have the consistency, and they didn't have the foresight to understand that, because all they cared about was just making a quick buck. That's what Paramount did.
So let's move on, and I'm going to preference
You start this. You start it.
Yes, let's move on. I'm going to preference this, and we might disagree about this because you heard the story. You know my personal bias here.
I don't know what they are.
I fucking love New Blood. This is where you had Kane Hodder take over as Jason. Now look. I'm gonna get this out of the way now. I know there's a subplot with Tina having telekinetic abilities. It kind of went off the rails. But I gotta tell you something, Justin. I really fucking love this movie. I love Tina as a character. I love they threw in the alcoholic father who physically abuses the mother, the trauma that she has. Now, I don't think the telekinesis works very well, but...
No shit.
But there's just something about this movie that I really love. I can't explain it to you. I don't exactly know. But I really love Tina's character. I think she's sweet, enduring, and I think she's a likable character in this franchise. And I'll go a step further and wish that they expanded more on her character. And we'll get to Jason Goes to New York, which I also love too. But I don't know. This to me starts, even though it's schlocky, I just really fucking love this movie. And I know I'm totally corrupted by the fact that I met Kane Hodder, but to me, he's a very physically intense Jason. The kills are pretty...
When the MPAA doesn't get their hands on it, of course, and they did that with the last movie, and they did it with this one.
It's movie 2, yes. But
yeah, it was worse with this one. It was so much worse.
Okay, I do agree. This did get the worst as far as the censorship goes, but I do feel that as far as Jason as a character, this is the most physically imposing Jason we saw up to this point. I feel like he was very menacing and threatening in this movie. Even if they didn't go through all the way with some of the stuff, I did feel a set. And I really love Tina. I gotta say, I know that's not a popular opinion in the genre, but I like Tina. I think she's a good character. I don't know. I think she's sweet. I think she's got a bit of innocence there. There's something about this character I really latch onto. And once again, I'm going to have you be the tiebreaker for this. Hey, Janie Davis, happy Halloween. We are going through our fucking crazy ass stream marathon here. I'm on 6 more hours to go.
I'm hoping you're doing well, Janie.
Yeah, I'm hoping you're doing really well. But Justin, I know you're going to bring me down to earth, but just let me bask in the glory. I think that this is a good film. I really enjoy this a lot.
I honestly, this was the first movie in the franchise, like really where I'm like, I'm getting tired of this shit. When you're binge watching it and you get to part 3 brings you down, part 4, like the final chapter, brings it back, and it's really good. the best, the GOAT for me. And then part 5 is like they try to do something new and it doesn't work. And then the next one, they try something new. And for me, it does work. And they just kind of embrace it. And this one, they take it seriously again. And I'm just like, I'm not feeling this. I don't care at this point.
Oh, okay.
Like,
Let me ask you something.
I'm getting
If you
so
went
bored.
from, let me ask you something. If you went from, say, the final chapter to this one,
I'd be confused as hell.
Okay. You'd be confused, but I think this works better as a follow-up.
It's in terms of
I
quality.
think the characters are better.
I'm not arguing that your character is better, but it's just like it's formulaic in a way that isn't self-aware. It's just like, okay, now you have once again bunch of kids in a cabin in the woods at Crystal Lake. We know what's gonna happen. The only twist is
Hey,
you have the
Kate.
zombie father, which is kind of cool. What's up? You have the zombie father, and at the end doing the same thing as, oh my god, the same exact thing as Jason did, like Child Jason in the first one, and then Pamela Voorhees in the in part 3, and then you have this father going up, grabbing Jason. Like it kind of makes sense in the story, but in this one, I'm just like it's fine. But like I don't
But
hold it in
can we
high
agree
regard.
there's layers? Like the father being an abusive asshole, I think was a good touch. I think they at least tried to give a little bit of depth to the person we're following.
They tried, and it could have worked, like with the telekinesis shit. Like, why is this doctor meeting them in Crystal Lake? I don't understand that. But it's just
Me neither.
I don't get it. They could have done it anywhere else. But this felt like an attempt at like, Carrie versus Jason, if you will. Like this is supposed to be Carrie, but then they couldn't do that, which I think that might have been what they were trying to do, if I remember correctly. But it's fine with this character, but when Jason has his mask removed, it like he's a fucking skeleton and an actual zombie, and I'm like, I'm not buying that Jason is reanimated and alive like this. I'm like, this killed it for me. When he was unmasked, I'm like much like how in the last movie when Tommy Jarvis does a stupid character decision and that ruined it for you, that ruined it for me. I just can't.
You know what? I respect that because my breaking point was, and you put up a good argument. My breaking point was Tommy Jarvis thing. I get, because especially in the Friday the 13th community, there is that thing. Like zombie Jason was not a big. He was not a big fan favorite.
Zombie Jason, and that what we saw in the last film wasn't just like no, it was real, and it continued on into the 90s chronology, and I'm just like, oh, this is just getting worse and worse the more you pretend it's 1995. Like I can't do that. I can't get over it. Like I really can't. It's just but the character of Tina, it's also that's one of the ones I have seen less and less often. It's probably been a while since I've actually watched the full movie, but yeah, the story is better, and they are trying to take Jason seriously again, but it was just one of those movies that continued the trend of having a tonal shift and not knowing what the hell to do with this franchise, and having different people come in. You had that issue more with part 6. I have that issue with part 7 because I felt like it was going through the motions and being confusing and stuff. And I'm like, what is this? I just thought, like, where are we going with this? What are we doing? Like,
can
yeah.
we settle at like mommy issues? Because I don't feel like it's as bad as Honorable Trash or Dog Shit, but I can agree it's not in the top 3.
It's not trash. It's not honorable trash, certainly. But yeah, because it does have, and maybe it's because at this point it was suffering. If I was a fan at the time, I would use that term franchise fatigue. At that point, I'm like, I'm getting sick of these movies, these terrible movies coming out every year. Like,
oh yeah. It also suffered, like you said. Everybody throws around franchise fatigue, and I hate that because I think like these movies are prime examples of franchise fatigue. But
Especially like the later part, but this was before it really got
off the rails, yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna tell you right now, I have a bias for this movie. If you guys don't know, I grew up my whole life in
you
New
already
York.
told me The New Blood. Oh, are we moving on to? Oh, we're moving
Jason-
on to. Okay, so far
I love Jason Takes Manhattan. I fucking love it.
No,
I fucking love. Okay, so let me
Ugh.
give you some scenes that I love. I know everybody hates this, but I'm just gonna defend this scene. I love Jason with that black dude where he boxes him, and Jason fucking looks at him,
So we're
and
talking
then
about
he.
now we're talking about Friday the 13th Part 8. Jason Takes Manhattan.
Okay,
So-
I have
it was
one
so
issue with
hyped.
this.
It was hyped to be like, oh, Jason in New York. They had all these plans.
Hey,
But the
JD Creek,
budget-
happy Halloween. She says happy
Hey.
Halloween to me and you. Happy Halloween, Jane Creek. We are doing a list of Jason. We're doing slasher icons right now. Well, okay, so here's the thing. My issue with this is it takes so long to get to Manhattan. But I do love Jason's interactions in Manhattan. I think it's very New York. The way that they react to this guy, this big dude in the hockey mask, I think that's very much how people from New York would react.
It's
And
just like,
you
hey,
can call
what are
me
you doing? He knocks
biased,
over there, he
but
knocks
I
over
fucking
the-
love this movie. I love it.
Well, no. Okay, let me tell you what you're wrong. So
Okay, all right, school me. Where am I wrong in this fun?
Okay,
It's
so
a
the
fun
only
movie.
reason that this is not the worst in the franchise is because it gave me two good laughs. One was when the black guy is boxing Jason and gives him a bunch of punches, and then he gets worn out, and then with one punch, Jason knocks his head off, and his head ends up in a trash can. Great.
That's hilarious.
Great moment. The second is that scene in Times Square that you're talking about. The only shot of New York, really, that we have. The only time that's actually filmed in New York because it's so expensive, and Paramount are cheap bastards.
Yeah, they are.
But and it's when these like fucking 80s greasers that are in the 90s for some reason
I know what
are
you're
just
talking about.
chilling, and then Jason knocks over their boombox, and then which is still 90s, I guess.
Oh my god, so nice.
And then they're like, "Hey, what the fuck, man?" And then Jason just like lifts up his mask, and they're like, "Oh shit! And then they got the fuck out of there because we all know what Jason looks like. But had you not have shown it in the last movie, we saw his face, and then we see it here. It works, and that is the second laugh, and those are the only 2 points that I found in this movie that were genuinely enjoyable. Everything else was terrible. It took an hour, 2/3 of the movie, to get to Manhattan. And at the very end, and this by the way, can we just mention this? This movie was so terrible and so disappointing that this killed the original Paramount franchise. Paramount was like, fuck this.
No, I disagree. They made it on a $5.1 million budget, and it made $14.3 million. So
yeah, they're still going down and down and down, and they upped the budget, but they could have done it more. They could have, and if they increased the budget, they could have increased the quality of the film, and people would have seen it. But the executives are like, that's too expensive. That's too expensive. And you could have done these scenes. You could have had a fight at the statue.
I agree with you on one point.
You could have done all these amazing things with New York, but then you didn't. And
I agree. There could have been more shots in New York. I 100% agree.
But none of the characters are likable. And by the way, what kind of a what kind of a fucking high school, first off, pays for a cruise ship? And second, what kind
okay, you got me there.
And by the way, it's a terrible looking cruise ship. But no, get off your fucking phone right now, Zod, and let me learn
it's PB.
No, I don't give a shit who it is. No, you look at me. Look at me through the screen.
All right, I'm looking. Jesus.
All right.
So needy. No. I am sending the text now. I put join us because he's like, you're streaming, you son of a bitch. Of course I'm
Yeah.
streaming. This is a 12-hour stream. I promoted this 2 days ago. Or a day ago.
Well, anyways, please tell me, you're from New York, right?
Yep. 100%.
What lake in New Jersey leads to the ocean?
I don't know much about Jersey because I hate Jersey.
Yeah, Friday the 13th allegedly takes place in New Jersey. No body of water, no lake in New Jersey. No lake, let alone Camp Crystal Lake, leads to the ocean. It doesn't work. It doesn't work.
Like, if I remember correctly,
and I'm sorry.
A lot of it's cut off.
I don't give enough of a fuck about this part of the franchise that's so shitty to where I could look into research that this is even plausible. I don't care enough. And at this point, I'm like, after the New Blood being like, okay, I'm getting franchise fatigue. And then this one is just like, why bother? Why did you bother?
Okay, can we agree?
Aside from 2 laughs, nothing is good.
That it's honorable trash? Because I wouldn't call it dog shit. There is at least, you admitted yourself, and I will never.
No, there are 2 good laughs.
There are 2 good laughs, and I would never put a Kane Hodder-led Jason in fucking dog shit.
Oh, wait.
I still think this is. We'll talk about the next one, but I think this deserves at least honorable trash. I don't think it's dog shit, but I don't think it's the best of franchise. Like, look, I can be objective. None of it's shot in New York, or at least there's 1 or 2 shots in New York.
You know what? As a New Yorker, you should be insulted that it wasn't shot in New York.
But I gotta admit though, I still have some love for this film. I still
what about
watching
the ending when he's in the sewer? And what's the ending? He turns into a little child. What the fuck?
They do the same shit in Freddy vs. Jason, which I love, and we'll get to that one.
That's not even like an argument here. This is what made Paramount.
Yes, Perp. Our point is there's a lot of lakes, but there's no ocean, is what I'm saying.
Which one from Camp Crystal Lake? Does Camp Crystal Lake really lead to the ocean? I don't think so. I don't think that's possible.
Okay,
of course, there's a lot of lakes in New Jersey. PurpMinded, you idiot. That's basic shit. But tell me, send me a screenshot of a map of a lake that is described as Crystal Lake, or it matches the description that leads to the ocean. It doesn't happen, let alone a fucking cruise ship. I through there in those little rivers that go through it. It doesn't work.
Yeah, there's no way a cruise ship, from how Camp Crystal Lake is described, there's no way that a cruise ship could make it through that narrow fucking path to make it into the fucking Atlantic Ocean to then cruise all the way over to New York. Like, I get what you're saying.
You didn't even get to the Atlantic Ocean. Like, how do you trace that and get to New York in a reasonable time and a reasonable route? It's not possible. It's just stupid.
And half the kills are on the cruise ship, to be honest, because they were trying to save money. I get what you're saying, but I still put it, for me, in honorable trash. I don't think it's dog shit. I think it's just not as good as the other movies, but I don't think it's terrible. Like, for me, terrible is what they did in Friday the 13th 3D. That was just bad all the way around. I think there's still at least a little bit of quality within the barely qualifies as honorable trash. No, you can't do that, you motherfucker.
I'm inventing this right now.
That is cheating. That is such a
we
cheater.
Have to make this distinction. We have to make a distinction.
All right.
We cannot put Jason Lives and Jason Takes Manhattan.
No. You change that back because we can put it as far as movie. I will put Jason Lives before Jason Takes Manhattan. Put it second.
That's the point. That's why this is just fun. I'm creating, you know what? Here you go. You get Jason Takes Manhattan, which is near and dear to your New York heart, barely qualifies as honorable trash.
Oh my god, this is bullshit. Okay, I will take it because it's not dog shit. I will take it, but I don't feel it's the worst in this fucking franchise. All right, let's move on. I think we can both agree on this next one.
Dog shit.
Dog shit. I hate Jason Goes to Hell. The only good part in this movie, the one good thing that I like in this movie, well, there's two good things. One, I thought the beginning was setting up something good. When they blow up Jason, like the SWAT team comes and stuff, I was like, oh, okay, this could be interesting. But when the doctor eats his heart and he starts body jumping, it's so fucking stupid. It's such a terrible movie. And the other good scene, the one other good scene that would set up for a movie years later, was Freddy grabbing the mask. Those are my two favorite scenes in this whole movie. The rest of the movie is garbage. I don't remember most of it. It is such a fucking terrible movie. Justin, I don't know if you can add to that. I honestly don't remember 90% of this movie. I remember those scenes.
I will give you. Here's the deal. Look at this fucking poster. Just look at it.
Oh yeah, bring up the. Okay, hold on, I gotta bring it up.
There is a worm, a fucking worm coming out of Jason's mask. That tells you all you need to know about the quality of this goddamn atrocity. That's it. It is. There is nothing, and I mean nothing redeemable. Nothing.
No, we can agree with this. This was
there literally is nothing.
I always thought
backstory there about like who Elias Voorhees, and I'm like, I'm not buying any of this shit. This is all bullshit. And this director has the audacity to try to say like, oh, I tried to set up something brilliant with having this book from Evil Dead, and I'm like,
did he really say brilliant? This movie was garbage. Like, I would never put brilliant
as he called brilliant.
Oh
and
my
he
god.
Was younger than me.
Shit.
He was 22, 23 years old, fresh out of college, and got the chance to direct a Friday the 13th film. And
dude, that's like going to, at this point, even though
that is some unprofessional low bar shit that only New Line Cinema and the Weinsteins can approve of.
And this is my remember when I said I believe.
Can you bring up the tier list again, just so we're not losing track?
Oh yeah, hold on a second, because unfortunately, going this long, I have to use the bathroom occasionally.
Oh, that's fine.
Yeah, but this is where you have the Weinsteins fucking directly interfering in franchises, and for me, dude, I don't understand. Like, don't get me wrong, I've watched this just for the sake of continuity. I've watched this when watching the full Jason experience, and like you said, you get to a point where you get kind of fatigued, even with my Jason Goes to Manhattan. I think we both can agree there's at least enjoyable scenes in that. There's
and in the last one, 2 of them. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. That I coined this a while back. Jason Takes Manhattan, Jason Goes to Hell, and Jason X are the dog shit trilogy of.
I disagree. We'll get to Jason.
I think those 3 for me are like some of the worst. And now that I think about part 3, that's aside from the trilogy, but three dog shits in a row, like in comparison to what we had with the final chapter and part 2.
And I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm gonna fight you on where we're gonna put Jason X, but
Jason
X for me was self-aware.
We might actually agree on it because
we might actually agree. Yeah, Jason X kind of.
It was like, oh, there's a little hope at the end of the tunnel. But look, but look. But yes, the one good thing was like what's gonna happen next? With Freddy versus Jason. It was a precursor to that, but we had to suffer through Star Trek Jason to get to it. And
look, we'll talk about it when we get to Jason X, but let's finish up with Jason Goes to Hell.
No. I'm going to use the bathroom too, and you go on about how you hate this movie, and I'm going to make it very simple for me on my part. Jason Goes to Hell, the final Friday, is the worst. Like, it honestly should deserve its own category, but I'm not even going to give it that.
No, I put it before, honestly, Jason 3. So Jason X, if you guys don't know.
No, I do not put it before the iconic Mask movie. I will not do it. I refuse to do it. There is nothing redeemable. I don't even care. You know what? The scene with Freddy grabbing the mask at the end, that is not enough for me at all. Because we had another movie in between. So there literally, for me, is nothing that
no, that was right to shoot. But anyways.
Yeah, for me, there is nothing redeemable about this movie whatsoever. Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
I think, okay, my personal opinion, Jason 3 is still the worst. Even above this one. But anyway, so here's my issues. While you're doing that, here's my issues with Jason Goes to Hell. I feel like this movie sets up an interesting concept. The problem is, when you go to see a Friday the 13th movie, and they set up an interesting premise with Jason being killed, and then there's this possession thing. So, it's damn near half the movie is Jason body swapping between different people. Now, the first thing I want to get out of the way, the coroner eating Jason's heart. I never got that concept, and I don't know how many people have watched this film. When the coroner takes a bite of his heart, it's just like, why? Why is he compelled? Is it Jason's black heart just like influences people? There's no explanation. There's no setup to him body hopping. But okay, say I let that go, and I'm just watching this movie and, turning my brain off and eating popcorn to watch a flick. There's so many issues in this film. Let me get to some of the characters here, because I feel like the characters are nothing. Vicky, she is a fucking terrible character. I don't know where she comes from. Terrible. We've got Jessica. Jessica is another like non-character. Okay, pretty much every one of these characters suck, and this is my thing. Out of all of the Kane Hodder Jasons, he unfortunately got screwed with this movie because the script is so bad. There's literally not a character in here where you can really latch onto. And this is the problem that you get when you get closer to the end of this series. I really hate every fucking character in this movie. There's not a real likable character, someone we're following. There's this one guy, what's his name? Steven. Okay, he is he's like one of the main characters that we're following. He's in love with Jessica, I believe. But like, it's such a generic love story. This movie has a character problem because there's no characters for you to really root for or like in this movie, and it has a main villain problem because Jason is fucking dead until about the halfway point of this film, or past the halfway point. I think there's 15-20 minutes left before you see fucking Jason. So we don't even get Jason actually killing people. This movie is just fucking terrible. it's like I'm actually starting to agree with Justin because I'm getting kind of mad talking about it. It's so fucking terrible. Like Jason body hopping. Like, are we really to a point where we just fucking ran out of ideas? There's no love. There's no passion. There's nothing to this movie that makes you want to watch this. Did I hit the nail on the head here? Because I see you're.
Honestly, I'm surprised you gave this movie as much of a time of day as you did.
Yeah, I want to say
it is not worthy.
It's to your point. It's bland. You get the first scene, which I thought was cool.
No, it's just.
I like the first scene. I like the setup of the chick being all nude or whatever. Maybe that's just my male ego or whatever, but there was some nice pair of boobies. I was like, okay, cool. We're starting with something that's got my interest. And then from there, it just goes downhill. Now, Justin, I don't know about you, but one thing I did not get, the thing that really irked me, was the body jumping. Why did the coroner pick up his heart and eat it? They don't explain it. There's no fucking justification. This movie, and when you told me that the director thought it was brilliant, that really pissed me off because it's like, why does he eat the heart? What does it talk to him? There's nothing. There's no indication that Jason could even fucking do that. There's no point in this franchise where they establish Jason could fucking body jump. Not once. Not ever in this fucking franchise.
What he tried to do was set up, because there's like this book from Evil Dead. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about.
We'll talk about Evil Dead later, but that's a fucking brilliant franchise. And
yeah, what he tried to do, the goal is to connect Freddy versus Jason and have that next, and then have Freddy versus Jason versus Ash. And that's where he was going with it. Unfortunately, it was such a mess. It was such a mess of a movie. It didn't work out. And the only thing that did kind of work out was Freddy. But first, we needed Star Trek Friday the 13th.
And we'll get to that, because I think
no, I'm done talking about Jason Goes to Hell. I'm fucking done with it.
Yeah, Jason vs. Hell was a shit show. I think we can both agree it's one of the worst movies besides Jason 3D, which literally had nothing. It's a fucking terrible movie. Let's move on to... Okay, I'm going to be honest with you. I fucking love this movie. It's not a good movie, but I fucking love this movie. Let me get your opinion, and I'll tell you why I love this movie. But I fucking love Jason X. If you're going to go balls out crazy, I think this is the perfect movie. And honestly, I'm leaning towards mommy issues. I fucking love Jason X. So go ahead, let me get your opinion. But I'm leaning towards mommy issues, because I think the more you watch this film, the more you feel how fun this movie is. This is a very fun movie for me. I've watched this several times. I love the robot. Like the robot chick with 2 SMGs, and I love Jason being cryogenically frozen. Like, if you're going to go balls out, I feel like this movie doesn't give a shit. It goes for it, and I respect the director for saying, you know what? Fuck it. One thing you can't say about this movie, they went for it, Justin. They didn't give a fuck. We are like 9 movies in. And this movie doesn't care.
10 movies. This is 10.
Oh, yeah, you're right. This is number 10. Jason X. Yep, it's 10. And I feel like this movie just goes balls in, and I respect that. I greatly respect this movie for what it tries to do.
By the way, hockey is going to be outlawed next year, just in case you know.
What?
Yeah.
Okay, that's a discussion for another day.
In the movie, they said hockey was outlawed in 2024.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Like, I
And
love
good
this movie.
riddance.
I
fucking
really
riddance.
love this movie. I'm not gonna lie. I would put this higher if we weren't being objective. I fucking love this movie. I love
Look.
how they see the future. I love the different characters in the film. I think this is a redemption arc for Kane Hodder. I love Uber Jason. I really love this movie. So go ahead, give me your critique because I'm gonna tell you the points I like. But I fucking love this movie. I really do. And the more I've gone back and watched this film, the more I love this fucking movie.
Well, I'm gonna say it with one sentence. How you felt about this movie, about Jason X, is kind of how I felt about Jason Lives.
Okay, so
Therefore, and I agree with everything that you said, because it knows what it is. It knows to be comedic. You know, like it even with that little you know, weird like fantasy sequence of like, hey, we're gonna get drunk and have premarital sex.
yeah, the simulation.
And you know, he beats a chick with a sleeping bag. Like, yeah, great, fantastic. You know, I had a greater time with this movie when I last saw it. And by the way, I saw it at a bar that's like they had these like movies that are shown where they like give you discount drinks for every kill in the movie. There's plenty, and they have a great kill where some woman's head is cryogenically like frozen or like, you know, freezes, and
and then he smashes
her
it.
head. It's a great kill. It's very creative. I just wish they had a few more of those. When they open up Jason and he's like frozen and not doing anything, he falls over and cuts a guy's arm off.
I don't know. Like,
even when he's frozen and unthreatening, he still manages to mutilate people. That's great. I love those sort of things. Before I said in my ranking, and going to this bar, I said, I can't believe we're watching the 11th best Friday the 13th. Like, it's great. But, you know, and I genuinely believe that it is the 11th best. But with part 3 being as shitty as it is, maybe it's the 10th best. But I don't know. Actually, for the reasons why you like it and the reasons why I like Jason Lives, I think it's so appropriate to put it in honorable trash. It is honorable trash. It is with distinction. We know it's trashy. We know it's, you know, not meant to be taken seriously, but I respect the fact that it doesn't take itself seriously. And you know, I have to give kudos because my mind has been changed. It is gone from dog shit to 2 rankings above to honorable trash.
I totally agree because honorable trash you could still watch, and I think for me,
like, you have to.
This is a fun time. It's
yeah,
a nice
you have to
break.
go into the movie knowing you're gonna have a fun time and not take it seriously.
Yeah, absolutely, and I 100% co-sign this. I think this movie totally deserves that ranking because it's not even for me. For me, I would say Jason's Lives is harder for me to get through. What Jason X, I can have a fun time. I know what it is. And that's the case where you were telling me the directors were having fun with the premise. I feel like this movie is a prime example of directors knowing exactly what this film is. They don't give a fuck, and they just go for it. They go for everything that is schlocky, fun, and I could even picture myself, like, I gotta be honest with you, I did not watch a good majority of these in the theater. I started watching these in the theater with Freddy versus Jason, because that was around the time.
that was a good 2.
Yeah, we're
3
gonna get
years.
to that. We'll get to Freddy versus Jason because
Yeah. That was like 3 years away from me. 3 or 4 years away from me discovering.
Discovering. Yeah, well, I'm in the same boat. So I think that this is a great movie as far as keeping Jason in that fun kind of just an enjoyable popcorn flick kind of movie. I really enjoy the fun and stuff, and I think the last 2 films we might debate about because I'm gonna rank them pretty high. I don't know if you're gonna feel the same way, but this was really the start for me for a rehabilitation of the Friday the 13th phase. I think when it got into this place where it knew where Jason was and it had fun with the premise, that's where you got some of the best kind of Jason moments. And so let's kind of lead up with that with Jason versus Freddy. And I'm going to tell you right now.
Actually, the fact that you screwed up the title, it's Freddy versus Jason, but you said Jason versus Freddy. I think that is a brilliant way of putting it because let's just be honest here. Jason kicks Freddy Krueger's fucking
ass. Hey, he is the star of this movie. And I give them respect for highlighting.
I don't because it does Freddy Krueger, like in terms of a Nightmare on Elm Street film, way at the bottom.
But this is the problem we're gonna always have because you have the fans of Nightmare on Elm Street versus the fans of Freddy versus Jason. I'm gonna say Freddy did get, Freddy, he got him on a couple of ones. Like the one with the dream sequence when he was in water.
No. Hold on.
Come on. Don't tell me you're gonna sandbag this movie because of Freddy Krueger. Because come on,
no. There's so much more. But go on.
Okay, so for me, I think we can both agree that this movie should be higher up. This is a really good, well-made movie, and I want to point out something. This has, as the director, this has
Ronnie Yu.
Can we both agree Ronnie Yu is one of the greatest action directors of all time, directing a Freddy versus Jason movie? Did you think in your lifetime or mine we would see a Ronnie Yu movie with fucking Freddy and Jason? Just that alone should put this movie high on a high bar. He does a great job with the action sequences.
If he had a good script, sure.
I disagree. I totally disagree with you.
Well, why do you think this was a good script?
I think this is a good script because, yes, I understand what you're saying. Freddy
you don't know what I'm about to say, so go ahead.
Yeah, Freddy does get shortchanged on some of the interactions, but I think that the dream sequences do Freddy justice in a lot of ways. I do like the concept of Freddy controlling Jason in the beginning of the film and using him as a way to instill fear into the remaining kids on Elm Street. I think the premise and the setup is really amazingly better than any of these movies. Think about it, Justin. You're talking about taking 2 franchises in the same banner, but completely different, and having to take those 2 stories and have them make sense with 2 very different killers. I think they did the very best they could with making it make sense of how Freddy and Jason would fight each other. I like the fact that, and I think it's credit to Freddy on how he's controlling Jason to bring the fear into Elm Street before he makes his grand appearance. And I fucking love that part where he says, how sweet dark meat. Like, that's my favorite fucking quote, I think, in a franchise ever.
Yeah.
Fuck you, okay? That was just super fucking. You can't get away with it now, but that was a great.
What's great about that is I heard Kumail Nanjiani make a joke about that, saying like when Freddy said that, there was a groan in the audience, like people were disappointed in Freddy Krueger. Like,
but that's what I'm saying. Like,
and I'm not going to tell the other people jokes or anything, but he follows that up by saying like, imagine Kumail Nanjiani saying this: "We're fine with you murdering people with your needle gloves, but racism."
and
Making
you know
it
what's
hard
the
to
funniest
cheer for
part
you,
about
Freddy
that?
Krueger. I hope Jason wins.
Yeah, and you know the fucking funniest part of.
He said, what did he say? Mass murdering monster, but he's no bigot. How dare you? Like,
Yep. That's what I was
That's
gonna
what it
say.
was.
Like he murders children. When you really think about it, Freddy Krueger is kind of a pedophile murderer, right? And the biggest
in the
fucking
original series,
controversy
he just
is
murders
him making
children. He just murders them, and that's fine.
No. He
We're
also
okay with
took
that.
pictures.
It's the pedophilia thing that's not cool. That like the remake made a big mistake with. Don't.
No, that was implied. Okay, I want to defend the remake for one thing. They had the balls to go into that. Wes Craven in an interview even said he didn't want to put it in because he didn't want to totally tank the movie. But Freddy Krueger was always kind of implied to be a pedophile child killer. That was always his role. He just never went 100% into that territory.
But the thing is, the movie that movie tanked because of that shit, and because it was also
because the lead character was fucking boring. She was a snore. Oh my god.
Oh yeah, that too. The cast.
She put me to sleep. You know what? Oh, I'm not. Okay, I did not even mean that to be as meta as that joke was. Honestly, she was so fucking. Okay, Justin, I know you're laughing because I'm right. She was so fucking boring.
Well, it was everything about that movie, but the point is, you didn't have to explicitly say it. It's like show don't tell sort of thing. It's just like don't.
No, but okay, let's go back to Jason versus Freddy, right? I like everything about this movie. I will argue with you for this ranking because I feel like this movie is fun all the way through. And I know you got your gripe because you wanted fucking Freddy to win, okay, but he can't run outside the dream world.
I didn't say I wanted Freddy to win. I prefer
He
Jason.
can't win outside the dream world. He was in the fucking real world.
The thing is, though, I think it was, with the movie like Freddy versus Jason, we can disagree about like oh my boy Freddy was done dirty. Okay, I'm a fan of both franchises, but more so Jason. So this is a great Jason movie, because he does all of Freddy's dirty work and whatever. But think of it this way: this is what killed me on this. You have a great premise, Freddy versus Jason. Great idea. It's executed on that storyline, that front, fairly well.
Yeah.
What kills it for me is that we spend so much time on these people that we don't know. When you go to a
character
theater,
development.
Hold on. When you go to a theater and you are seeing Freddy versus Jason, why spend so much time on these new characters who all we did was pay to see them get killed? We didn't pay to see them go through.
No, I disagree. What's the problem with the other?
No. Let me finish.
Oh, okay, I'll let you finish.
No. Like if you're gonna do this whole mashup of the franchise, this is the meeting of the minds, if you will. Freddy Krueger, Jason Voorhees. What you need to do is to have the stakes be higher. If you are trying to build up the stakes, which the movie is trying to do, in a way, build up.
I
the stakes
say Ronnie Yun. That's
this
my
no. With this script, no. He just directed. I don't care. I don't care who the director is.
The greatest action director of all time. But continue.
Yeah. The action was great. The story was bullshit.
Okay, all right.
The thing is, you could have solved this with one simple solution that should have been added to the writer's room. Would have increased the budget a little bit, but who cares? You should have had, instead of these dumb ass characters that are in a mental ward, and we're wasting our time with them. We're wasting our time getting to know these characters who nobody cares about. No, like, we just want to get to the action. It wastes so much. It wastes like at least a third of the movie. And I'm being, nice about this. It was more like a half of the movie, probably even more. But even if you have a third of the movie dedicated to building up these characters, it's so boring and it drags and has the same problems as Jason Goes to Hell, to the point where my mind is just like, oh my God, like the fast forward button is not working fast enough. If the one
I disagree.
The one solution you could have had is that, why not take survivors of Friday the 13th and Nightmare on Elm Street and have them get into a room of like an Alcoholic Anonymous like sort of thing, like a survivors sort of meeting.
Oh, so you're saying like bring Christy Cotton and the other?
No, like even bring back people who are supposedly dead in the series. Who cares? I don't.
This is a genuine reset, so I agree with that.
Yeah. Like you could bring back Adrienne King, and let's say that she died, but like really her brain is dead because she got an ice pick through the head, and she's just kind of in a wheelchair. And like, you could have had her like that. You could have had Ginny from Part 2. You could have had Trish, the older sister of Tommy Jarvis. You could have had Tommy Jarvis in the movie. You could have had you could have pretended that Hold on. You could have pretended Dream Warriors didn't exist, and you could have had Heather.
You could have had Nancy
in there. Boom. Yeah, Nancy. Nancy could be in it. You could have all the other survivors from like Dream Warriors there too. You could have done so much more by including the survivors, because then you actually have stakes. So all of this bullshit that's going on with these new characters, these teenagers that are stupid, you could probably throw that in if you really wanted to. But then add these other characters who we recognize from the franchise. Then when they are killed off, if they are killed off, you have characters that you care about.
Are you telling me you don't like Cully Knowles from Destiny's Child?
You're not. Shut the fuck up.
Okay, I'm sorry. I had to throw it.
Like, it's nothing to do with it. Even though one of the people were maybe in it, I didn't know who the fuck these people were. I didn't care about it. But
you didn't know who Kelly Knowles was from Destiny's Child? Are you kidding me? Come on. I know you know the band Destiny's Child.
I don't like that girly ass shit. I'm sorry. I don't like it.
I'm sorry. I disagree. You call me racist. Destiny's Child is like a great fucking pop group. So who's the racist here? Because I love Destiny's Child.
Great. The other two are just lucky that Beyonce was in their band. Okay,
that's a fair point.
Moving on. No, that's not racist. That's true. You
have a fair point.
So the point of this being that if you had the survivors of the other franchise, both franchises, come in and had like a circle jerk, if you will, of if you had them included in this plot, and being the forefront, the main characters, you have people that we care about, and when they die, we get upset. Like we care about these characters, and on top of that, you have people who are coming back, and you can also add the dumb teenagers as well. But then also you have the Freddy versus Jason aspect. So on all fronts, you are never bored. This movie was made for one reason and one reason only, to give something that the fans always wanted. And
I fell into that trap.
If they went with getting back with the old cast and getting their characters back, I think you would have had a Crispin Glover level film.
Okay.
I think you would have had a 10 out of 10. It would have been the best in both franchises, and they screwed it up.
Okay. I will give you one thing. This will never be a Crispin level film because of all of the reason you just stated. But with that being said, there are so many great moments in this film, especially Robert Englund puts in so much fucking work in this movie. I think we can both agree. That alone should at least get this above honorable trash. I almost want to say it's between Mommy Issues and Arrow to the Head. I disagree. I'm going to veto you on this. This is my fucking stream. I want to put this in Mommy Issues because I think this movie does better than 90% of the movies that have came out of here. Like, look. Caterpillar Bong. Can you tell me that's not fucking iconic? What about what about Freddy using Jason as a fucking ping pong ball and he just fucking hits him from one side to the other? Or the classic line that will never fly in the 2000s, but how sweet dark meat. Like, there is so many iconic moments in this film, Justin. There is so much iconic moments and lines in this film. I refuse to believe you could put this in the bottom 3. I just can't. I can't do it. I can't put it in the bottom 3. This is this is way better than anything that came before it. Jason X, Jason Lives, Jason Goes to Manhattan. You can't tell me that any of those are in the same league as Freddy versus Jason. I can. And the action is good. Especially when Jason... Okay, when Jason goes to the real world, he does put up a great fight against Freddy.
Yeah.
Or Freddy, when he goes into the real world and he fights Jason, you can't tell me the traps that he doesn't set for Jason aren't fucking brilliant. Like, when he cuts the thing and it goes through.
They are brilliant. They are brilliant, but what does it lead to? What does it lead to at the very end? Jason is holding...
But I blame the bullshit side characters. The bullshit side characters have a lot to do with that, and I get it.
No. I wouldn't even call them side characters. They're bullshit characters aside from Jason and Freddy. I
think this is the real debate we're gonna have because I'm telling you, I think it's Mommy.
What I don't think you understand is that we spend way too much time with the bullshit characters and not enough time with Jason and Freddy.
It's character development.
No, none of I don't care. I don't care about any of the actual characters, and they're like discovering these things that we, the audience, this movie is catered towards horror movie fans. We already know this shit. We don't need to have a movie where the characters discover this shit because the people who are going to go out to see this are the horror movie fans.
Oh my God.
We don't need to waste our time with Freddy Krueger and the backstory. We don't need to waste our time with Camp Crystal Lake or a fake, flashback with someone who doesn't even look like Betsy Palmer. None of that shit. We don't need that. All we need is Freddy, Jason, the survivors, and a couple of bullshit teenagers.
Okay.
And then you have it with the premise. You have a golden movie. But they fucked it up, and they spent a decade figuring this shit out, and they had ideas in the 80s, so they spent over a decade, probably 15 years, to come up with a good story, and they failed epically and wasted our time with these dumb 2000s kids. I could not get over that. 15 years and you couldn't give us a better fucking movie.
You know what I love about this is that this is probably the first movie we've argued about that's worth arguing. Can we at least give it points on that? That I feel like this movie is one where at least we can debate about how we feel about this movie. Does that not get at least some points off of that alone? Because you and me haven't debated. We've been pretty clear on the rankings so far. I feel like this movie opens up at least discussion about where the fuck to put this movie, because you and me have been pretty clear about 1 through 10, where we're going to put these films, right? This is the first movie me and you have genuinely been arguing about. I say off that alone, okay, I will go down one for you because we're friends and because we've been doing this for a while. I'll do at least honorable trash, but I don't feel it should go lower than that. So where do you want to put it?
Barely qualifies as honorable.
No. You have to pick between honorable trash or mommy issues. Yeah.
All right, it's going in between Jason Lives and Jason X.
That's fair. I will give you that because Jason X is definitely.
I felt like I made a very good, a very good argument of why, like,
it should be in there.
And why, like, after, and think of it this way, we had The New Blood, which is just like franchise fatigue. Then we had Jason Takes Manhattan, which is a huge disappointment. Then we had Jason Goes to Hell. Ugh.
Oh,
and then we had Jason X. That's like, shit. All right, we're getting somewhere. And then Freddy versus Jason. This is the one that's supposed to knock it out of the park, and they fucked it up.
For you, they did. For me, I feel I had to put it higher. But you know what? I'm happy with that. Between the two of us, I get your points. I totally understand why you would put it where you put it.
I feel very strongly about this franchise, probably more than any other one that we could ever talk about.
Yeah. I feel like when we get to Halloween, that'll be pretty unanimous.
I don't know if we're gonna get there because I gotta go soon. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I do need to go, but I will rank this last one.
Okay, so
the remake.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I want to put it towards either Machete to the Face or Danny Glover. I love the remake. I think it's.
Did you say Danny Glover?
Yes, I love the remake. I love the remake.
You should have said Crispin Glover.
Or Crispin Glover. I'm sorry. I'm
Danny Glover.
I'm starting to get drunk. Okay, so can I give you my reasons why I think this should be so high? One.
Yeah, go ahead.
One. Jared Padalecki. He's in this show called Supernatural. I fucking love him. But this movie does something brilliant. You think that Danielle Nicole Panbaker, who's the
Danielle Panbaker?
Yeah. You think she's going to be the main person, but she winds up dying. I love everything this movie does. I think that the direction was great. People give Michael Bay a lot of shit, but I think this is a well-produced, well-shot. That scene where he takes the fucking, like, a kind of nod to old school Jason, where he takes the fucking sleeping bag and beats the two of them. Like, everything in this movie is done super well. I love the Asian guy who drinks out of the shoe. And then he's like, he throws shit at Jason, and Jason fucking kills the shit out of him. I love every aspect of this movie. I think this was a great reboot. I think Michael Bay, if he got out of blowing shit up and lens flares, he would be a great director for horror. He's got such an eye. When I did my Texas Chainsaw Massacre review, I put
2003 is on the top.
I love the 2003 remake.
Dude, the 2003 one is so much better than the original because
that's what I said. I put it as number one. Thank you, Justin.
The original, looking back at it, groundbreaking for the time. But for me with ADHD, I don't have time for this shit.
Yes,
It's
exactly.
so boring. Like all
Exactly.
the again, the best thing about this Franklin douchebag, who has just been nothing but like complaining about shit. Oh, I'm in a wheelchair, and finally he gets his comeuppance. Great, perfect. Sally, you know what? Your little brother, or big brother, whatever, in the wheelchair was a pain in the ass to deal with. You did yourself a favor. You really did by putting him in front. And honestly, 2003, that movie made me afraid of chainsaws. It made me afraid of chainsaws and those horror mazes. Because the guy is running through the clothesline. There's so many great things, and if Michael Bay is great at anything, he was great at reintroducing the slasher franchise. It was fantastic, and this was the peak of it. 2003 was amazing with Texas Chainsaw. I forget some of the other ones.
2009 with Friday the 13th, that I gotta say, Jason running at people, that was so scary to me.
After oh my god, like 20 years. It's been like 19 years since he was running, and then we got another one where he's running again, thank goodness. And I gotta tell you, like, a fun little anecdote about this movie. This is the only one I saw in theaters, and I saw it on Friday the 13th
I did too. Oh my god.
I saw
it.
And on top of that, there was a guy, this is the first time this ever happened to me in a theater, where the manager comes out and says like, oh, this gives like a parental guidance warning or something. Maybe because there was me and like a couple other of my friends, a few other of my friends who were in the theater at the time. We accidentally ran into two of my best friends who happened to go to the same screening. The manager said, this movie contains intense violence, strong language, strong sexual content, drug use, and nudity. And when he said that, everyone's like, yay! And cheered.
Yes, this was the Friday the 13th, and I'm so pissed off they never followed this up. This is the last Jason movie we would ever get. I know they're working on a new project because
13 needs to knock it out of the park, but this was 12, and honestly, that's it. That's it for me, because the 13th film has to be the last one. And this this is the one where you do what you should have done in Freddy vs. Jason. Get the survivors, have them die and shit like that. And it doesn't matter. You just make it like a throwback Friday film with the survivors, and there you go. But they're not going to do that. They're going to do Jason in the snow and stuff. But whatever. I don't care. I don't give a shit. This movie to me is sort of like, we don't really need a 13th film after this. We don't need another film.
Okay, so with all that said, where do you put it? Because I'm leaning towards Crispin Glover, but I would be okay with Machete to the Face. I think this film really, Michael Bay, for all of his flaws as a director, I think he really does a great job with this franchise. I think it subverts expectations. I hate using that word, but it subverts expectations in all the best ways. I think that it's well shot. I think the humor is on point. I fucking love this movie. I've watched it every fucking time. I've watched it in my Friday the 13th watches. I fucking love this movie. I think it's cool that they kill off a character you would think would be the main character. She survived, and then fucking Jason kills her at the end. I don't know, like, Justin, where does this movie land for you? Because I'm in suspense here. Where do you find this movie, at least for you, as far as the rankings go? Let's get it done. Let's rate this, baby.
This is the only other film that is even worthy of a Crispin Glover.
Amen. I fucking agree. Like, for me, if we're talking about the franchise greats, this one right here, this is the only remake I feel that gets it right. Michael Bay, for all his flaws as a film director, he really understood what this movie was. Jason was scary. He was intimidating. That motherfucker ran. He ran like a fucking track star. Like, when you look, you're like, oh shit, he is going to kill these people. And I love the part, remember when the Asian dude was like trapped and he threw like a
He's like,
shoe at him?
do you want this hockey stick back?
Like, do you want this hockey stick back? Oh my god, there's so many good moments in this film, dude. So many good moments in this fucking movie. I love it. I fucking love it.
Everything about this movie was exactly what I wanted. And by the way, not only did I see this on Friday the 13th, the day it came out, I saw it when I was 13 years old.
Oh yeah, Perp said thank God.
I
I
was
like to think he
13.
agrees with us.
Yeah.
This is a fucking great movie. This is one of the best.
Even the people who don't like this film agree that the first 20 minutes, if that was the movie,
it'd be
if that
great.
was the whole movie, that could have been it for them, and they would have been satisfied.
Dude, okay, so let's, being that we're breaking this down, let's talk about those first 20 minutes. I honestly thought that was the whole
I
entire
don't have too much time, but I absolutely will dive into this.
Okay, so first 20 minutes, the way they set this up, that feels like the whole entire movie. So the plot is on Friday the 13th of 1980, Jason Voorhees watches Mother Pamela beheaded by a camp counselor, blah, blah, blah. Mike and his girlfriend Whitney arrive to the camping ground in Crystal Lake, hoping to find a crop of marijuana growing in the woods. That night, an adult Jason kills everyone except for Whitney, whom he captures as she resembles his mother at a young age. So then, after all of that setup, time jumps, and 6 weeks later, we have Jason Padalecki, who's the brother of Whitney, looking for his sister. And the whole movie revolves around him trying to find out what happened to his sister in Camp Crystal Lake. This movie is so well shot. The plot is just so great. You have the typical asshole kind of guy, the girlfriend of the asshole who falls in love with Jason Padalecki.
Oh, Trent is such a
Trent. He's such a dick.
You know what? He reminds me of somebody that that would break up with someone at prom. He's that guy.
PurpMinded was saying, I was saying, thank God Justin was leaving because having two people with terrible takes is too much for me. Dude,
he hasn't even shared his opinion, but also he doesn't have the balls to come on stream and say why he disagrees. You know.
Oh no, he's gonna be
what a troll you are.
We love. By the way, go check out PurpMinded. If you guys don't know,
No, don't advertise his channel if he's not going to come on.
He is a part of the fan. Look.
No
matter if we disagree or not, I promote everybody who is a part of the Phantom Zone equally. Justin, who is retiring, Cybernetic Husky, who's also retiring, Pop Culture PB, Books by Jay, and of course, PurpMinded. These are all dear friends of mine. And Chillmonger, who has awesome views. Go check out our last stream we did with Chillmonger, where we were talking about Jonathan Majors. But yeah, Chillmonger is a great guy. Love him. Definitely, in all seriousness, and I think you can agree, Justin, we have great people here on the channel, and I love everybody who gives their opinions. Like, look, we might disagree with each other as far as movies and things like that, but I think we can all agree that we're all great people, and I have loved working with everybody here in the Phantom Zone. Whether it's Justin, or whether it's Perp or PB, everybody has a unique take. And I think what makes our channels different is that we can argue and debate and disagree about movies and shows and all that shit. But at the end of the day, I find everyone's opinion valid. It helps me rank everything accurately and appreciate the views and opinions of everyone on this stream. I think that at the end of the day, I would be bored if everybody agreed with me. You know what I mean, Justin. You've been a part of that. I don't like being in a place where people always agree or where we all think everything is shit.
The fun part about it was, just disagreeing on something, and I vehemently disagreed on Freddy versus Jason, and that's what it leads to interesting conversations.
Yes, I think that at the end of the day, disagreeing or agreeing on something and hearing the reasons why, and like you and me had different reasons for liking the films we like on this list.
But generally, we were in the same ballpark.
Oh yeah, we were definitely in the same ballpark. I think we are hardcore Jason fans. I really appreciate you being a part of this section of the review.
Thank you.
And
I appreciate that. And the one
can I get, before you go, can I get a overall ranking as far as these slasher movies are concerned? Fuck, where did I put that paper?
What's the better franchise?
Yeah, if we're going Scream, I put Scream, Halloween, Friday the 13th.
I'll probably be back, by the way, just so you know.
Oh, cool.
If you're not done by then, Scream,
dude, I plan on going till
Nightmare on Elm Street, Halloween, Texas Chainsaw Massacre, those 5.
Yeah, that kind of a deal. Can I get
right there at the bottom would probably be Nightmare on Elm Street.
Oh no, Nightmare on Elm Street wasn't in it. It was just Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Halloween, Scream, and Friday the 13th.
So not Nightmare on Elm Street. Well, the bottom is down. Overall, in terms of like they have. See, here's the thing. All of these franchises have great films, like at least one great film, but that's not. That doesn't mean that overall the franchise is great, because the best film in a franchise does not mean that the rest are forgiven at all. In terms of quality, in terms of quality, like Texas Chainsaw Massacre goes right at the bottom because even though they had big stars, the movies were a lot shittier than any Friday the 13th, especially there's Leatherface 3, which it's kind of like First Blood, Rambo, First Blood Part 2, and Rambo 3. They just changed the title. And then they had the Texas Chainsaw Massacre: The Next Generation was a piece of shit. So I would say Texas Chainsaw goes at the bottom because they had much shittier movies. And then it's kind of hard between Friday the 13th and Halloween because they have almost the same amount, except Halloween made it to 13, except for the fact that Halloween Ends sucks ass. But Friday the 13th is above Texas Chainsaw, and then Halloween, and then at the very top has to be Scream, because no matter what, even the shittiest Scream film is a good film overall. All of them are great films. Chainsaw had shittier films in a shorter, amount of films. Much shittier. Like, god awful. Texas 3D. Ugh, what a nightmare. And then you had then you have Friday the 13th, which has a lot of duds, but a lot of highlights. But because it was based off of a ripoff, it was literally intended to be a ripoff of Halloween. That automatically deducts it to beneath Halloween. And Halloween has the first Halloween, which is the out of all of them, like, it is the classic. It is the undisputed masterpiece. And I have a poster of that. Do you see any Friday the 13th posters? No, you don't. No, you don't. Not at all, because I refuse. Because, like, you know, and I believe it, out of all the Friday the 13th films, once again, out of all of those films, none of them are great. Not a single one of them are great, you know, in terms of as a movie. For the franchise, Final Chapter is a fucking goldmine, but Halloween, undisputed heavyweight champion. But in terms of franchise consistency and in terms of quality, Scream has done the best job after 25 years. 25 years into any of the other franchises, they at least they go to shit. But even with Scream 6, which is your least favorite, and my second least favorite, and they're all my favorites, by the way. That just happens to be second least. The worst being 5 Cream. Sorry, you kill Dewey, and how come all of my favorite male characters are killed by women? What the fuck? What are you trying to say? No, the thing is, though, each movie has quality to it. Every single one counts. They're all quality made films. They all have good character moments, and it's about the characters, not the ghost face. Scream wins in a landslide.
I mean,
Is
to
that a
me,
satisfactory answer?
yeah, to me, I would have to go. It's definitely okay. A little bit of biased. I'm gonna say Halloween, or not Halloween. Friday the 13th, Scream, Halloween, Texas Chainsaw Massacre, because I just have a huge bias from meeting one of the people who did Jason.
Well, that's
Yeah,
okay.
so
You have a bias. And
I
you
have
know
a
what?
bias,
Out of all those franchises, I could have had that bias because Friday the 13th was the first that I saw, and I love it. I love it. It's my favorite out of the franchises because of how terrible they can be and how cheesy they can be and how brilliant they can be. But Scream just that's it. That's it
yeah,
for me.
Scream is
Best
really
quality. Yeah.
Scream is the point where you have, and I said this during the Scream review, which is why it's my number 2. Scream, to me, is where you shifted, and they took all of the stereotypes of horror movies, and they made it work for the franchise. They flipped everything on its head. And I think that's why Scream is definitely above Halloween. But let's get Perp's perspective. Perp, if you were, and by the way, welcome. Go check out PurpMinded's channel. He's got like reviews every 20 seconds. But if you were to go,
All right. Since he can't stand being around me, I actually have to go. I might be.
All right, I'll see you. I'll see you later.
Take care. I'm gonna watch Terrifier 2 now. Bye.
At least he's got good choices. So Perp, welcome. Good to have you on the channel. I'm so glad you can join my Halloween batch. I'm 7 hours into a 12-hour stream. What do you think between the choices of Scream, Halloween, Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and Jason?
First off, I've just been hearing bad takes like left and right all like 7 hours of the stream.
I disagree. Come on.
For the simple fact that you put Scream 3 over 6 is crazy to me, bro.
Yeah, 6 was garbage. I'm sorry. I don't like
wasn't.
6. I'll never like 6. I think Scream. Dude, I think 3 has better quality as far as the
That shit was just nothing but a cameo fest, bro. That shit was trash. I fall asleep every time I put on Scream 3.
Dude, okay, but let me ask you this much. As far as the commentary, in Scream 3 with
It's trash.
Hollywood and raping fucking women, that was very true to what was going on with Harvey Weinstein. I think it's more relevant. I'm sorry. I think Scream 3 for me just notches above Scream 6. Okay, can we agree? Can we agree that I put 5 in a good spot? I think 5 is right up there with Scream 1. I know that's a hot take, but I really think that Scream 5 was very good. I
Scream
don't know
5 is
how
cool,
you're ranking.
but I don't know how you put fucking 6 at the bottom. Though. Like that's just crazy to me. But
Okay, I could tell you're a 6 lover, but I just hated it.
it is way more. It's the most intense.
Dude,
you had some of the best fucking kills. You had the most brutalist fucking ghost face.
No, I disagree. I think it was ridiculous
Crazy.
that one character lived after being stabbed 16 times. Even Bitchy.
But who's that to blame? That's Scream 2. Like,
dude,
bro,
that was
when you see when you no, because Scream 2 set that off, bro. Because it's like Dewey should have never made it past 2. The way he got stabbed up like that, he should have made it past 2. Period.
Okay, I don't.
And then they kept going with it. They kept going with it with every single movie.
No,
so you can't be surprised when a character gets stabbed up. Dewey started that shit.
Okay. I will give you Dewey on Scream 2. He definitely should have been.
That was a reoccurring thing in all of the Scream movies. Like that's why I said the little baby ass knife and shit. Like that's why they had to kill him in 5.
They redeemed it in 5. Like me and you can both agree, 5 had the best fucking death. Dewey's death, I think, will go down in horror history as one of the greatest fucking deaths. I'm gonna say in a franchise. Like, and I played that clip. Like, you and me can both agree. Like that shot of the fucking hospital, him reloading the gun. Like, if you're gonna say a character is gonna go out, I think Dewey had like a Clint Eastwood fucking badass moment. Like him, like when the elevator shut, you knew he was gonna die. But I think the way that they shot that whole thing, I just think it's brilliant. That's why I put Scream 5 as number 2 on my rankings list, because
that's a bit high.
Dude, Dewey went out like a boss.
But I say 5. If I put 5 at 2 is a little bit high. I'd rather put 6 there than you know what I'm saying. But I like my favorites are one out of the, like I have 4 favorites. Like for one, not no order, but like 1, 4, 5, and 6. Because 4, 5, and 6 is when they started getting more brutal with the kills, and they started getting pussyfooted with 2 and 3. That's why I don't really go back to those as much.
But we can agree on one thing: Scream is the most consistent franchise.
For sure.
Yeah, for sure. And it made me realize, going back through Friday the 13th and everything, Scream is the most consistent franchise as far as bangers go.
It's the most, and Scream 6 is the most successful one that didn't have to have, the final girl.
Can we agree the main character sucks though? I think Jenna Ortega.
No, I'm saying Sam was way better in 6. She had way more personality in 6 than she did in 5. That's for sure.
Okay, she has more
that's for sure. And the fact that they're going to make it like the fact that she taps into that like craziness, I was like, yes, do that. Make her Ghostface. Make her like tap into that shit.
No. See, here's the thing. I don't agree with. I mean, I agree with you as far as she should be the killer and Jenna Ortega should be the hero.
No, they should both be it, because they both was liking that shit.
I think Jenna Ortega is more likable. I think that Melissa Barrera is bland. I do not like her character.
Not after Scream 6. She got way better after 6.
No, I disagree. Better. I think they tried to make her better, but
that whole scene with her sitting down with the psychiatrist was fucking dope. I was like, yes, that's the type of serial killer shit I want to hear because she still has that dog in her, bro. She's a final girl that also has that dog in her. I like that shit. That they don't
Okay.
ever really tap into. Like 'cause for some odd reason, these like with Jamie Lloyd, they kind of tapped in with that shit. Like make the motherfucker the killer, like let her be. You know what I'm saying? Let her be
So
Ghostface.
let me get you into a horror icon that I think you and me are gonna agree with most of these
Who?
rankings, but we're gonna move on to, as far as slasher icons, we're gonna move into a movie that I'm not as big as a fan of Friday the 13th, but I respect the legacy. Let's go into Halloween.
Oh boy.
Oh yeah, I know this is a minefield talking about, and I don't know where you're gonna put these rankings, which I find exciting. So let's go.
I'll tell you right now. I'll tell you right now. I like the first one, even though Mike's a dumbass today. He's really goofy in there. 2 is dope. I like 3. 4
I love
is probably like the best one. I just watched 5. That was dog shit.
Yep.
6, I couldn't even remember what
20
that shit
years
was about.
later.
No, that
With
was the curse. 6 is Curse of Michael Myers, where they got the whole cult shit, and I was like, that's stupid.
No, yeah,
H2O,
you're right.
and then
You're right.
H2O. I gotta revisit that, but that's another one that was just like a cameo fest. Um,
The Rob
Resurrection's
Zombie
trash.
one,
Rob
I like
Zombie. The
the.
first one was okay. Second one, don't really remember. 2018, really solid.
Yep.
Kills is okay. Ends is fine. Ends is like way overhated. When I was just like, Resurrection still exists. That's the most disrespectful movie.
Yes.
That's the most disrespectful movie because at least like you can say, oh, Michael was barely in it, but at least they like, you know what I'm saying? Like he didn't get no spin kick, but from fucking Busta Rhymes, and his mask didn't look trash.
I know. You know what? You know what? I can't believe I'm gonna say this, Perp.
Hold on, before you go there, you realize like that Resurrection mask. It reminds me of, you remember the Foot Clan and
Yep.
Ninja Turtles. The eye
Yep.
sockets just look like, remind me of that shit. Like I don't like that shit.
Yo, okay, so here, let's bottom line this before we get into the animated, because I think me and you will have a better discussion about this, but animated horror. But dude, I 100% agree with you. I can't believe I'm saying this. I 100% agree with every one of your takes, and I put my ranking exactly the same as yours. I think that as long as Halloween Resurrection exists, there is not a worse movie than Halloween Resurrection. Like, I love Busta Rhymes as a rapper, but dude, that spin kick, that is
Trick or
so.
treat, motherfucker! Like, come on, bro. That shit's so corny, bro. Nothing
Dude,
gets worse
that
than
is
that, bro.
the worst. That is peak worst. Like, look, you can shit on the Rob Zombie films for the dialogue, but dude, Rob Zombie's Michael Myers was so fucking scary. Like, that motherfucker ran through walls. He looked like a fucking football player. I think that Rob Zombie did Michael Myers justice in those movies. I do not understand. Like, Rob Zombie is one of those directors where either people absolutely like him or they hate him, and there's no in between. And I think that people forget that Halloween Resurrection.
He's fucking. Rob Zombie is very fucking weird with his shit. Like
Oh yeah.
I'll never like understand what he was trying to go for with Lords of Salem. Like that shit was just
Oh, that
unnecessary
shit
with
is
the
weird.
midget.
Okay, let me ask you. What do you think of the Firefly family, the House of a Thousand Corpse, Devil's Rejects?
That's cool. Devil's Rejects is cool. You know what I'm saying? That's
Oh
fine.
yeah. Yeah, it's a fun time. I think that Rob Zombie is good when he's writing in his element, like doing the monsters and Halloween. I feel like a director like Rob Zombie, he has to be able to he has to be able to have his own playground. I feel like his dialogue is terrible. The one thing I dislike
But
about
what he does is like I'll sum it up like what he did with the Halloween franchise is try to bring in that House of a Thousand Corpses and Devil's Rejects
yes,
kind of vibe to it. It doesn't work for Halloween. Like you don't need to go super gothic and dark.
yes.
Like he doesn't need to be that. You know what I'm saying? And
So
I can see people not fucking with that. But
so let's do these rankings. If you were doing for to end the slasher icons, because that's my little subtitle, we have Scream, Halloween, Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and Friday the 13th. Where would you rank those as far as which franchise you like over the other? I know it's
Texas
a tough
Chainsaw
question.
Massacre is at the bottom, even though
Agree.
2003 is the best.
Yes, absolutely. 100% agree.
None of the movies are like absolutely terrible. It's just the franchise that I don't go back to. Like
It shouldn't have been a franchise, to be honest with you.
Halloween would probably be the next, just because I don't really care for Mike Myers like that. I feel like
Yes,
he's extremely overrated.
I agree.
What was the other one?
Friday the 13th and Scream.
Yeah, Friday. I have more of appreciation for Scream because like I've always been a Jason dude, so like I'd probably tie those.
Okay,
But
so
I
if you
probably
had to
put
vote, which one would you put over the other? I feel you. It's the same way for me.
I probably had to put Scream just because now that I'm older, I just have more of appreciation for Scream, especially after watching 4. I was just like, wow, this is a really good franchise. But I like Jason though. But I probably have to put Jason over just because Jason's just a beast, and he's really the hero in all of this. He didn't do nothing wrong.
You know what? I can't believe I'm saying this. I thought I'd get you on and we argue, but I agree with you. I would put Friday the 13th above Scream just
Because
because.
really, look at that. Like, just look at the first few movies and stuff. I was like, yeah, like Jason is really the hero, and the camp counselors are a bunch of sexual deviants. They're the villains.
They're the villains. They ignored a kid drowning. Like, it doesn't get more clear cut than that. They ignored Jason drowning, and his mother got revenge. Like, I don't
And all he wants to do is be left alone.
Yep.
At the end of the day, he just wants to be left alone. Don't go to Camp Crystal Lake. You know what I'm saying? Because that's his house. That's his property. So like, similar to if you cross somebody's house in like Texas or shit, they got the right to blast you. He got the right to kill you. He ain't do nothing wrong.
Yes, I 100% agree. I think that I think that it definitely goes Friday the 13th for me, Scream, and then uh, the rest of the movies, because I feel like in those kind of franchise, it's more of who has the better motivation. And for me, the better motivation is a mother who lost her child. Jason having lost his mother. There's just so much more awesome stuff in those movies. But let's get to something that you and me can both agree on. I'm gonna get, and I'm glad I got you at this part. I got some animated horror bangers, and I'm gonna read you the list, and then we're gonna watch some trailers so that people get an idea of the movies we're talking about. But for my animated horror, I have Dead Space, Perfect Blue, Mad God, Corpse Bride, Nightmare Before Christmas, Wicked City, To the Last, and Akira. What do you think about how I placed those? Because I think these are great animated horror movies that if you're in the mood for And I know that what's his name, Juno Ito, has his like horror trilogy on Netflix and things like that. But I wanted to get to stuff that was accessible for people to watch. I think the Dead Space animated movie is
I'll be
great.
back. I'll be back.
Okay. I think the Dead Space animated movie is great. Mad God is a purely, if you are in the mood for like purely animated kind of 3D models, it's good. Corpse Bride is a 3D model film. Nightmare Before Christmas is just a classic. Wicked City is a great Japanese animation. To the Last Death is a very trippy film. Basically, the concept is that these people die, they get a chance to relive, and this one character relives the death over and over again until she gets it right. And Akira. Akira is one of my favorite Japanese animations. This is the reason why I got into Japanese anime. Akira is a cyberpunk dystopian kind of film where you have really heavy themes about like I don't even know how to describe it. It's these kids who belong to this gang, and they do all of these things, and one of the people in this motorcycle gang, he gets experimented on, he gets telekinetic abilities, and shit goes down. It's a mind-blowing experience. That's all I can say. So let me start with the Dead Space 2008 trailer. This is Dead Space Downfall. This is based on an EA game. Super fucking awesome. I love this movie. So hold on a second. I'm going to screen share with you guys Dead Space. So let's go. Let's watch this Dead Space trailer and see.
Whatever it is, it's just up ahead.
My God, we found it.
We've got to call this in.
This is my animated horror. I don't know why I have slasher eyes.
Down here, you're killing everyone. Oh my God! Oh my God!
In a remote edge of the galaxy, a massive mining operation is underway.
This is Aegis Column. Artifact discovered. The thing is cursed.
A holy relic. We have the right.
We seem to have an idea that this is what created us.
What secrets do you have for us?
What's happening?
A spike in serious violent incidents.
We've brought something aboard that we didn't understand. Something alien, and it's trying to kill us.
The suicides? The murders? A discovery that should never have been made.
They need bodies. They need us to turn.
Has awakened an evil that should never have been unleashed.
My God, make it stop! They want our bodies. This is an infection designed to take over our entire race.
Yes, turned us against each other. They have taken over the bodies of the crew.
It's the opening chapter of a dark saga. Crucial backstory to EA's hotly anticipated video game.
The Ishimura is under their control.
The terrifying new feature film that will redefine animated horror. Dead Space Downfall.
So I started with Dead Space Downfall.
Never watched it.
This is a great animated horror based on the EA game Dead Space. I don't know if you ever played that. I think Dead Space is a great survival horror game. They did these films in kind of the American version of Japanese animation. I really fucking love this movie. Just seeing that trailer, what do you think of how they animated
I
everything?
only
And
caught like the last 10 seconds, but I remember seeing this trailer. It looks interesting. I just never really was into Dead Space games. Yeah, it'd be
okay,
interesting to see them. It would be interesting to see them make like a live action movie because it'd pretty much be like Alien.
oh yeah, yeah. The lore behind Dead Space is very interesting in how the artifact is found. The mythology behind the artifact. I don't know. I love the lore of Dead Space, and I think it's really good. Let me get to Japanese anime. You knew it was going to make it on this list. I'm glad I have you for this segment. I want to talk about one of my favorite fucking movies that have come out, and I'm going to do a trailer for it. I don't know if you've ever seen this, but it's a 1997 anime. It's from Manga Entertainment, and it is one of the best psychological horrors. Pretty much, I'm gonna say of all time. Let's
You talking about what's the face Blue?
Perfect Blue. Yes.
Perfect Blue. Yeah,
Yes, it is.
yeah,
It is.
pretty dope.
It is. It is a great anime. So let me just play the trailer for everybody. I love this fucking anime.
Mima was a pop star.
This is Mima's last performance with Champ.
Who desired to become an actress.
I really hope that I can entertain you just the same as an actress.
But sometimes aspirations can be deadly.
I'm always watching Mima's room.
In the world of make-believe,
This is when Mima proves herself.
the price of fame
Don't worry, Mima, it'll be all right.
may not be worth the cost of identity.
Where did this come from? How do they know so much?
Innocence is lost. Dreams become nightmares. And privacy no longer exists. Where everything you do can be seen by everyone. And those you trust are really those you should fear. Your life no longer belongs to you.
Excuse me, who are you?
Manga Entertainment presents Satoshi Kon's animated psychological thriller, Perfect Blue.
Excuse me, who are you?
Perfect Blue is considered a anime classic. Really love it. Perp. Okay, Perp left, but yeah, I think that Perfect Blue is a great psychological thriller. If we're talking about horror movies in general, it's got a very psychological feel. I love Perfect Blue. Great fucking anime. It's one of those. It's one of those horror type animes that I don't know. It it it's it straddles the line of psychological thriller and horror. It's one of the Japanese kind of films that I really love. Um, I'm gonna get to another great movie that I really like, but uh, yeah, it's a great psychological horror. It straddles the line a lot of what. Hey, Caroline or Corian, Lee. Hey, how are you? I'm uh I'm sorry I didn't answer quite quite a bit. I just am I've been drinking a little bit, so yeah, there we go. How much longer you going, LOL? Lost track of time. Hey, Jay, if you want to jump in, you're more than welcome to. I am talking about animated horror. I'm going to bring up another horror, animated horror classic. I would love to have you on, Jay. Come join me. This is a great fun. We're going to also have Perp on here, but hey, so let me share another classic. This has Emily Watson, Johnny Depp. Let's talk about, as far as animated horror, Corpse's Bride. This is a really great movie. I love these 3D sort of.
To be married, though they'd never before met. His parents were thrilled. Hers were filled with regret. But in a moment of panic, Victor desperately fled. And by a grave misunderstanding, married the corpse bride instead.
You may kiss the bride.
From Tim Burton, creator of The Nightmare Before Christmas.
I love The Nightmare Before Christmas. Tim Burton is one of my favorite directors. I think this is peak animation as far as I'm concerned, but let's continue.
Maggots.
Comes a tale of wit, charm, and strife.
I'm not dead.
About a timid young man and the love of his life.
Victoria!
Tim Burton's Corpse Bride.
Corpse Bride. That is the other one as far as horror goes, horror animation. I love the Corpse's Bride. I think all of the people involved in this do a great job. Johnny Depp, Emma Stone. There's a lot of good actors and actresses who voice this. The thing about horror animation, it's really hard to pull off a great sort of I don't want to say CGI, it's more of what do I say? It's more of the claymation kind of animation. It's just stuff that I really enjoy. I really love stuff like Nightmare Before Christmas and things like that from Tim Burton. I'm gonna get into my feelings about Nightmare Before Christmas, but 1993 birthed one of the greatest classics of all time. I really love the Nightmare Before Christmas. So I'm gonna just jump into the next preview, and why I'm showing so many of the animated previews is because I know a lot of these are not shown by people when they're doing rankings on these, but I really want to illustrate the differences between different animation projects. So let's go to the next on the list, Nightmare Before Christmas. I fucking love everything about this.
Welcome to an extraordinary world filled with magic and wonder. Open your mind and let yourself go to a place where every day is Halloween and every night Jack Skellington
I am the Pumpkin King!
dreams of something different.
What is this? It's someplace new.
Jack, look out!
What's this? What's this? There's color everywhere. What's this? There's white things in the air. What's this? I can't believe my eyes. I must be dreaming. Wake up, Jack. This isn't fair. What is this?
Haven't you heard of peace on earth and goodwill toward men?
Touchstone Pictures presents the enchanting story of two very special dreamers and the holiday spirit that brought them together. From the imagination of Tim Burton comes The Nightmare Before Christmas.
What did Santa bring you, honey?
I fucking love Nightmare Before Christmas. One of my favorite fucking animated horrors of all time. But I'm gonna try to not be disbalanced on my review. But Nightmare Before Christmas is pretty high. I love all of the animated musical numbers. Great stuff. Let's move on. Mad God. Mad God is a brilliant kind of claymation movie. I'm gonna play the trailer for it. It took a lot of time to make this movie. Hold on. So the next movie trailer I'm gonna show is for Mad God. Mad God is a Shudder original. I really enjoyed this film, but I do think there's a lot of it's really hard to get into. I think there's a lot of really weird stuff, a lot of philosophical questions as far as it goes. But let's play this for you guys. Animated horror is tough to decide, but here we go. We're gonna do Mad God. This is the dude who made the stuff for Jurassic Park and things like that. Oh yeah, it took them 30 years to make this movie. So that was Mad God. Very good type of horror puppet kind of thing. Let's go to The Last Death. I really love this movie. There's a lot of good voice acting in this next animated film that I'm bringing up. So let me see. I'm gonna bring up To the Last Death trailer. Let me see. Yeah, this is it right here. Okay, so To the Last Death. Now, where this is kind of different from all the other animations, it's very colorful, very vibrant. I really like the premise behind this movie. So this person dies consistently over and over. They have a chance to reset and restart the cycle of what's
Please
going on.
make yourselves at home.
What is this about?
Pronouncing your sentences.
They killed my family! They killed them all!
Poor Miriam de Camp, survivor of a horror so dark and deep it ripped her world to shreds.
What if you knew then what you know now?
What?
There's only one way for your siblings to survive this, and that's for you to go back and save them.
This is crazy!
Let's begin.
This time, the odds will be even, because you'll have an edge. You'll have foreknowledge.
We can't get out. Elevators don't work and the staircase is locked.
Screaming might not be the best idea. There are people hunting you.
That metal tray mounted in front of you is attached to a scale, which in turn is connected to a timer.
Daddy!
Whoa, dude.
Game continues. She's not leaving the arena.
You turned on me. Turned on me!
Such pretty eyes, like my Bethany. Wanna see?
Hell is empty and the devils are here.
Time to run. You really need to run when I tell you to.
So, Till Your Last Death, very interesting kind of horror animated thing. I like Till Your Last Death. Good stuff. Good stuff. Let's get to the final animated horror on this list. No, I got two more, but this one is near and dear to my heart. This one is another Japanese anime. This is a anime called Wicked City. This one is super fantastic. I really love Wicked City. This was kind of one of the animes that was a gateway into other animes. So let's watch it. It's really good. I like it. I can't believe this came out in 1987. Holy shit.
Looks どうやら相棒らしいな。助かったよ。
こちら側の腕利きガードの割にはだらしないわね。言ったはずよ。任務には命を懸けている。
まだ3サイズを聞いてないぞ。
今、バイオレンスは美しい。
So, Wicked City, another great anime that kind of falls into the anime horror type of feel. Wicked City, very awesome. Love it. And, of course, the absolute horror / sci-fi kind of genre. There is oh my god. Okay, there we go. 1988, the fucking horror classic. So, just to preference you guys, the first thing to ever get me into anime. This animated horror fucking this anime is classic, and I think this is one of the classic animated films that got me into the horror anime sci-fi genre. But Wicked City, I saw this in theaters. This is one of my favorite anime of all time.
Streamlined Pictures presents a state-of-the-art adventure, Akira.
Akira is a classic anime. I think it's one of the tentpole for most films that have been measured in this genre. I love Akira, but let me go down to the animated section. So we have Dead Space, Perfect Blue, Mad God, Corpse Bride, Nightmare Before Christmas, Wicked City, To the Last Death, and Akira. So how am I going to rank these? We got 9 movies, 9 rankings. I'm going to go first. I love Nightmare Before Christmas. One of my favorite animes. I would say closer to the bottom of this would be Dead Space. Dead Space is good, but doesn't hold as much of a place in my heart as the rest of these on this list. So I'm going to put Dead Space down there. Corpse's Bride. As much as I love Johnny Depp, the performance giving on this, I think Corpse's Bride is okay as far as animated films go. So we got Corpse's Bride, Dead Space. The next on this list would probably be To the Last Death. A very good animated film. I don't feel like, as far as everything else that's on here, it's as great. It's not very cerebral. It doesn't make me think a lot. So I will put To the Last Death. And Corpse's Bride, Dead Space. Let's see. Mad God. Mad God, as I said, it's a very well-made film, very intricate. I like the 3D models, claymation kind of animation, but I don't feel it reaches the heights as Nightmare Before Christmas. So I'm going to put that on the bottom. So you have To Your Last Death, Dead Space, Corpse's Bride, Mad God. Wicked City is going to go next. Wicked City is great. I like Wicked City, but I don't think that Wicked City hits all the things that I really like as far as being cerebral, very intuitive. So yeah, it's not really high on my list. Let me see. We got Perfect Blue, Nightmare Before Christmas. So let me see. My number 1 and number 2 as far as this list go is Nightmare Before Christmas and Perfect Blue. Nightmare Before Christmas is one of my favorite animated claymation types of things, and I'll tell you why. Because Nightmare Before Christmas, I love. I love the songs. I love the animation. As far as animated horror, I think Nightmare Before Christmas works for me because it's Halloween. It's also Christmas. I love Nightmare Before Christmas. I think it's one of Tim Burton's great triumphs as far as the animated space goes. I'm a huge fan. Holy shit. I'm a huge fan. I just really appreciate everything that Nightmare Before Christmas does. Let me see. Nightmare Before Christmas. I'm gonna do the trailer here. Oh shit. Okay. I'm trying to do this while I've had a couple of drinks. Trailer. Okay. So, I'm gonna go to classic trailers here. Nightmare Before Christmas is my number 1 as far as animated fails go. Nightmare Before Christmas hits a lot of the things that I love as far as trailers go. Let me see. What the fuck? Why is it? Okay. Alright. So here we go. Let me share. I'm sorry. I had a total complete brain meltdown here. I'm going to share the Nightmare Before Christmas trailer. Really love Nightmare Before Christmas. Here we go.
Welcome
This to me
an
is an
extraordinary
absolutely
world
brilliant
filled with
animated
magic
film.
and wonder. Open your mind and let yourself go to a place where every day is Halloween and every night Jack Skellington
I am the Pumpkin King!
dreams of something different.
What is this? It's someplace new.
Jack, look out!
What's this? What's this? There's
There's
powder
powder everywhere.
What's
What's
this?
this?
There's
What's
white things
this
in the
in
air.
here?
What's
What's
this?
this?
I
I
can't
can't
believe
believe
my eyes.
I
I
must be
dreaming.
dreaming. Wake up,
Jack,
Jack.
this
This
is
is
incredible.
what is this?
Haven't you heard of peace on earth and goodwill toward men?
Touchstone Pictures presents the enchanting story of
This is
two
one of
very
my
special
favorite
dreamers and the
Halloween /
holiday
Christmas
spirit
movies,
that brought them
probably as
together.
far as
From
animated
the
of all
imagination
time.
of Tim Burton comes The Nightmare Before Christmas.
And what did Santa bring you, honey?
I love Nightmare Before Christmas. So I'm gonna say Nightmare Before Christmas is number 1. Perfect Blue is number 2. Then we got probably Corpse's Bride, Wicked City, Dead Space, To the Last Death, and Akira. It's a really tough thing as far as animated films go. I love everything with animated films. I think it's great. For me, Nightmare Before Christmas represents, I don't know, I love Tim Burton as a director, but Nightmare Before Christmas is untouched. No one's tried to change it. And I think that it works no matter what holiday you lean towards, whether you go towards Christmas or whether you go towards Halloween. The movie fits perfectly in each genre. I love Nightmare Before Christmas. I love the songs. I love the tone. I like Jack Skellington. He's one of my favorite claymation animated type of characters. Nightmare Before Christmas is just beautiful in the way that the performances are, in the way that the characters are fleshed out. I love Nightmare Before Christmas. I think it's, if we're talking animated horror films, I think it's not so much. There's a lot of like horror in it, but I don't know. I love the movie so much. I like all of the songs, the soundtracks. I like the remix to the soundtracks. Nightmare Before Christmas is just one of my favorite animated horror films of all time. So I'm getting down to my last category. I'm 8 hours into the stream. Let's go. We are going to go into the genre of The Devil Made Me Do It. These are films that are like Exorcist type films, possession horror, I would say. This is a very interesting genre for me. It's very easy to screw up. I really, I got a lot of interesting films on this list, so let's talk about it. And the first thing I want to start out with, the first film that I did a review on, and the first film in this list. So, The Exorcist. I have a lot of strong opinions on this film. This to me is a fucking interesting genre. So let's talk about The Exorcist and in particular Exorcist Believer, and I'll kind of go from there. Exorcist set the standard for exorcism type of movies, and this genre is a tired genre in general. The Exorcist. So, The Exorcist laid the groundwork for many of the films that we would see later, with The Devil Is Due, what is the other one? Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm blanking out. There's a lot of Exorcist movies in general. The Robert freaking Exorcist films, they set a tone, they set a pace for what an Exorcist movie would be. So I went to see Exorcist Believer. Now, here is my issue I have with The Exorcist in general. The Exorcist Believer was a fucking terrible film. I really did not like it. Exorcist Believer came out in a time where we have some pretty decent horror movies. My issues with Exorcist Believer is that you have a dual possession, and I think that could be interesting. But my problem with this movie in general is that it kind of shits all over the legacy of what The Exorcist is. I remember my mom, okay, Mother Zod, telling me about The Exorcist. I remember watching the first movie. And, granted, it's not the scariest horror movie if you're not really entrenched in what it is for exorcism, the Catholic Church, and things like that. But, a little disclaimer. I am a Christian at heart. And so this movie hits close to home for me for a lot of different reasons, but mainly for the part of the movie with a man questioning his faith, his ability to perform this exorcism on this very young girl, Reagan, played by Linda Blair. And it's a movie that is personal to a lot of people. And I preferenced this very early because David Gordon Green, who created New Halloweens, did this Exorcist movie. And I just feel like this is a very phoned in movie. I do not particularly enjoy the way they approached this Exorcist movie. This Exorcist movie has a lot of 2023 jump scares and things like that, but more importantly, I feel like it loses a lot of what makes The Exorcist The Exorcist. And it's just very generic. The performances and once again the legacy character that returns, no one really fucking knows. Reagan's mother is very prevalent in this. There's a scene where she says the patriarchy kept her out of the room. And it's just like something like that doesn't fit because you're talking about two priests fighting for the soul of your child. And I don't know, this whole movie rubbed me the wrong way. I really dislike The Exorcist Believer. I think it's a terrible fucking movie. I think it's a terrible reintroduction into the world of The Exorcist. I will play a clip or the trailer for Exorcist Believer, but it's just bad. I don't like anything about this film. I think it goes about the genre very terribly. I do not like it. But yeah, I'm gonna let the trailer itself. This is a 2-minute trailer. Another mistake that I think this trailer makes is it shows way too much for the film. But I'm gonna let you guys watch it. And I think even as somebody who's not super religious or judgmental as far as that go, this movie offended me. And I'm going to get into the bare bones of what this movie is about, but this is a fucking just horrendous movie. I don't like it. But let's get into the meat and potatoes, the shit that pisses me off about this movie. Ate something. I've been streaming for like 8 hours out of a 12-hour stream, which I'm not sure if I'm gonna make 12 hours, but we'll see. I definitely gotta eat. We're going to eat some.
Are you looking for Reagan?
All right.
What do you think evil is?
Oh, this is delicious. Okay, so
I'll tell you what I think it is. We're born in this world with hope and dreams and a desire to be happy.
Dad?
Something's going on with my daughter.
Okay, so here's my issues with this movie. You have a young African American child who is possessed by the demon Pazuzu, who is the main demon character, I guess, of this Exorcist franchise because they couldn't be creative. He possessed both this young lady and another girl in this movie. And the whole dilemma is that the parents have to choose which little girl to save. Now, my issue is this comes to both a race kind of thing and very religious, but in the opposite direction kind of thing, where they are forcing the parents to pick which girl to save. And I don't know. This in general rubs me the wrong way. I don't know why. I can't put my finger on it. And I'm not saying, like, look, I'm not saying that the choice that's made at the end of the film is necessarily right or wrong. I don't know what I'd do if I was a parent in that situation. I'm just saying the setup is kind of fucking ridiculous. But let's continue watching.
It's happening to my daughter, too. The devil has one wish.
Wherever those girls went, they brought something back with them.
To make us lose faith.
I believe you can help get our daughters back.
To kill it in us. And the devil never gives up.
She knows who I am. Where's the other girl?
What are you doing?
Okay, so let me give you some backstory on The Exorcist. The person who plays Linda Blair's mother, she did not want to be in this movie. She asked for an absurd price to pay for a foundation, which good for her. I'm glad that this movie's proceeds is going to some kind of charitable organization, but she phones in this whole fucking performance.
Here is dangerous. People have died on both sides of possession.
Come on, baby. Come back to us, okay?
If you don't make it, I don't make it.
Mama. What is it, baby?
I can't get you.
Baby, I'm right here.
I don't want to go to hell.
Good. Play that trick on you.
There are 2 heartbeats. Is it working? They're beating in sync.
Be strong. What did you do?
One girl lives, one girl dies.
You get to choose.
So, The Exorcist believer, this movie is trash. I hate this movie. Absolutely garbage. I think so. I will talk about this, but The Exorcist #1 kind of set a gold standard for exorcism movies. And since The Exorcist came out, every movie has kind of copied and repeated the formula and style of the original Exorcist. I really hate the direction that this movie takes. I really dislike all of the choices made in The Exorcist believer in general. The movie is boring. It's lazy. It doesn't add anything new to the lore. As far as reboots go, unlike David Gordon Green working on like Halloween or something like that, The Exorcist doesn't add anything of value to the whole entire trilogy. I really don't understand why this movie was made. And to be honest with you, The Exorcist in general just should have ever been made. David freaking did a wonderful job with the first Exorcist. And I feel like it's one of those movies that should have been one and done. It's just not very good. There's a lot of scenes and a lot of things that were done in The Exorcist that you can't do now. I just don't feel that The Exorcist needed more than one movie. The Exorcist number 3, there's a lot of speculation, and I agree with this, but it was originally supposed to be another movie, and because it wasn't very recognizable, they attached the concept of The Exorcist 3 on to a pre-existing script. Brad Dourif was great in The Exorcist 3. Really love that. But in general, once again, it's one of those movies that it doesn't need to be made in this era. So yeah, not a huge fan of The Exorcist believer. Think it was garbage. Didn't like it. But yeah, I have been going for geez, 8 hours on this stream. I'm really enjoying this stream. So let's continue. The Conjuring. Conjuring is much better to me than The Exorcist. Now, I'm not talking about the Conjuring universe. I'm just going to talk about the Conjuring movies, the Prime movies in general. The Conjuring 2. We'll bring up the devil, maybe do it, whatever, because that's part of the base Conjuring series. But the Conjuring movies with the Warrens in general. Conjuring is one of those franchise that I think really revitalized the genre as far as I'm concerned. James Wan is a great director. And the Conjuring in general helped bring back the subgenre of possessions and things like that. What can I say that hasn't been said? The Conjuring 1 and 2 are probably the best out of all of the Conjuring universe. I don't want to say 3, but The Devil Made Me Do It was okay. That's pretty good. Sinister. Sinister is the first one is a great one. Has Ethan Hawke in it. These 8mm films are found with this creature that kind of lurks in between the reels, the movie spools. And there's these horrible kind of deaths, these suicides that happen in the films. And I really enjoy Sinister because it's a unique, different idea. The killer is kind of crazy, very wild looking. I have The Last Exorcism. The Last Exorcism I like because it is a person who fakes exorcism that goes from town to town. And the person that he fakes on this one exorcism, it winds up being kind of a true thing. It's a camcorder movie, and it's really good. Jennifer Body has Megan Fox in it. I really like Jennifer's Body. I think it's a great possession film. I think that it got a lot of shit, but especially nowadays, I think Jennifer's Body is a really good kind of demon possession movie. Evil Dead. What can I say? Sam Raimi is a genius. I love Sam Raimi. I've always loved Sam Raimi's films. Evil Dead is unique because each Evil Dead movie has a sort of style to it. It has its own different kind of unique spin on the possession genre. Evil Dead goes back to the 80s. And for me, the Evil Dead films fill this kind of void I've had as far as these possession movies go, where I don't know. Evil Dead is always been a fan favorite of mine. Now, you have Evil Dead 1, Evil Dead 2, Army of Darkness. They all bring a certain sort of flair to them. You have the Evil Dead remake done by David Alvarez, which are really like Evil Dead is one of those franchises like Scream, which is a solid franchise. They've always brought a good, unique spin. You have the new movie that came out, which is definitely going to be in my top movies for 2023. And I think as far as possession goes, Sam Raimi took the concept that a lot of movies like Exorcist and things laid down, and he sort of brought a fun, quirky, kind of unique spin on it, and people have built off of the franchise very well. I love Evil Dead. I got Children of the Corn, which the first one is great. The new ones are kind of whatever. And Paranormal Activity. Now, Paranormal Activity, I've seen every single one. I've seen them in the theaters, and Paranormal Activity is one of the things that I credit for the era of camcorder making films. These are movies that shoot from a perspective of being recorded 24/7. It at the time it was very unique. The first Paranormal Activity I think was made on $20 million budget, maybe less. And for me, Paranormal Activity is super scary because of the fact of someone being possessed, someone close to you, and the recording of each different day, weirder and weirder occurrences happening as the days go past, pots like flying out of place, different kind of weird shit happening in this house. And the boyfriend of the person who would later be revealed as possessed, she is terrified. Her boyfriend is intrigued, and then as we go on, he's kind of more and more cautious, a little bit concerned, and then full blown, we've got to get out of here. This shit is crazy, and she becomes fully possessed. The end of the movie is essentially her punching the shit out of her husband, and then looking towards the camera, and there's a demon tongue. It's a crazy thing. Check out the first Paranormal Activity. The second one's pretty good. Past that, it gets kind of ridiculous. So, as far as the rankings go, how do I feel about these possession films? Well, Exorcist for me has one good film. That's the original Exorcist. So, and Exorcist 3 kind of underrated. But other than that, I'm not a huge fan of the Exorcist franchise. When Evil Lurks is a great Spanish film. I'd put that as my number one. It's really super good. They treat possession as more of an infection on this town. Um, I've had a lot of reviewers across YouTube rate it. I think definitely check that movie out. It's a great film. But yeah, I definitely think When Evil Lurks is higher, so I would go as my bottom, The Exorcist, just because it only has one movie in the franchise that's any good. After that, I go Children of Corn, because once again, only one movie that's good. The Last Exorcism, because once again, there's two movies, only one movie is good. So it goes Paranormal Activity, The Children of Corn, Last Exorcism. After that, we get into my top favorites. I think Jennifer's Body would be next. Really great film about with Megan Fox. I think it fleshes out her acting abilities, and it's really cool to see two great actresses playing side by side. We got Megan Fox, I believe, and Emily Stone, or is it someone else? Anyways, it's a pretty entertaining movie. I like it. Sinister, I would say, would be next. After that, we're going into like the top three. I would say Conjuring would be my number 3, and then The Exorcist and Where Evil Lurks. Where Evil Lurks was really good. It is Spanish subtitled, but I think it's worth the price of admission to watch this movie and read the subtitles. It treats exorcism more of an infection than an actual exorcism. There's a lot of gore, but the main highlight of this film is that they get rid of the possessed boy who's in this movie, who's a boy. Keep that in mind. And the evil still infects everything that it touches. And I think that's a really cool concept. But in general, I would say for my number one, it would be Where Evil Lurks. When Evil Lurks is a really good movie. Check it out. As far as it goes, I've hit my end of my list. I have been drinking for quite a while. I've been going for a long time. I know I went 8 hours, 8.5 hours, but I'm super fucking drunk on the stream. I had a great time sharing with you my list of different movies. If you like this, please give it a like. Share with other people. And I really enjoyed my time hanging out with you guys. You know, happy Halloween. Everybody stay safe. Drink and have a good time with family. I'm going to chill, relax, maybe pass out a bit. But yeah, I had a really fun time with this stream. Thank you everybody for watching me. I really appreciate being able to have as many people as I did join this stream, give me a thumbs up, whatever. I appreciate Perp, Justin, and we have Books by Jay in the comments. I appreciate all of you guys joining in this stream tonight. I had a great time. But yeah, I have to sign off because I have been drinking quite a bit and I may pass out on the stream. But thank you, everybody. I had a lot of fun with you guys. Thank you, Carmel, KH, Jay McCarthy, Let me go back into this. We had Justin Proper. Thank you for the awesome Halloween tier list. Or, I'm sorry, Friday the 13th tier list. Aaron Cooper. Let me see. Kermel, who stayed for a good portion of this. Mega Jetty 1. Or, Bitchy. Lauren. Cousin Polly. Rebecca. Let me see. I think I mentioned KH. Lie to me. Thank you for coming on over. There were just a lot of people, some new people. If you like this video, click the like button. Click the subscribe, all the good YouTube things, and thank you very much. I appreciate and love each and every one of you. It is now 8:38. I did an 8-hour stream. I'm a little shy from my goal, but I really appreciate everybody on this stream. Thank you. I love you. And as always, remember the one and only rule here in the Phantom Zone: kneel before Zod. Thank you, everybody. I love you. Have a good night. Happy Halloween. And enjoy your trick or treating and other adventures. Good night, everybody.